Zamboanga del Sur Division, one of the largest divisions in Zamboanga Peninsula, has been the forefront of innovation and exemplary services even amidst the challenges posed by this pandemic. Led by its school's division superintendent Dr. Maharani Jacinto, and through its more or less 10,000 personnel, it has remained dedicated in its pursuit for excellence and its mandate of ensuring the delivery of quality basic education to its learners. With a strong partnership with the local government and various community sectors, this division was able to engage in both curricular and extracurricular endeavors, such as the Adapt a Barangay Bayanihan project. With the production of self-learning modules, the division also conducted a unified and its mandate of ensuring the delivery of quality basic education to its learners. With a strong partnership with also led the monitoring of Club Elementary Schools, a last mile and IPED school in the province. With their limited resources, Principal Joel Arnejo and the teachers of Club Elementary School also featured their program, Tingog sa Kawanangan. This division also has a weekly radio program named Ang Takna sa DepEd, signifying the laudable leadership. Another school also recently implemented the walkie-talkie project. Finally, with applications pouring in, an online orientation using Microsoft Teams Live was conducted last March 8, 2021. These are just some of the best practices implemented by Zamboanga del Sur Division for school year 2020-2021. As a catalyst of holistic and continuous improvement, this division pledges to pursue the heights of exceptional service delivery and be an agent in the development and success of Filipino learners. Dahil sa DepEd, sama-sama tayo sa pagsulong ng kalidad. Some of the best practices implemented.
On behalf of all the learners of the Division of Zamboanga del Sur, and as your SPG Regional President, I, Princess Carten Sidula Peña, would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all our teachers, our schools, and the departments of education in general for working hand in hand to make sure. On behalf of all the learners of the Division of Zamboanga del Sur, possess, I know we can overcome. Thank you very much, DepEd. Would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all our teachers, our schools, and the departments of education.
Zamboanga del Sur Division, one of the largest divisions in Zamboanga Peninsula, has been the forefront of innovation and exemplary services even amidst the challenges posed by this pandemic. Led by its school's division superintendent Dr. Maharani Jacinto, and through its more or less 10,000 personnel, it has remained dedicated in its pursuit for excellence and its mandate of ensuring the delivery of quality basic education to its learners. With a strong partnership with the local government and various community sectors, this division was able to engage in both curricular and extracurricular endeavors, such as the Adapt a Barangay Bayanihan project. With the production of self-learning modules, the division also conducted a unified and simultaneous orientation to its parents. Signifying the laudable leadership, SDS Jacinto also led the monitoring of Club Elementary School, a last mile and IPED school in the province. With their limited resources, Principal the Adapt a Barangay Bayanihan project. With the production of self-learning modules, the division also has a weekly radio program named Ang Takna sa DepEd, signifying the laudable. Another school also recently implemented the walkie-talkie project. Finally, with applications pouring in, an online orientation using Microsoft Teams Live was conducted last March 8, 2021. These are just some of the best practices implemented by Zamboanga del Sur Division for school year 2020-2021. As a catalyst of holistic and continuous improvement, this division pledges to pursue the heights of exceptional service delivery and be an agent in the development and success of Filipino learners. Dahil sa DepEd, sama-sama tayo sa pagsulong ng kalidad. Some of the best practices implemented by Zamboanga del Sur Division for school year 2020-2021.
And as your
As the
SPG
catalyst of
Regional
holistic and
President,
continuous
I,
improvement, this
Princess
division
Carsten
pledges to
Sigala
pursue
Peña,
the highest
would like to
exceptional
extend my
service
deepest
delivery
gratitude
and be an
to
agent
all
in the
our
development
teachers,
and success
our
of the
schools, and the
Filipinos.
Departments of Education
Dahil
in
sa DepEd,
general for
sama-sama
working
tayo
hand
sa
in hand
pagsulong
to
ng
make sure
komunidad.
every child's right to learning is
On
fulfilled.
behalf of all the
Despite the
learners of the
challenges that
Division of
this school
Zamboanga
year's
del
new
Sur,
normal
and
possess,
as your
I
SPG
know we
Regional
can
President,
overcome.
I,
Thank you very
Princess
much,
Carsten
DepEd.
Sigala Peña, would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all our teachers, our schools, and the Departments of Education in general for working hand in hand to make sure every child's right to learning is fulfilled. Despite the challenges that this school year's new normal possess, I know we can overcome. Thank you very much, DepEd.
Good morning, Zamboanga del Sur. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So our special morning greetings to the two Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Raymond Salvador and Dr. Romeo Daligdig, to the Chief CID, Dr. Juliet A. Magallanes, and to our Chief SGOD, Dr. Ernesto F. Tardo. Good morning once again. So before we will proceed with the things that would need our preferential attention today, let us all hold on all of it and to give focus on our live simultaneous flag raising ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all be in one direction as we will indulge ourselves virtually with the unified words of prayer, and that will be followed by the singing of the national anthem. And our preferential attention today, let us all hold on all of it and to give focus on our live simultaneous flag raising ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, let us
Our Almighty God, loving Heavenly Father, at this moment we pause from our worldly worries and seek your guidance and protection. In these times of uncertainty and great challenges, we still praise you and adore you for blessings you have showered to us, the blessings of life, health, and work. We are also thankful for the opportunity to ask forgiveness of our sins. We have many sins, dear Lord. Nothing is hidden from you. Yet we ask that you forgive us and that our supplications still reach your throne of mercy and grace. We praise you and adore you for blessings you have showered to us, the blessings of life, health, and work. We are thankful for, and we are most thankful for the opportunity of serving our country through the Department of Education, Schools Division of Zamboanga del Sur. We are thankful for your protection and for sending your angels to envelop us and always keep us away from harm and danger and from the evil doings of men. We are thankful for the wise leadership of our top management, our chiefs, and the cooperation of officials and personnel in the Schools Division Office. We are thankful for the leadership of supervisors and school heads and the commitment and support of all our teachers. With our expressions of gratitude and from the evil doings of men. We are thankful for the wise leadership of our top management as we perform our assigned tasks. Guide us as we serve the country. Guide us as we provide education to the children of this part of Mindanao. We also ask that you continue to bless our leaders with wisdom and continue to bless us with a spirit of patience and cooperation. We ask that you always bless our children and their parents and our partners in this work. Remind us always, dear Lord, that we are serving this country by providing education to our children and youth, and that we are doing this so that no one is left behind. With wisdom and continue to bless us with a spirit of patience and cooperation. Community leaders and even nation builders. We also ask that you continue to bless us with what we need, the need of security, safety, and shelter. We know, Lord, that you alone can offer these things to your children, and you alone can offer these completely to us. For our teachers in the field, protect them always, Lord. Give them wisdom and strength as they continue the sacred mission of guiding children, thus making them good citizens of this province and of this country. At this moment again, we ask that you take away the disease that is plaguing the world now, including Zamboanga del Sur. May it be, Lord, that with your intervention, for our teachers in the field, protect them always, Lord. Give them wisdom and strength as they continue this grace. At this moment, dear Lord, we yield to your power, your loving kindness, and your will. All these things we ask in your name we pray. Amen. Including Zamboanga del Sur. May Lord, with your intervention, loving kindness and your will.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
With fair shores and mountains filled with treasures, on each land where dreams unfold. Its people marching on to progress, hearts undaunted, brave and true. Hand in hand with brother Filipinos, Zambo Sur will make you great. The world that sees it without relenting, for countries like you can count on us. With fair shores and mountains filled with treasures, hearts undaunted, brave and true. Hand in hand with brother Filipinos, hearts undaunted, brave and true. Hand in hand with brother Filipinos, Zambo Sur will make you great. In darkest seasons, without relenting, for countries like you can count on us. Come to beautiful Zamboanga Sur, welcome to God's great gift given to men. Share our joys and sorrows, join in the making of the wondrous land. Zamboanga del Sur, bountiful, beloved by all God's freedom song. Come to beautiful Zamboanga Sur, welcome to God's great Sur. Come to beautiful Zamboanga Sur, welcome to God's great gift given to man. Share the joys and sorrows, join in the making of the wondrous land. Zamboanga del Sur, bountiful, beloved by all God's freedom song. We will live, the fullness of Zamboanga del Sur.
Okay, so thank you so much everyone for joining with us virtually, the singing of our national anthem and the Zamboanga del Sur March. So at this point in time, we shall be hearing an opening statement that will be coming from our Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Maharani M. Jacinto. But bringing the statement of our Schools Division Superintendent, we have with us on the web our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Raymond M. Salvador. Sir Mon, you may have the web now. And the Zamboanga del Sur March. So at this point in time, we shall be hearing an opening statement
Good morning
that will be
to
coming
everyone
from
and those who are
our
present in
Schools
this virtual
Division Superintendent, Dr. Maharani M. Jacinto. But bringing the statement of our Schools Division
Schools
Superintendent, we
Division
have with us on the
Superintendent
web
Dr.
our
Maharani
Assistant Schools
Jacinto, to
Division
my
Superintendent,
counterpart Dr.
Dr.
Romeo
Raymond
Daligdig,
M.
the Assistant
Salvador.
Schools Division
Sermon, you
Superintendent
may have the web now.
for District 1, to Chief Dr. Ernesto Tardo and Dr. Juliet Magallanes of the CID, and to the leader of the band, for the training management group, Dr. Alma Carbonilla, Romeo Daligdig, the Assistant Schools Division Superintendent for District 1, to Chief Dr. Ernesto Tardo and Dr. Juliet Magallanes of the CID, and to the leader of the band, for the training management group, Dr. Alma Carbonilla.
Sir Mon, hindi ka namin narinig. Sir Mon, good morning. Sir Mon, good morning. Feeler na kasa dyan.
Nawala na si Sir Salvador sa linya.
Ano man? Wala mo na.
Sa linya, nawala na siya.
Ikaw lang kasi balik.
Ha?
Ikaw lang kasi balik.
Okay.
I-off ragog ko dyan.
Nawala na si Sir Salvador.
Ikaw lang kasi balik.
Morning again. You may take back the web now. Morning again. You may take back the web now. Ano siya dyan? Good morning again, Sir Mon. I think you have problem with your microphone. You may turn it on now, and you have to get back on the web for your message. Sir Mon.
Sorry for the technical glitches that we are experiencing Once again, blessed morning to everyone, to our school's division superintendent, Dr. Maharani Jacinto,
Good
to
morning
my
again, Sir
counterpart,
Mon. I
Assistant Schools
think your
Division
problem with your
Superintendent,
microphone, you
Dr.
may turn
Romeo
it on
Daligdig,
now, and
to
you
the
will
two
have
chiefs,
to get
Dr.
back on the
Ernesto
web for
Tardo
your
of the
message.
SGOD, and
Sir Mon.
sorry for the technical glitches that we are experiencing. Once again, blessed training
to everyone,
for
to our
Aralin
schools division
Panlipunan,
superintendent,
Dr.
Dr.
Alma
Maharani
Carbonilla,
Jacinto,
and of
to
course
my
to our
counterpart, Assistant Schools
host,
Division
Dr.
Superintendent,
Antonio
Dr. Romeo
Gano, the EPS
Daligdig,
for
to
SGOD,
the two
to our
chief,
ITO
Dr.
team,
Ernesto
the
Tardo
training
of the
management team,
SGOD,
to all the
and
ARPAN
our CID chief,
enthusiasts.
Dr. Juliet
This is
Magallanes, to our team
not
leader
only we
of
are
this
having your 3-day virtual training on
virtual
strategies and approaches in ARPAN, in the new
training
normal. At the
for
same
Aralin
time,
Panlipunan,
we are
Dr. Alma
celebrating or
Carbonilla, and of course
conducting
to
a
our
simultaneous
host,
flag raising
Dr.
ceremony
Antonio
throughout the
Gano,
division
the
of
apps for
Zamboanga del Sur.
SGOD, to our
So, to
ITO team,
everyone, it's
the
a good
training
day to
management
start
team,
and a
to all
wonderful
the
week to
ARPAN
begin
enthusiasts.
our
This
learning
is
journey in the Department of Education.
not
We
only
are
we
very
are
grateful
having
and
your 3-day
thankful that
virtual
the good Lord
training on
blessed us with a
strategies and
fine
approaches
day,
in
that all of us are
ARPAN in the
able
new
to
normal.
attend this
At the same
training
time,
virtually.
we
Although
are
some of us are
celebrating or
together because we are just
conducting a
neighbors and around the
simultaneous
corner
flag
to
raising
be with
ceremony
our colleague.
throughout the division of
So let us be
Zamboanga del
thankful
Sur.
for this gift from our
So
good
to
Lord.
everyone,
Let us
it's
be
a good day to
reminded
start
that
and a
the
wonderful week to
opening of
begin
classes is
our
really
learning
just around the
journey in the
corner. It's
Department of
gonna be on
Education.
September 13th.
We are
So
very
with this
grateful
kind
and
of
thankful that the good Lord bless us with a
activity,
fine
this kind
day,
of
that
training
all of us are
provided to
able
all
to
of you,
attend this
we are
training
hoping that you
virtually.
would take this
Although some of
seriously
us are together
because we
because
all
we're
know
just
that last
neighbors
year
and
was
around the
just like a
corner
dry run for
to
all
be
of
with
us
with our
under this new
colleague.
normal.
So let us be
But this
thankful for
year,
this
we are
gift
going
from
to
our
be
good
better
Lord.
equipped and
Let us
ready.
be reminded that the opening of classes is really just around the corner. It's gonna be on September 13th. So
We
with
will
this
be
kind
much
of
more better and resilient
activity,
to
this kind of
anything that
training
we
provided to all of
experienced
you,
negatively
we are
last
hoping
year.
that
So
you
we
would
are
take
very
this
hopeful for
seriously
that. And
because we
also
all
to
know
our
that
dear
last year
ARPAN
was just like a
enthusiasts,
dry
may you
run for all of
continue
us under this new
to
normal.
lead
But
our
this year,
learners,
we
not
are
only
going to
our
be better
learners, our
equipped and
colleagues,
ready
because as like
to
I've
tackle
always
the
mentioned during
challenges
your
that we have
convergence,
faced last school year. And we will be
you know,
able to
Aralin
say that for
Panlipunan
this year,
covers like
we
all
will
of the
be much
subject
more
areas
better
because you have
and
economics,
resilient
that's
to
mathematics.
anything that
You have
we
science
experienced
because you talk
negatively
about
last year. So we are
the
very
very
hopeful for
first
that.
man
And also
in
to our
in
dear
our
ARPAN
society.
enthusiasts, may you
Ba?
continue
You talk about
to lead our
geology,
learners, not only our
archaeology. You
learners,
did
our
talk
colleagues, because
discovery,
as like I've
and you even
always
talk.
mentioned during your convergence, Aralin Panlipunan covers like all of the subject
So
areas because you
that's
have
why I would
economics,
always
that's
say ARPAN is
mathematics,
an all-around
you have
subject.
science because you
So
talk about
be grateful and
the
thankful that
very
you
first
are
man
there.
in
You are
our
molders of our
society.
youth when it comes to
You talk
social
about
studies. So to all of you, my
geology,
congratulations in
archaeology,
advance.
you did
So to
cover
everyone
discovery,
present in this virtual
and you even talk about
platform and
values
attending
because
live via YouTube
when you
or
talk about
Facebook,
economy,
thank you so
you never
much.
forget to
May
think about
you
family.
always
So
stay
that's why I
healthy,
would
keep
always say
safe,
ARPAN is an
and above
all-around
all, be
subject.
blessed with our
So
good Lord.
be
Thank
grateful
you
and
and
thankful
good
that
morning once
you
again.
are there. You are molders of our youth when it comes to social studies. So to all of you, my congratulations in advance. So to everyone present in this virtual platform and
Okay.
attending live via YouTube or Facebook, thank you so much. May you always stay
Over
healthy,
the
keep
time to
safe,
the
and
awaiting
above all,
activity
be
for
blessed
today,
with our good
the
Lord. Thank you
3-day
and God
virtual
bless.
training on the strategies and approaches in Araling Panlipunan in the new normal landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now turn over the web to the moderators of the day, the beautiful and the handsome guy. So thank you so much, Sir Mon, for sharing
The
beautiful teacher Vanessa Senisa, and now I will now turn over Mr. Ryan Tulog, Tulod Sleep, and Mr. Ryan Tulod. So take over the time now, ma'am and sir. In the new normal landscape. Mabuhay. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now turn over the web to the moderators of the day, the beautiful and the handsome guy, the beautiful teacher Vanessa Senisa, and Mr. Ryan Tulog, Tulod Sleep, and Mr. Ryan Tulod. So take over the time now, ma'am and sir. Thank Mabuhay.
next morning, which is the simultaneous flag raising ceremony. Once again, good morning, everyone. May I invite everybody to please find your comfortable areas and seats in your home or wherever you are right now, as we are about to begin with our program.
I hope that you are
Thank you
all
so
ready for our
much,
virtual
Sir
endeavor.
Antonio Ganun, for
Audio and vessels are
starting
set,
our
as well as
first
your
activity
notebook and
this
pen,
morning, which
for
is
we
the
are going to learn a lot
simultaneous
today.
flag raising ceremony. Oh, we faced
again,
innumerable
good morning,
challenges in the
everyone.
Department of Education in this terrible pandemic. The health crisis actually created opportunities for learning innovations. We teachers were able to discover
I hope
capacities
that
in
you are all ready for our virtual endeavor. Audio and vessels are set, as well as your notebook and pen, for we are going to learn a lot
manifested
today.
our creativity and promoted critical thinking to our learners.
Empowering every pupil on the planet to achieve more begins with empowering our teachers. The successful transformation of teaching and learning requires teachers to be supported with an effective professional learning experience. Teachers are the lead learners, and whatever teachers learn in the profession are transferred to the pupils. Ang sabi nga ni Dr. Jose P. Rizal, kabataan ang pag-asa ng ating bayan. Ngayon naman, guro ang pag-asa ng ating mga kabataan. Do you agree, Ma'am Van?
Yes, Sir Ryan.
As we begin the school year 2021-2022, we are even more eager to earn new knowledge on how to improve. Teachers are the lead learners, and whatever teachers learn in the profession are transferred to the pupils. Ang
My
sabi
due
nga ni
respect
Dr.
to
Jose
our
Rizal,
Schools Division
kabataan ang pag-asa
Superintendent,
ng ating
Dr.
bayan.
Maharani
Ngayon
M.
naman,
Jacinto,
guro ang
CESO
pag-asa ng
6,
ating mga kabataan.
to our
Do you
two
agree, Ma'am Van?
Assistant Schools
Yes, Sir
Division
Ryan.
Superintendents,
As we begin the school year
Dr. Romeo Daligdig and
2021-2022,
Dr. Raymond
we are even
Salvador,
more eager to earn new
to the
knowledge
Chief
on
of
how
Curriculum
to improve more
Implementation
and maintain
Division,
high regards
Dr.
for
Juliet
continuing
Magallanes,
education that is
to the
accessible,
Chief of Schools
relevant, and
Governance and
inclusive.
Operations Division, Dr. Ernesto F. Tardo, and of course, the Education Program Supervisor of Aralin Panlipunan, Dr. Alma L. Carbonilla.
Facilitators who are the front runners of this endeavor. Aralin Panlipunan teachers who are the participants of this training. Ladies and gentlemen, an amazing
To the Chief of Schools Governance and Operations Division, Dr. Ernesto F. Tardo.
in the new normal.
And of
Brought to you by
course,
Schools
the
Division of
Education
Zamboanga
Program
del Sur.
Supervisor of Aralin Panlipunan, I am Vanessa Siniza of Aurora West District.
And I am Mr. Ryan Tulod of Tabinawan District.
Hello, partner Ryan.
Hello, Ma'am Van. Good
How are
morning.
you today?
I'm fine.
You look amazing with your outfit, huh?
3-day virtual training with the strategies. Thank you so much, Ma'am Van, and thank you for that compliment. You also look amazing and blooming today.
Well, thank you so much for that compliment also.
I am Vanessa Siniza
I know
of
it's been a
Aurora
year
West
that we are
District.
having virtual trainings like this. And I wanted to congratulate our teachers for coming victorious and making education continue. You look amazing with your outfit, huh?
Thank you so much, Ma'am Van, and thank you for the 2021-2022, we can do it again and even much better by building and sustaining the best of our practices that last year's experience.
Yes, of course, Sir Ryan. So I would like to welcome all Aralin Panlipunan teachers from the whole division of Zamboanga del Sur who have just joined in our platform this morning. Your attendance in this training is an expression that you are wanting to learn and relearn ways in relevance to the teaching and learning process.
Tama ka dyan, Ma'am Van. So I guess ready na po ang lahat ng ating mga participants. And before we proceed to the series of sessions, let us hear first a very significant message that will open up our training
who have just joined in our platform this morning. Your attendance in this training is an expression that you are wanting to learn
none less than Dr. Alma Lapot Carbonilla, a virtual class for her. Ma'am Van. So I guess ready na po ang lahat ng ating mga participants. And before we proceed to the series of our training this morning to give us the welcome message and the statement of purpose, giving you the Education Program Supervisor in Aralin Panlipunan, none less than Dr. Alma Lapot Carbonilla, a virtual class for her.
Our school's division superintendent, Dr. Maharanim Jacinto, CSO 6, Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Raymond M. Salvador, CESI, and Dr. Romeo M. Daligdig, Chief of the Curriculum Implementation Division, Dr. Juliet A. Magallanes, our school's division superintendent, school heads, and my dearest ARPAN coordinators and teachers, our prospective module and activity sheet writers, our RBI and TVBI developers, a very good morning, everyone. Welcome to this 3-day training of teachers in strategies and approaches of teaching in Aralin Panlipunan in the new normal landscape. New normal, where the normal becomes new, our teaching strategies becomes unfamiliar, our learners are distant from us, they are not in the classrooms, and we miss them. They will pass the grade without even seeing them. And we come across their names in our grade sheets shaken by this deadly virus. Our DepEd Secretary, Dr. Leonor Magtulis Briones, pronounces that the Department of Education should never stop because education should continue. Education cannot wait because the children cannot wait. And in support to describe our DepEd leaders, our schools division in particular also would like to say DepEd Zamboanga del Sur should continue its services because our learners should not be left behind. Hence, this training was conceptualized. And I would like to reiterate my thanks and gratefulness to the SDS, the two men behind her, our ESDSs, and the chief of the training on how to develop these ADMs, these alternative delivery modes, and get prepared for the incoming school year, as well as this GOD chief, Dr. Tardo, for facilitating the process. We became part of the history that once upon has shaken the world. We are one of those teachers who shed light through the darkest part of the educative history. Our names were written on the pages of our modules. You are indeed a legend. Is it not a good news? Of course, it is. And as we are about to commence another school year, this training is to give a legit formation of our teachers how to do it again, having done it before, and hoping that by this time we can do it with ease and with a little expertise, and hopefully with less efforts we expect. You may be asking, what really are we going to do in this training? The chief later will further discuss, however, to give you a bird's eye view of what we're going to compile. We are going to compile all those possible modules of the central office, and if there's none yet, we will supply the missing link. So maghahanap tayo ng mga modules from the LRMDC, not from anywhere, because the legit source of all these modules is our LRMDC office through Dr. Florencio Caballero. Should there be a complete compilation of the modules already, we shall prepare the necessary activity sheets, RBIs, and TVBIs of these materials. So take note, there are 4 possible outputs of this training. A compilation of the central office modules or locally developed modules as buffers, a compilation of the RBIs, compilation of TVBIs, and a compilation of the activity sheets or LAS. But sad to note that in the earlier DMEPA of PSD says, they reported that ARPAN has not yet produced a number of activity sheets. And by this note, it has inspired me more to gather these people to prioritize the development of the LAS or the learning activity sheets to be shared to the rest of Zamboanga del Sur ARPAN teachers. Added to this training is my long-dreamed Balik Kasaysayan program of our department. The Balik Kasaysayan aimed to establish local histories and feature local heroes, local events that made up to the community we are at present. Ang dami na nating pinag-aralang mga kasaysayan sa Luzon at Visayas, but I don't remember from Mindanao, specifically for Region 9. In grade 3, where our children will focus their studies on our region, which is the theme is ako at ang aking rehiyon, iikutin po natin ang buong rehiyon hopefully upang makagawa tayo ng kasaysayan sa ating sariling rehiyon and be able to do a travelogue. A travelogue is a travel plus a dialogue. Let's add this travelogue as another output, but this may be not so compulsory. Depende po sa kung gusto po kung sino lang pa yung may talento sa pagkuha ng larawan at gagawa ng kwento. Mga kwentong may kwenta. Yun. And of course, part of this training is the CSE or the Comprehensive Sexuality Education, an effort to integrate sexuality education in Aralin Panlipunan lessons, which we will discuss later part in the afternoon. So it is expected that our trainees will tap people in your subject or in your districts to help you out in the crafting and compiling of these learning materials during the breakout session and the workshop of the second day. So tomorrow will be our second day, which is focused on the outputs production. Our ARPAN link will still be open for us to discuss how Qualcy will manage give to Aralin Panlipunan. I knew it's one of you. I already have proven your craft that has been filled with courage, with high spirit and very determined personalities to accomplish the task that is good for our learners, the core of all our educative endeavors. For and in behalf of our schools division superintendent, the assistant schools division superintendents, and our chiefs, I welcome you all to this virtual gathering of highly intellectual people in this platform. Kaya natin to. Let me repeat our ARPAN mantra. Let's say it together. Basta ARPAN, walang inuurungan. Laban ka ARPAN. A blessed and COVID-free morning, everyone. Mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Alma Carbonilla, for that warm welcome. Talagang laban sa Arpan, Sir Ryan.
Yes, Ma'am Van.
For us to be reminded of the virtual etiquettes we need to observe during this training, we are pleased to have the Master Teacher 2 of Josefina District giving you Ma'am Gregoline Leonardo.
A warm obeisance once again to everyone. Let me present to you the training protocols. Please be reminded of the following guidelines before joining the meeting. First, training sessions will start at exactly 8 a.m. Be in the meeting at least 15 minutes before the start time. Use of desktop or laptop running Windows or Mac OS installed with the latest version of Microsoft 365 apps, including Microsoft Teams, is highly encouraged. Ensure that you have good and stable internet connectivity. Turn off other streaming services like YouTube, Spotify, and Netflix, among others. Next, it is best to use a headset so you can hear the discussion clearer. Find a quiet place without any distractions so you can focus on the sessions. We highly encourage you to turn your camera on if your internet connection and your device allow you to do so. Always keep your microphone and screen sharing off at all times. Do not turn them on unless asked otherwise. Actively listen and participate in the discussions and assignments. Use the chat box to ask questions and interact with the speaker and organizers. Lastly, do not share this email or the links in this email to non-attendees. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Greg, for reminding our teachers for the observance of the protocols of an online activity.
Without so much ado, let us acknowledge the participants of this training. Let me give you Teacher 3 of Mahayag North District, Ma'am Aralin Flores.
My salute to our school's division superintendent, Dr. Maharani M. Jacinto, our two assistant schools division superintendent, Dr. Romeo Daligdig, and ESDS, Dr. Raymond Salvador, to our CID chief, Dr. Joliet Magallanes, the ARPON education supervisor, Division of Zamboanga del Sur, Dr. Alma Lapot Carbonella, fellow teachers, participants, a great morning to all of us. My task this morning is to present the participants of the 3-day virtual training on the strategies and approaches in Aralin Panlipunan and the new normal. This training to be participated by 51 districts of Zamboanga del Sur, with these districts, 2 identified participants to join the MS Teams platform, and the rest of the teachers will join via Facebook and YouTube Live. Thank you, and once again, a blissful morning to all.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Aralin. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, let us acknowledge the equally competent facilitators of this training. And to do the honor, giving you Teacher 3 from the Malinaw District, none less than Ma'am Catherine S. Suaren. Applause, please.
Let me now introduce to you, dear participants, the brilliant and well-informed group of facilitators for this 3-day virtual training on strategies and approaches in teaching Aralin Panlipunan in the new normal. Our first facilitator is a Master Teacher 2 of Josefina District, a kind-hearted and beautiful lady in her own way. She is Miss Gregelin D. Leonardo. She will be discussing later the what's and how's of module writing. To discuss the basic principles of radio-based instruction or RBI development is Mr. Ranji Bagasan, a talented teacher from San Pablo II District. Our next facilitator is the beautiful and multi-talented Master Teacher 2 of Mahayag North District. She is Miss Evelyn O. Kapadngan. She will delve into the basic principles of TV-based instruction or TVBI development. Mr. Ryan G. Tulod, the ever-energetic and active Teacher 3 from Tabina 1 District, will be discussing on how to prepare activity sheets based on ADM materials first thing in the afternoon session. The mother hen of Aralin Panlipunan in the division of Zamboanga del Sur, Dr. Alma L. Carbonilla, will give us the quick run-through of the Comprehensive Sexuality Education or the CSE. Our next facilitator will be discussing the Comprehensive Sexuality Education K to Grade 3 Primer, a competent and knowledgeable Teacher 3 of Mahayag North District. She is Miss Eileen C. Flores. Yours truly will be discussing the Comprehensive Sexuality Education, a primer for Grade 4 to Grade 6 learners. Last but not the least, our facilitator is a Master Teacher 1 from Tukulan West District, a beautiful person inside and out. He is Mr. Alan Caballero. And that people are the wonderful people will be with us in this 3-day virtual training participants. So please stick around and enjoy the show. God bless and keep safe, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Kath. You know, Sir Ryan, we really appreciate the enthusiasm of teachers today for attending this training. Katatapos lang ng virtual in-service training natin, and we have earned a that training. And today, another training will boost our teachers' capacities and abilities.
Yes, Ma'am Van. Ika nga, learning is a lifelong process. Learning never stops. Hence, our mantra or our battle cry, learning must continue amid pandemic because education cannot wait. Hindi po tumitigil ang ating pagkakatuto dahil ito ay para rin sa ating mga kabataan, para sa bata, para sa guro, at para sa bayan. Sulong edukalidad.
Tama, sir. So, to learn more about the program matrix of this 3-day, we give you Master Teacher 1 of Mahayag North, Ma'am Evelyn Kapadngan.
Good morning, everyone. My task this morning is to discuss the training matrix of the 3-day virtual training on strategies and approaches in teaching Aralin Panlipunan in the new normal time. So for the activity, this will be the matrix to be followed. For day 1, September 6, 2021, we have the opening program, protocols on the online activity from 8 to 9. We have Ma'am Vanessa Cisenisa and Ryan Tolod. At 9 a.m. to 10, we have the What's and Hows of the Module Writing by Ma'am Gregilyn Leonardo. At 10 a.m. to 11, we have the Basic Principle of Radio-Based Instruction Development by Ranji Bagasan of San Pablo II District. At 11 to 12 noon, we have the Basic Principle of TV-Based Instruction Development by yours truly, Ma'am Evelyn Kapadngan. Then, at the afternoon, we have the session started at 1 p.m. to 2. We have how to prepare activity sheets based on the ADM materials by Sir Ryan Tulud. And at 2 p.m. to 2:45, we have the Comprehensive Sexuality Education or the CSE. For the primer, we have Dr. Alma Carbonelia. And for the K-3 primer at 2:45 to 3:15, we have Eileen Flores. And still at the CSE for grades 4 to 6, we have Catherine Swarin at 3:15 to 3:45. At 3:45 to 4:45, we have the topic of Balikasaysayan by Sir Alan Caballero, the MT1 of the Coran West District. And at 4:45 to 5, we have the announcements by our Education Supervisor of Aralin Panlipunan, Dr. Carbonelia. For the day 2 session, we have our MS Teams platform. So This will be on the workshops on the ADM development about modules, RBIs, TBBIs, LAS, and the travel log. So ARPAN link will be given to you on the second day. And on the third day, we have the presentation of outputs to be given still on the MS Teams platform. So this will be done at 8:30 to 11, and after this one, after the presentation of outputs will be the closing program. So I hope that you will be guided by our activity during this 3-day training. Thank you and God bless us all.
Let's give her our undivided attention.
Thank you to our two beautiful hosts. Good morning, everyone. I am thankful for all of you for sharing your time with us just to join this 3-day virtual training on the strategies and approaches in Aralin Panlipunan for this new normal. As someone once said, the show must go on. Not that this is a show, but I appreciate your effort to be together virtually. It's my sincere honor to welcome you with profound wish and heartfelt prayer for your health and safety in this trying time. I would also like to express my profound gratitude to all those doctors, nurses, and workers who are serving so selflessly on the front lines of this health crisis. As we start the bare months, because it's now second week of September, and what is memorable this week because we are also celebrating the we will be celebrating, the SDO anniversary around, but sad to note that in this new normal, while nature is reawakening, humanity is facing one of its darkest periods in living memory. COVID-19 is causing tragic loss of life, and the measures needed to fight it have turned our world upside down, affecting billions of people and stopping economies in their tracks. Zamboanga del Sur is no exception. In fact, we experienced now the surge of this virus. Here in Pagadian City, for instance, many are affected. Individuals who are tested positive keep on coming. Ambulance is busy working or carrying patients from different municipalities. In fact, some of the patients are no longer accommodated and just stayed at the premises of the hospitals waiting for help from our doctors and nurses. A virus not visible to the naked eye has put the world on pause. It has put into question how and where to go from here. Everyone grapples with the immediate needs of this public health crisis. And we probably only just have seen the tip of the iceberg of the many shifts this pandemic will trigger in terms of the socio-economic fallouts and so much more. Chronically underfunded health systems are ravaged. There were and are few ventilators and insufficient medical workers. Confinement measures have aggravated the already desolate situations. So everyone Let's observe maximum health safety. Despite all these challenges, our role as teachers never stop. We must continue performing the tasks as entrusted by the Department of Education for the welfare of our learners want to achieve. For you to be properly guided as to what are the things that will transpire in this 3-day webinar, allow me to begin this orientation by sharing to you a story, hoping that this serves as a looking glass for you to be able to mirror the quality of instruction that you will offer to the learners as we continue embracing the distance learning. This is a story of a wise man's jokes. A wise man once faced a group of people who were complaining about the same issues over and over again. One day, instead of listening to the complaints, he told them a joke, and everyone cracked up laughing. Then the man repeated the joke. A few people smiled. Finally, the man repeated the joke a third time, but no one reacted. So the man smiled and said, "You won't laugh at the same joke more than once. So what are you getting from continuing to complain about the same problem?" Now, if we're going to analyze the story, you're not going to get anywhere if you keep complaining about the same problem, but do nothing to fix it. Don't waste your time complaining, expecting other people to continue to react your complaints. Instead, take action to make a change. Don't waste your time complaining for the many responsibilities as mandated by the Department of Education through our schools division office, the voluminous paperwork to comply, portfolios to accomplish, modules, worksheets, and other instructional materials to prepare just to address the academic needs of our learners. Instead of blaming the people, instead of blaming us, instead of blaming your supervisor, the school's division office in particular for making your life difficult in this new normal, which is full of ambiguities, always complaining for the unending task, why don't you focus on doing worthwhile things which can generate notable results, particularly in improving your craft as educators? Strengthening your capability in teaching Aralin Panlipunan so that you can deliver the subject effectively. As teachers in Aralin Panlipunan, you are accountable and responsible in implementing or transferring the technology or the learnings or insights gained from this virtual convergence to your wards. It is your responsibility to provide your learners, particularly in this new normal, the best that you could give to them. As Dr. Ariston Villarreal once said, love your calling with passion. It is the meaning of your life. So your development as teachers through attending various seminars and other similar undertakings will increase your capability and efficiency in enhancing the educational benefits of the learners. The learners who will be under your care will have a greater chance of survival in this VUCA world. VUCA, which stands for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, which simply describes the situation of constant unpredictable change that is now the norm of today's world. Then those who will be under the less prepared teachers. So this is based on the maxim that the more you have, the more you can give. So the teacher with only few units in Aralin Panlipunan, for example, and you are there forced to teach the subject, is aware of her limitations. As a teacher, How can you prepare lessons and situations that will be fully appreciated and enjoyed? How can you transmit the component of its values that will redound to the benefit of your words? Your 4 years in college are inadequate to meet the exigencies of classroom teaching. Most of us before were not trained in using online technology, but now we are forced to embrace it because this is the only way where we can connect with each other without sacrificing our safety and security because of COVID 19. Connectivity is indispensable, whatever it takes to stay focused and to remain sane in this new normal. For those who are not adept in using the technology, you need to catch up. Otherwise, you will be left behind. You need to capacitate yourselves in order to survive in this digital age. So you will not struggle in accomplishing tons of online tasks as mandated by the Department of Education. To remedy this debility, you owe to have initiative, enterprise, and resourcefulness. Above all, you have to equip yourselves by attending various trainings, seminars, workshops, and conferences. You need to go out of the confines of traditional instruction because learning does not exist in a vacuum. You have to broaden your professional orientations in many ways. That's the foremost reason why we're here in this virtual room, attending this 3-day virtual training of trainers on strategies and approaches in teaching Aralin Panlipunan in this new normal, just to be properly capacitated on the strategies or approaches in teaching the subject, enhance your skills in preparing activity or worksheets because based on my report last Friday during the DemandCom, we can only print materials for grades 1 to 6 because of limited budget. No materials for grades 7 to 10 unless the central office will again send to us additional budget so that we can also print those materials not mentioned in our report. At the same time, you need to produce radio scripts to be aired in our partner local radio stations and television scripts for DepEd TV channel in accordance with the most learning competencies and to create and upload these materials through Google Drive for other teachers to also utilize. Now, for those assigned as Araling Panlipunan coordinators, because I know that not only Araling Panlipunan teachers very essential because this training would somehow help improve your leadership skills in spearheading or coordinating Araling Panlipunan related activities in your respective schools or districts. So one of the important duties is for you to come up with an analysis on 3-year performance of learners in this subject. At the same time, gather best practices implemented by the different schools and for you to be able to document it. Now, hence the responsibility of developing the learners through the efforts of well-equipped, well-trained teachers will pave the way in transforming human potentials into human productivity that will supply new momentum to economic, social, emotional, physical, and humanitarian consideration. So your role in the development of change, especially in this new normal, cannot be overemphasized. You have this very crucial role to play in the achievement of educational targets. Hence, you need to be equipped to function properly and see it that the teaching of Araling Panlipunan subject is really relevant in terms of delivery and purposes. So as instructional facilitators, you have the significant role in the overall development of learners. You choose the material you teach to the learners, the kind of instructional materials you will give, and the moral values it conveys. So it is you who will tailor the activity that you will be able to carry out. Factors that lead to the academic development of learners start from the right attitude of the teacher. Therefore, the child should not be denied his right to be taught and to learn. Shall we therefore deny this opportunity to our pupils, to our learners as part of their personal enrichment? That's your challenge for this 3-day virtual training. Let us help each other. Let us produce our expected output with a smile in our heart. Thank you very much, and once again, good morning.
Thank you so much, Dr. Juliet Magallanes, for the overview of our training this morning and as well as a challenge to all Aralin Panlipunan teachers. All right, I guess we are all set. I would like to inform everyone that this training is live via Microsoft Teams and YouTube. All Aralin Panlipunan teachers, school coordinators, and district coordinators are encouraged to attend, for there will be no more re-echo training to be conducted after this.
Yes, Ma'am Van. And so, let's get the ball rolling. And now, may I summon our first speaker this morning to discuss on the what's and hows of module writing. Ladies and gentlemen, the Master Teacher 2 of Josefina District, Ma'am Gregoline Leonardo. A virtual applause for her.
happy Monday morning to all the teachers in Aralin Panlipunan in elementary. I would like to personally acknowledge the owner of this presentation, Dr. Muhammad Rindo, a head teacher from Dinas National High School. Sir, thank you so much for sharing this presentation to us. When teachers started the modular distant learning last year, not all understood how modules were prepared. This session reviews how modules were written for teachers to appreciate their use in this time, and also for them to write SLMs following the ADM standards. The session aims to define module, discuss the legal basis of module, discuss the guiding theories and principles in writing a module, and discuss the important elements of module and how to write them effectively. What is a module? Module is a teaching and learning tool that is complete in itself and presents specific tasks in a systematic way. When we say complete, it means that it contains all the steps taken by the teacher when teaching in a face-to-face classroom situation, and these steps are methodically presented in the module, starting from conditioning a learner to assessing the learning of the learner. Further, it aims for the student to learn on his or her own without books and direct teacher guidance. In modular learning, the learners are independent. They have no teachers who will guide them, only parental guidance. This can be done at home or anywhere outside the school. The module for the student needs to be just lighter and less boring. Also, don't forget to keep it simple. Because learners are independent in modular learning, it is important that, as much as possible, the explanation of the lesson, as well as the directions in doing the activities, are not too hard to understand. All should be in the level of the abilities of our students. Indeed, let us make it easy in the easier way. We heard many teachers saying that there were many activities in the modules last year which were not answered. We may modify these activities. This is to ensure that the interest in answering the module is there. What are the legal bases for the use of module? First one is Republic Act 9155, or the Governance of Basic Education Act. This act is considered the heart of the formal education. The law mandates that the state shall encourage local initiatives for improving the quality of basic education. Also, Republic Act number 11510, an act institutionalizing the alternative learning system in basic education for out-of-school children in special cases and adults, and appropriating funds therefore. The alternative learning system had used the modular learning already, and today this is now adopted in the formal education. Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan in time of COVID-19, BELCP. The BELCP was crafted to provide guidance to the department on how to deliver education during pandemic while ensuring the welfare of all learners, teachers, and personnel of the agency. And Memorandum Number 180, Series 2020, also known as the proper utilization of self-learning modules for learners' portfolio and assessment. Now let us discuss the theories underlying the writing of modules. What are the theoretical bases for the use and writing of modules? One is the theory of independent study by Wedemeyer 1994. Wedemeyer described independent study a type of study that can be done in a traditional classroom setting, or it is a kind of study that can also be done outside the school. Wedemeyer characterized independent study as one of which, first, the student and the teacher are separated. This describes our situation now, where the students are at home with their family and the teachers are in school preparing the modules and the activity sheets. The next is the normal processes of teaching and learning are carried out in writing or through some other medium. Today, there are different modalities we utilize. These are blended, modular, RBI, and TVBI. The next one is teaching is individualized. Learning takes place through students' activity. There are many activities in the modules, and when learners answer them, learning begins. Learning is made convenient for the student in his or her own environment, and the learner takes responsibility for the pace of his or her own progress with freedom to start and stop anytime. Another theory anchored is the theory of Bloom's taxonomy. The Bloom's taxonomy is a set of 3 hierarchical models used to classify educational learning objectives into levels of complexity and specificity. The 3 lists cover the learning objectives in cognitive, affective, and sensory domains. These are remembering, understanding, applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating. The Bloom's taxonomy is commonly used to assess learning on a variety of cognitive levels. The next one is the constructivism learning theory. This is based on the idea that students actually create their own learning based on their previous experiences. So it is important that activation of prior knowledge should take place because this is part of the learning wherein learner construct their own learning experience. The next one is the experiential learning theory, which focuses on learning by doing. Using this theory, students are encouraged to learn through experiences that can help them retain information and recall facts. There was a saying that goes that when teachers discuss their lesson in the classroom, there is a possibility that learners forget what they see and hear. Nonetheless, if the teachers engage the students, they will surely understand the lesson. So answering the activities is also a way of learning by doing. General specifications of ADMLR. In terms of structure and sequence, number one, LR is easy to understand. Two, lessons shall be arranged from simple to complex. I remember that there was a lesson in a particular grade level that before we teach our students about the role of family in the community, we teach them first to identify the members of their family. That example is arranging the lessons from simple to complex. The next one is visuals and graphic organizers shall be available to facilitate better understanding of the lesson. Graphic organizers are helpful learning tools for students for all ages to organize, clarify, or simplify complex information. They help students construct understanding through an explanation of the relationship between concepts. Size of the letters and sentences shall be appropriate to the target learners. Later, I will present to you the standard size of the letters and sentences. And presentation shall be engaging and interesting. The next one is kindergarten materials should be engaging, activity-based, and challenging. Now, young children love to play. They like to run with their playmates, they love to sing with their classmates, and they also love to dance with them. But we cannot do that in this new normal. So teachers, we have to make sure that the activities we are giving them in the modules are enjoyable and fun. Be multisensorial. Individuals learn better if they are taught using more than one sense. The senses usually employed in multisensory learning are visual, auditory, kinesthetic, and tactile. And the next one is align with the theme of the curriculum. Enhance the development of the different domains. These domains are the affective, the cognitive, and the psychomotor. Visuals shall be in true color. Pupils in kindergarten begin to learn how to identify true colors. Therefore, it is imperative that visuals should be in true color, like coloring the clouds with blue and sun with yellow. Materials for kindergarten to grade 3 shall consider I do, we do, you do procedure with the help of a learning facilitator. The I do, we do, you do procedure are steps in explicit teaching. And explicit teaching is a method that is recommended for teaching kinder and grade 3. The next one is the content. ADM-LR shall follow the K-12 curriculum, teacher's guide, teacher's manual, teacher's material, textbook issued by the department. So teachers must have all these references. Second, the learning competency shall be subtasked if it is necessary. Subtasking is breaking down of learning competency that is too broad. This is to break it down into components to identify the important skills that pupils should develop. Next, content shall use pedagogical approaches that are constructivist, inquiry-based, reflective, collaborative, and integrative. The next one is, content shall be logically arranged from simple to complex, and it shall consider the learner's contexts, situations, individual needs, and capabilities. It shall provide activities that promote the development of higher cognitive skills, such as critical thinking, creative thinking, decision making, and it shall be written in real-life contexts, interactive to arouse and sustain interest and motivation of a learner. It is recommended that the present situation or happenings are presented in the modules so that there will be connection of the lesson to the present life situation. It shall provide activities that develop basic science processes. What are these? Observing, asking questions, measuring, classifying, interpreting, finding patterns, predicting, and communicating. Integrated skills, formulating hypotheses, pair testing, identifying variables, controlling variables, collecting and organizing data, interpreting data, and making conclusions. Next, content shall provide activities to unlock difficult and or new concept, activate prior knowledge to discover and learn new lesson. Next, content and activities shall be learner-centered and shall promote 21st century skills. What are these 21st century skills? These are information, media and technology skills, learning and innovation skills, communication skills, and life and career skills. Content and activities shall be congruent to the learning competency. The basis of crafting, developing the module is the MELCs, or the most essential learning competencies. Sufficient examples, activities, and easy to understand directions are provided to facilitate independent learning. Content shall be learner-centered, inclusive, and developmentally appropriate. Content shall be in smaller unit, self-instructional, and self-paced. Self-paced learning means the student learns in his or her own time and schedule. He or she doesn't need to complete the same assignments or learn at the same time as others. Next, caution, warning, reminders shall be provided to ensure safety of the learner while doing activities. At this time, it is very important to emphasize that pupils should follow health protocols. Content shall provide strategies and activities to self-monitor progress, such as criterion reference tests. In a criterion reference test, the performance of the learner is directly compared against the performance standard. Next, content shall be flexible and friendly. Content shall provide a balanced use of literature and informational texts, or fictional or non-fictional texts. What are these informational texts? Informational texts for grade K to 5 are defined as biographies and autobiographies, books about history and social studies, science and the arts, technical texts, including direction, forms, and information displayed in graphs, charts, or maps and other digital sources on a range of topics. For grades 6 to 12, an informational text includes subgenres of exposition, argument, and functional text in the form of personal essays, speeches, opinion pieces, essays, a broad audience. Linkages between and among past and present lessons shall be evident to make lessons easy to understand. So it is important that we should include review as part of the module. Next, sufficient repetition through examples, illustrations, questions, and summaries shall be provided to enhance understanding of concepts. Content, language, and the materials shall be appropriate to the reading level of the learners. The difficulty of the material shall match the ability of the learners, and the materials shall fit the objectives or the learning competency. Material shall use everyday language of the learner. Later, I will also present to you the language that is used in a particular learning area. It shall use appropriate language and vocabulary, meaning language and vocabulary that are easy to understand in a paragraph. And I believe that this number increases in grade 5 and in grade 6. The language to be used for the Mather manuscript shall be all learning areas except English is Filipino. For grades 4 to 12, Filipino ESP is Filipino. English, Science, and Math, English. For MAPI, EPP, and TLE. For grades 4 to 5, Filipino. Grades 6 to 12, English. Aralin Panlipunan for grades 4 to 10 is Filipino. Illustrations shall adhere to the social content guidelines. Later, I will also present to you what are these social content guidelines. Filipino characters shall be the subject of illustration. What are the common Filipino characters? Filipinos are known to be diligent, hospitable, and helpful, and this must be reflected as well in the module if we are portraying a Filipino learner. People, animals, places, and objects shall be appropriate to the age, grade level, and context of the learner. Illustrations shall clarify and enhance concepts. Most learners are visual learners. They love to look at drawings, pictures, so we must make it sure that if we have illustrations in the module, this illustration should enhance the lesson and the concepts the lesson is presenting. Illustrations and visual shall be gender and culture sensitive. We all know that we have different gender identity, such as the LGBTQ community. And Philippines is a very diverse country. We have so many cultures. And if we are going to present this in our module, we should make it sure that the illustrations are also portraying sensitivity. The next one is cover art shall be original and simple. Cover art shall be appropriate to the age, grade level, and culture of the learners. Cover art shall have elements such as colors, artwork, and title. Title written in the cover art shall convey the theme of the book and must be interesting to the reader. Cover art shall bear the official DepEd and ADM logo. Technical specifications of ADM-LR. We have here for kindergarten to grade 7 to 12, the standard paper size is A4. The margin is 1, and there should be 4 pages in kindergarten. 4 pages also for grades 1 to 2. And for grade 3 to 6, there should be 8 pages, while for grade 7 to 12, 16 pages. Color for design and layout. For cover page, English, the color is light blue. Filipino, dark blue. And then we have science, orange. Mathematics, green. Aralin Panlipunan is red. Then ESP, brown. Yellow for MAPE. White for mother tongue. Violet for EPP-TLE. Pink, that is the color for kindergarten. And for senior high, the color is black. Then presenting to you also the design and layout. We are going to follow this because this is what is stated in the ADM standards. Another, for the violator, the font type is Arial, and it should be in 18 points. The violator indicates not for sale or hindi ipinagbibili. And we have now the different typography. We have for the kinder, and you are also seeing the standard font size to be used in a particular grade level. These are now the social content guidelines that should be observed in developing a module. Number 1, for the Filipino learner, portray the learner as multifaceted with physical, intellectual, and psycho-emotional, spiritual, and socio-cultural traits. Next, highlight the dignity of learner and communicate respect for their rights. Uphold the learner's unique values and principles that shape their way of thinking and dealing with others. Mirror the diversity of learners' lived experiences, settings, and contexts. In depicting the Filipino learner in the module, we should also depict learners as capable of constructing and reflecting on their own experiences and the experiences of others. Portray learners as active seekers of knowledge who rely on multiple sources of information and are able to think critically about that knowledge. When we say rely on multiple sources, this means that the Filipino learners know how to look for information in different sources. Also, they know how to filter information because not all that are shared are true. Next, depict learners as having 21st century skills. These learners have information, they know about media and technology, learning and innovation skills, communication skills, and career skills, and these learners actively develop, take advantage of, and put such skills to good use. Next, nurture learners' curiosity and creativity so they will develop into lifelong learners. Letter B, the Filipino nation and Philippine society depict national symbols and institution in context that promote respect for their meanings. Like for example, in our lesson, we teach our pupils what they are going to do during flag raising, during singing of the national anthem. This is instilling them respect to our national symbols. The next one is foster a sense of justice and obedience to and respect for the Constitution and the law. Maximize the use of illustrations and photographs depicting the diversity of Philippine settings and environments. Example, the local communities in the area. Local objects, flora and fauna endemic to the Philippines. I also remember that there is a lesson in Aralin Panlipunan grade 3 where it is about comunidad. In that particular lesson, the teacher should contextualize the lesson by presenting kung ano yung mga lugar na makikita sa isang komunidad, kung ano yung mga magagandang makikita sa isang komunidad. Highlight the diversity of Philippine cultural communities, including indigenous cultural communities. Depict expression of Philippine cultures, technologies, inventions, games, dances, songs, literature, dress, food, festivals, celebrations, practices, customs, and others, guided by protocols for culture sensitivity, such as DO 51 Series 2014, following the guidelines on the conduct of activities and use of materials involving aspects of indigenous people's culture. Show community settings that feature a mix of rural, suburban, and urban situations without stereotyping any of them. So by the time that we are going to describe a particular place, we have to make sure that we are doing it without any bias. Refrain from giving importance and attention to popularized fads, transitory personages, and events and untested theories or views. Include foreign products, practices, and value only as needed and appropriate to the competencies being covered. When included, these foreign products must be featured in ways that do not prejudice Philippine products, practices, and values. So when we are going to present foreign products, we have to make sure that we are also promoting and we are not giving any prejudice to the Philippine products or any practices and values. Encourage participative and responsible citizenship, depicting individual initiative rather than overdependence on organized government, dole-outs, or foreign aid. That is why also in our lesson, we highlight those persons or Filipino communities that volunteer to help victims of different calamities. Promote respect to the rights of children, elderly persons with disability, indigenous cultural community, indigenous peoples, pregnant women, workers, and other vulnerable sectors of the society. promote the observance of high ethical standards and codes of behavior in all aspects of the society, foster attitude for inclusivity, acceptance, understanding, and appreciation for diverse cultures, sectors, and groups in society. The packed contributions of individuals and ethnic, cultural, and religious groups that promote the common good of the community and the larger society. We also need to feature role models who come from different places, historical periods, socio-cultural context, genders, abilities, and ages. And they must be of exceptional for that person regardless of his or her ethnic, cultural, or political origin or affiliation. Depict a person's or a group's accomplishments and virtues accurately and avoid sensationalizing or unduly extolling them. Avoid the depiction of physical, sexual, verbal, and mental abuse of adults and children, as well as violent sports and entertainment. Avoid featuring or including situation and materials that encourage or rationalize crime, violence, and other maligning of people. So as much as possible, what we want to present are those that will leave happy examples to our learners. Depict the ethical, physical, mental, religious, cultural, and socio-economic diversity of individuals and their circumstances in society and promote sensitivity to and respect for the dignity and equal treatment of all. Avoid views or opinions that highlight stereotypes and encourage cultural, moral, and social insensitivities against particular classes, gender, groups, political affiliation, cultural, or religious groups. Avoid sexist language, bias, prejudice, and stereotyping of various genders in the depiction of behaviors, home and family roles, professions, occupations, and contribution to society. We want to develop our learners to become respectful to others. Social institutions for family. 1. Show respect for different family patterns. Example, nuclear, extended, with a single parent or with two parents. We have different orientations in terms of family, and we need to emphasize that as well in our module. In various areas of home, like finances, education of the children, reproductive health, and others. For religious faith groups, use religious references, symbols, celebrations, and language in the text or illustrations or photographs, free of bias, and only when it is appropriate in relation to the subject matter. So we have to remember that we are going to present any religious references with free of bias. Ensure that any reference to a religious group is appropriate, accurate, and authentic in relation to the setting and or period of history in which they are presented. For work institutions, present and promote a balanced and just relationship between workers and managers in the depiction of their roles and responsibilities. Show workers of various professions that contribute positively to the development or growth of their communities of the country. Present public servants such as police officers, soldiers, and government officials as responsible, accountable, trustworthy, and working for the common good of the community. As much as possible, we need to present these or our public servants as persons who are worth emulated. Avoid mentioning commercial brand names and corporate logos in text or showing them in illustrations or photographs. What are we going to do instead? Writers may invent or fabricate a brand in order to fulfill the purpose of the lesson without promoting real brand names and products. Avoid incorporating any form of commercial solicitation and advertising, like promotional materials, chain letters, and pyramid schemes. Gender. Avoid differentiating either explicitly or implicitly between the capability of males and females to contribute to the political, economic, or social well-being of Philippine society of the world. So we should not be saying that males are good leaders. Males are only good leaders in the country, or females are the only good persons who are fit to be teachers. Maintain balance in the treatment of gender roles, occupations, and contributions in both text and non-text material. Depict gender and sexuality as an aspect of one's personhood in positive ways. Portray gender and sexual diversity in a respectful manner using a rights-based approach. So in the rights-based approach, we are centering the lesson on the right and showing the right to be respectful for different gender in our community. For media, technology, and communication. For number one, we should remember that when we portray ethical media practices like the proper use of social media, demonstrate the importance of using different forms of media as means for communication and expression of ideas. Highlight technological innovations as products of human ingenuity and as part of human development. Depict responsible, safe, and secure use of information and communications technology. So we should also teach our pupils their accountability, especially when using social media or any form of technology. Promote positive and healthy attitude towards ICT and its use. For style guide, to style learning resources written in English, the following references shall be used. For basic style concerns, the latest edition of the Chicago Manual of Style, CMOS, by the University of Chicago Press should be used. For grammar and style concerns, the latest edition of Elements of Style by William Strunk and E.B. White. For spelling and word division, we are going to use the latest edition of Merriam Dictionary, International Dictionary of the English Language. For in-text citations and reference lists, the 6th edition of the 16th edition of the Chicago Manual of Style. For style learning resources written in Filipino, the grammar rules and standards set by the Commission sa Wikang Filipino and Commission sa Wikang Filipino Manual sa Masinop na Pagsusulat 2014 and the orthography for mother tongue shall be used. What are the elements of Aralin Panlipunan module? This is now the part where we are going to review the important parts of the Aralin Panlipunan module. We have actually 12 elements. First, we have the pamagat, alamin, then subukin, balikan, tuklasin, suriin, pagyamanin, isa-isip, isagawa, tayah element, as well as each part. And what you are seeing now is the cover page and its parts. We have here the development team, where you can see the copyright of the title, and also the part where you will write the names of the writers, the editors, and also the address of the printing of the publication or the module. So in the title page, what will you see, or what does it include? We have here the grade level identifier. And remember that in Aralin Panlipunan, it should be red in color. And then you have the resource title. The resource title is the name of the learning area and the DepEd logo. The first part of the module is alamin. Ano nga ba ang makikita sa alamin? Sa bahaging ito, malalaman mo ang mga dapat mong matutuhan sa module. Dito na isulat or sinusulat ang mga learning competency at saka yung performance standard at content standard. The example that you are seeing right now is an example taken from a central office module sa grade 1. Sa module na ito, pag-aaralan natin ang impormasyon tungkol sa inyong sarili tulad ng inyong buong pangalan, pangalan ng inyong magulang, kaarawan at edad. Ito yung mga layunin ng aralin. Pagkatapos ng araling ito, ikaw ay inaasahang una, nasasabi ang pangalan. Pangalawa, nasasabi ang kapanganakan o kaarawan at edad. Nasasabi rin ang tirahan at nasasabi ang pangalan ng paaralan. Ang pangalawang parte naman ng ating module ay ang subukin. Sa pagsusulit na ito, makikita natin kung ano na ang kaalaman mo sa aralin ng module. Kung nakuha mo ang lahat ng tamang sagot, maaari mong laktawan ang bahaging ito ng module. So, ito yung bahagi kung saan ang mga bata ay sumasagot sa tinatawag nating pre-test. Ang pre-test kadalasan ay multiple choice. Ngunit sa halimbawa ng ito, ang subukin naman ay iba ang kanyang presentation. Panuto, ibigay ang mga impormasyong tinatanong. Isulat ang sagot sa mga guhit na nasa ibaba ng bawat bilang. Una, kailangan isulat ng mag-aaral ang kaniyang buong pangalan. Pangalawa, ano ang tawag sa inyo, mga kalaro? Ang sunod naman na bahagi ay balikan. Ang balikan, ito ay maikling pagsasanay o balik-aral upang matulungan kang mayugnay ang kasalukuyang aralin sa naunang leksyon. So this is now the review of the previous lessons or simply the activation of the prior pupils. So ito naman yung example na kinuha ko mula sa CO module ng Aralin Panlipunan Grade 1. Ang sunod na bahagi naman ay tuklasin. Sa bahaging ito, ang bagong aralin ay ipakikilala sa iyo sa maraming paraan tulad ng isang kwento, awitin, tula, pambukas ng suliranin, gawain o isang sitwasyon. Ito yung bahagi kung baga ginagawa ng guro ang motivation. At ito naman yung halimbawa na aking kinuha sa module sa grade 1. Dito, ang bagong aralin ay ipinakikilala sa pamamagitan ng pag-uusap o isang dialogo. Ang sunod naman na bahagi ay ang suriin. Sa seksyong ito, bibigyan ka ng maikling pagtatalakay sa aralin. Layunin nitong matulungan kang maunawaan ang bagong konsepto at mga kasanayan. Ito yung bahagi kung saan the discussion of the lesson is written. Ito naman yung halimbawa na nasa CO module. Ang sunod na bahagi ay ang pagyamanin. Binubuo ito ng mga gawain para mapatnubay at malayang pagsasanay upang mapagtibay ang iyong pag-unawa at mga kasanayan sa paksa. Maaari mong iwasto ang mga sagot mo sa pagsasanay gamit ang susi sa pagwawasto sa huling bahagi ng module. Ang pagyamanin ay ang mga activities na kailangan gawin ng mga mag-aaral. For grade 1, mayroong 2 to 3 activities dapat sa modules. So ito naman yung halimbawa sa pagyamanin. Ito ay isa sa mga activities na dapat gawin ng mga mag-aaral. Isa-isip. Naglalaman ito ng mga katanungan o pupunan ang patlang ng pangungusap o talata upang maproseso kung anong natutunan mula sa aralin. So ibig sabihin ito lang yung parang generalization of the lesson. So ito naman yung halimbawa. Ito ay isang talata kung saan dapat kumplituhin ng mga mag-aaral sa pamamagitan ng pagpili ng tamang word o tamang salita. Isagawa. Ito ay naglalaman ng gawaing makatutulong sa iyo upang maisalin ang bagong kaalaman o kasanayan sa tunay na sitwasyon o realidad ng buhay. Ibig sabihin, this is now the application of the lesson to the real life situation. At ito naman yung halimbawa. Ang tayahin naman ay ito yung post-test. Ito ay gawain na naglalayong matasa o masukat ang antas sa pagkatuto sa pagkamit ng natutuhang competency. Kadalasan ito ay nasa multiple choice. Pero ito naman, iba naman ang ginamit ng writer. Usually yung pre-test at post-test, magkaiba talaga dapat. At ang susunod naman ay karagdagang gawain o ang assignment, kung saan sa bahaging ito may ibinibigay na bagong gawain upang pagyamanin ang kaalaman at kasanayan sa natutuhang aralin. At ito naman yung halimbawa na nakuha ko mula sa module. At ang susi sa pagwawasto. Naglalaman ito ng mga tamang sagot sa lahat ng mga magawain sa module. Mga guro, dapat po nating isama ang susi sa pagwawasto dahil ito po ay kasama at isa sa mga bahagi ng SLMs. At kung titingnan ninyo ng mabuti, ang susi sa pagwawasto ay naka-upside down o nakabaliktad po siya. At ang huli naman ay ang sanggunian. Ito ang talaan ng lahat ng pinagkukuhanan sa paglikha o paglinang ng module na ito. At ito naman po ang halimbawa ng sanggunian. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pakikinig. Sa muli, ako po si Gregeline D. Leonardo mula sa Josefina Central Elementary School, Josefina District.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Greg. And I believe that our teachers now are equipped and capacitated with the necessary things to consider in writing a module. In our previous school year, we have proven that the different learning modalities were useful and effective in continuing education. Aside from the modules, our learners were able to learn from radios and televisions. And for that, we are going to learn today the essential role of radio-based instruction in the teaching learning process. To discuss about the basic principles of radio-based instruction or RBI development, giving you Sir Ranji Bagasan of San Pablo II District. Sir Ranji. Okay, since Suranji cannot access the platform, we have the alternate speaker this morning, giving you Ma'am Vanessa Seneza of Aurora District. A virtual applause for her.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will be discussing to you today radio-based instruction principles. Broadcasting over the radio makes it possible for our learners to access lessons and support learning. With the advent of COVID-19 pandemic, many students were not able to come to school. That is why we educators are responsible for extending equality education and to remote areas of our division and to our respective stations. So I guess our participants are ready for this radio-based instruction principles. Let me present to you our objectives for this session. First, to equip teachers with knowledge and skills in writing scripts for radio-based instruction. So later, I will be teaching you on how to write. I will be presenting to you the format and approaches on how to create your scripts for radio-based instruction. Second objective, understand the principles of writing scripts for radio-based instruction or RBI. And our last objective, formulate scripts using school on the air format. Okay. Let us discuss first what do you mean by radio. Ano nga ba ang radio? It is a very important tool in teaching during this new normal. Actually, radio has been used over the years, not only in this COVID-19 pandemic, pero matagal na natin ginamit ang radio sa pagtuturo. Ngayon lang natin siya binigyan ng emphasis because of this COVID-19 pandemic. It offers greater and wider opportunities for our learners, especially yung mga walang TV sa kanilang mga tahanan. And it is a two-way exchange of learning because in using the radio, our learners are holding their respective modules. Previously, the purpose of radio is just to give entertainment. Lagi natin sinasabi, ay makikinig ako ng drama sa radio. Pero ngayon, ipinasok na natin siya sa ating Department of Education to entertain, to inform, and to educate. And the emphasis of this session is the third purpose, which is to educate. You may be asking sa ating mga participants ngayon na nasa ating YouTube Live or MS Teams, how can we maximize radio in teaching? Paano ba natin gagamitin ang radio sa ating pagtuturo? Next, what preparations do we need to undertake in teaching through radio? Ito ay hindi birong proseso. Marami tayong gagawin na preparations, technical preparations, and also we need to consider the quality of our radio broadcasters, you, our teachers, okay? And does this mean that we teachers could also be a radio broadcaster? Sasagutin natin ang mga katanungang iyan sa mga susunod na slides. So, this time, I will be talking to you about the principles of radio script writing and basic radio script format. What are the different kinds of treatment or approach that we need to consider in writing our scripts? First, it must be straight narration or teacher approach. Para lang tayong nagtuturo sa classroom. Hindi yung gagamitin natin yung approach na parang nasa parang radio broadcaster talaga tayo. We are directing our students or our learners as a teacher in the classroom, pero distance learning. Second, and this is a common form of approach in speaking and teaching. Yung talagang ginagamit natin sa classroom, itong tinatawag natin straight narration or teacher approach. It directly tells what to do, especially in the instructions of our modules. Next approach, dramatic approach. Where could we apply this approach? The characters depicting various roles. It is a story itself. There is a presentation, conflict, climax, and resolution. You can actually use dramatic approach in your scripts when you are telling a story that is included on our respective modules. Next, you approach. Ano ba tong you approach? Audiences are addressed directly by the word you. The teacher is directly talking to our learners. Madali lang nating intindihin. Next, fourth approach or treatment is the dialogue approach. Similar to dramatic approach, but only you are going to use this through conversation. Next, documentary approach. We are having these interviews, video clips, and sound effects. Next, what do you call this? Abstract or symbolic approach. Ideas here are not stated explicitly or directly. It involves poetry. And it is not recommended for it is rarely used approach. So ito ang i-present ko lang sa inyo ang mga different approaches. But if possible, we should use simple approaches that are stated explicitly, yung step-by-step process, because sa elementary, ang ating mga lessons are presented in an explicit instruction. Because particularly, we are also using our radio. So dapat clear ang instructions, clear ang voice, and the rest of the instructions of the module. So itong abstract or symbolic approach, it is not recommended for it is rarely used. It is a rarely used approach. Now, pupunta tayo sa susunod na kabanata. Paano ba natin gagawin ang ating mga scripts in radio-based instruction? Mahirap ba? Madali ba? I do hope that nakakasunod ang ating mga participants via MS Teams and also via YouTube. First, we need to consider, or you must be reminded, it must be brief. Dapat maikli lang, hindi masyadong mahaba, kasi in our lessons, previously in the previous school year, we had made our radio-based instruction, and I guess it consists of 30 minutes, maximum of 30 minutes lesson, so that our pupils would not be bored with our lessons, and ma-fit natin ang lahat ng mga instructions in a brief and concise manner. All right, what do we need to consider? First, our goal, the objectives of our lesson, and the audience or listeners. And sino bang ating mga listeners? Mga bata ba sila? Kindergarten for the primer, kinder K to 3 stage, or grades 4 to 6. Ito ang dapat nating i-consider. Next, the topic that we should use. And always remember that this topic must come from reach to the audience effectively. Lagi talaga nating iisipin pag tayo gumagawa ng scripts ang ating mga audience. Sino bang makikinig sa ating mga ginagawang radio-based instructions? Gather information about your audience. Yan talagang i-consider mo. You look at your audience or who will be listening to your radio-based instructions. And know your audience. Adjust the style, language, and content. If possible, contextualize ang ating mga lessons. We should use examples na makikita lamang sa paligid ng ating mga kabataan o ating mga learners. Be clear. First, kanina, be brief, be personalized, be clear. Choose simple words. Avoid a long word when a short word will do. Madali lang intindihin. Be precise. Use words carefully to provide specific meaning. And usually in a radio-based instructions, binibigay natin ng mga meaning sa mga respective words or specific words, lalo na pag ito ay mahirap intindihin ng ating mga kabataan. Kahit na gumagamit sila ng modules, maaari rin natin i-insert sa ating radio-based instructions ang mga meaning o mga kahulugan ng mga mahihirap na salita upang makasunod sila at maintindihan nila ng maigi ang ating mga pag-aaralan o aralin. Say what you mean. Huwag nang magpatumpik-tumpik pa, direct to the point kung anong sasabihin mo, be precise of your instructions. Be direct and use contractions. Next, be concise. Every word used must have purpose. Hindi lang tayo gumagawa ng mga scripts na para tayong nagiging host na tayo ng isang television show, pero ginagawa natin ang ating scripts for our learners, and we should use our words with purpose. Be concrete. Yung mga examples natin, we should avoid abstract or vague words. And words must elicit tangible images. Kasi pag tayo nakikinig ng radyo, yung mga listeners or audience natin ay nag-i-imagine din ng kung ano ba yung sinasabi natin. Because we're only listening, we're using our hearing skills. So that is why we should elicit, or the words must elicit tangible images. Yung mapipicture out talaga nila kung ano ba talaga ang ating lesson or aralin. Always remember, not too much adjectives, okay? Para naman nating ginagawang conversational ang ating radio-based instructions wherein the teacher is talking to our learners or our audience. Kahit na naman hindi sila nakaka-response or naka-interact, but we need to be conversational, all right? And be readable. We should speak the words must be cleared, and the broadcast copy must be smart and readable. Okay? Avoid sibilant words and avoid alliterations and tongue twisters. Para naman hindi yung sa tinasabi nating, ay, hindi na maririnig yung salita niya kasi ang bilis niyang magsalita. So, we must have a clear and readable script. Okay? And avoid homonyms. 9. Nakakasunod pa bang ating mga audience? I hope so. Observe the one idea, one sentence rule. Avoid overcrowding. Ang ibig sabihin ng overcrowding dito, yung mga ginagawa nating phrases or sentences sa ating scripts, must have one idea, all right? No compound sentence is allowed, okay? And attribute sources at the start of the sentence. Okay, as we go through with the radio-based instructions, always remember to attribute the source of the scripts. Kung meron man tayong include sinamang mga sources, always attribute. And I do hope that you have reviewed the copyright or intellectual right properties sa ating mga ginagamit na sources, lalo na pag ito ay nanggaling sa ating mga modules. Always use the copyright para naman ma-attribute natin kung sino bang gumawa, saan ba nanggaling ang ating mga kasali sa ating mga scripts. Okay? And prefer the indirect quotation. Ano bang ibig sabihin ng indirect quotation? Hindi ka laging magsasabi tungkol sa iyong sarili, all right? And provide phonetic spelling for unfamiliar words. So this is very true sa ating mga elementary teachers because our teachers are also teaching reading using radio-based instructions. So para naman ma-emphasize ang mga spelling ng mga hindi naman familiar na mga words because our pupils or our audience, kasama nila sa pag-aaral ang kanilang mga parents. And radio-based instruction is just a support to this learning. So that is why, kung meron mga parents na hindi alam paano sabihin yung mga salitang iyon, we teachers as radio broadcasters are ready to provide phonetic spelling for the unfamiliar words. Use transition words, okay? Repeat the message if necessary. Kung feeling mo, ikaw na radio broadcaster, hindi nila nakuha yung mensahe ng iyong sinasabi, you can repeat the message but as much as possible, slowly, be direct, at wala nang iba pang mga additional para makuha talaga ng ating mga audience, ating mga estudyante, ang ating gustong ipaabot na mga aralin. Use abbreviations and acronyms sparingly and properly. Lagi na talaga nating tatandaan ito. Because we're only, again, using our hearing skills. Hindi lahat ng mga bata alam ang mga abbreviations and acronyms. Okay? Handle figures properly, round off figures. Avoid starting sentences with a person's age with number in general. So here is a sample of an RBI script, and later I will be presenting to you the RBI script. So this time, let us have the school on the air. Okay. So tomorrow will be the workshop, actual workshop of the writing of the scripts. So this time, let us proceed first to the school on the air. Ano ba itong school on the air or first in-service training and also the virtual in-service training 2.0. Meron tayong mga piniling mga radio broadcasters and I do hope that meron tayong nakuhang mga lessons doon or mga insights and concepts on how to prepare our scripts and how to create School on the Air. Okay, what is School on the Air? It is a specially designed radio program where subject matter is presented systematically and in progressive manner with the ultimate goal of achieving desired results under a teaching learning situation. Okay, techniques employed are instructional. Although broadcasts are not under classroom conditions, students learn in their homes by themselves or in groups. What are the characteristics of School on the Air? First is it has a set of clearly defined behavioral objectives in writing your scripts and also in the School in the Air. Lagi talaga nating babalikan. We should always go back to the objectives, the goals of our lessons and to be used on the School on the Air. Well planned, composed of a single definite subject matter. If the subject matter, as you look into the most essential learning competencies, masyado siyang broad, general, we could subtask it so that we could grab a simple subject matter from that of the MELC and we could use that on our radio-based instruction. Para naman isang focus lang ang ating mga estudyante and we could reach the common goal, which is the achievement of our behavioral objectives. Next, subject matter is presented in a progressive manner. Topics should be systematic in successive order. A cooperative project of the radio station and a cooperating agency. In the division of Zamboanga del Sur, we have chosen specific municipalities all over the entire province who have radio stations where we could have our School on the Air or radio-based instructions, okay, on the specific WALSIs and municipalities. The phases of School on the Air: planning, pre-broadcast activities, broadcast proper activities, post-broadcast activities. What are under pre-broadcast activities? Preparation of the MELCs and the KTG. Enrollment campaign, pre-broadcast examination, and the writing of our radio scripts. Broadcast activities. Orientation broadcasts are the setting of the rules. Motivating students in broadcast tests. Monitoring students' progress. And the modification of the broadcast methods. We could always use a different kind of broadcast methods in our broadcast activities. And a visit to the learners. But as of now, since we are having the rise of the COVID-19 positive cases, we should limit physical visitation of our learners as much as possible, reaching our learners virtually. Kung hindi man virtually, we could have another platform, which is using our cell phones or the use of our Facebook and Instagram accounts. Post-broadcast activities. General course review. Divide it by quarters. And post-broadcast examination and graduation. The conduct of follow-up activities, evaluation of the School on the Air program. Feedback mechanisms. We should have letters, feedback forms, station visits, material incentives, text. We should ask questions through text. And here is the format of our School on the Air. Program opening, we have 1 minute. Feedback portion, 5 minutes. Review of the previous lesson, 5 minutes. Musical break, 2 to 3 minutes. Lecture of the day, 10 minutes. Brief review of the day's lesson, 3 minutes. Announcement or reminders, 2 minutes. And the closing, 1 minute. A 30-minute lesson format for the school on the air. Yun nga sinasabi ko kanina that our lesson must compose of a 30-minute lesson format. You should begin with the greetings, then followed by the introduction. You could also present yourselves, what would be your lesson, or you could present yourselves, and after that, the review of the previous lesson. And don't forget to present the objectives of the lesson. Kasi titingnan nila yan sa ilang respective modules. Kung nakakasunod ba sila. Lalo na pag itong lesson na ito ay subtask or masyadong broad or general. And then preparations or setting up. And then the presentation of the lesson. Repetition must be considered in giving emphasis. Uulitin ko. Pwede nating i-repeat ang mga statements or phrases in our scripts para ito mabigyan ng emphasis at para makuha ng ating audience or our listeners. Okay, so this is by Sir Raji Bagasan of San Pablo District, the audio editing. Okay, how to, the fastest way in editing your audio. Okay, first step is what we call this, the U-cut. You could also use this one in editing your audio. You could also install this in your respective, this is a software on your laptop or your phones. And then the U-cut video in editing your audio sa radio-based instruction. Download, open it, and that's it. Okay? And then after that, sana nakakasunod ang ating mga audience and listeners sa ating MS Teams and YouTube. If you could also use your laptops or meron ba kayong cellphones dyan or devices to install our U-cut in editing the audio for radio-based instruction. And then the next process, click New Project, and that's it. Okay. And all right. So tomorrow for the workshop, we'll be opening our links for respective questions or clarifications, lalo na sa mga naka-assign in writing our scripts and for editing the audio. Okay? Kung meron kayong mga tanong on how to install, you just follow this step. So I'll be reviewing this to you para makasunod ang lahat. Okay. So put it in a 30-minute lesson format. Okay. Nakita nyo ba yung may circle? That's a 30-minute lesson format. And then music. And then after that, insert music. Maghahanap kayo ng music for your respective lessons. I-insert niyo sa inyong audio editing. Okay, so we have chosen this one and titingnan ninyo and then click use. All right. Okay. So na-insert na natin ang music as background for our radio-based instruction. All right. You can also trim the music that would fit the 30-minute lesson for the radio-based instruction. And then, so I will be showing this slowly. So most of our teachers, some of our teachers are well-versed in editing audio, especially in this COVID-19 pandemic. Marami tayong na-discover na mga skills and capacities, which is beyond our expectations. And not only the recent or the mga teachers, the newly hired, are well-versed for this. I've seen a lot of teachers in the respective stations who are really adapting to the new normal activity, virtual trainings, and installing softwares, because the purpose for this is we should integrate technology in our lesson, especially in this radio-based instruction. So follow this one. Okay, we are inserting another music because for your radio-based instruction to be interactive, we could also use another music for another script or another segment for your lesson para merong distinction ang first emphasis and also distinction. All right? So we're inserting another music for this. Nakakasunod bang lahat? I do hope that you can post your comments on the YouTube live for suggestions or comments. And if you have also other ways of editing your audio, you can also post it. But I do hope that this instruction for the audio editing, you have followed this because this is the easiest and fastest way to edit your audio. All right. So I'll just be clicking this one. I do hope that you're following with me. Okay, and then click save. So we are now converting our video or our audio. Okay, so as an ending, take delight in the Lord and he will give you the desires of your heart. That is from Psalm 37:4. Thank you so much and good morning, everyone. Please stand by for we will be presenting to you the format of the radio-based instruction or the writing of the radio-based script. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Vanessa. It was a session rich in nahirapan tayo because this was new to us at hindi naman lahat ng guro ay mga artista, di po ba? But we have carried on the task without hesitation and the results were exceptional. And today, ladies and gentlemen, let us discuss more on how to create television-based instruction for our respective lessons. To give to us a discussion, let us welcome Master Teacher 1 of Mahayag North District, giving you Ma'am Evelyn Kapadnan.
Okay, good morning once again. So my topic this morning is all about the basic principle of elevation-based instruction development. As COVID-19 continued to threaten the lives of every people around the globe, everything has changed. Educational system in our country was one that's severely affected by this. Due to this pandemic, different learning modalities were launched just to deliver the right education for our young learners. From usual teaching learning process that takes place inside the classroom to distant learning modalities. As teachers, we should be flexible enough to embrace this change and contribute to be the change. We become actors and actresses as we face the big screen on television as instant TV talent. Lots of innovations were introduced with the use of technology. Yes, this is a big challenge in our profession, but this will not be able to hinder us not to continue to serve in the department where we belong, right? So laban lang mga para sa edukalidad na edukasyon. So my topic this morning is aimed to encourage teachers to produce TVBIs as supplementary materials to our learners and to utilize TVBIs to support learning among learners. Now, are you ready to listen with my topic? So let's start my session through a guessing game. So maglaro muna tayo mga kaguro. I will play some music and try to recall on what educational television programs they were used. You can use the chat box or comment section for your answers if you still remember them. Okay? Ready na ba kayo? So, now, let's start to have the first song. Okay, stand by for a while.
Oh, meron dala. Ang kanila man dala. Ulit yung sa. Ay, nana. Okay na.
Zamboanga del Sur Division, one of the largest divisions in Zamboanga Peninsula, has been the forefront of innovation and exemplary services even amidst the challenges posed by this pandemic. Led by its school's division superintendent, Dr. Maharani Jacinto, and through its more or less 10,000 personnel, it has remained dedicated in its pursuit for excellence and its mandate of ensuring the delivery of quality basic education to its learners. With a strong partnership with the local government and various community sectors, this division was able to engage in both curricular and extracurricular endeavors, such as the Adapt a Barangay Bayanihan project. With the production of self-learning modules, the division also conducted a unified and simultaneous orientation to its parents. Signifying the laudable leadership, SDS Jacinto also led the monitoring of Club Elementary School, a last mile and IPED school in the province. With their limited resources, Principal Joel Arnejo and the teachers of Club Elementary School also featured their program, Tingog sa Kawanangan. This division also has a weekly radio program named Ang Takna sa DepEd. Another school also recently implemented the Walkie Talkie project. Finally, with applications pouring in, an online orientation using Microsoft Teams Live was conducted last March 8, 2021. These are just some of the best practices implemented by Zamboanga del Sur Division for school year 2020-2021. As a catalyst of holistic and continuous improvement, this division pledges to pursue the heights of exceptional service delivery and be
Okay, so I'm very sorry, dear participants, because we have a problem on the playing of the music. So we will skip on that. So I will just show to you to this. If you were batang 90s, then I'm sure that you were on one of the fan of this educational television programs, such as Hiraya Manawari, a program that shows different lives of our heroes and their important roles in the Philippine history. Sineskwela, that talks about sinning at Agham. Batibot, it features sing-along videos that teach Dalpabitong Filipino, Once Upon a Time, and Matinig. So those are television programs that we were fan of viewing during our younger years. Now, let's discuss some benefits of educational television show. So first, we have TV can help child's intellect. In some research, it was found out that educational programs can help in upgrading children's intellect. It is said that children aged 2 to 7 years old who engage in educational show in television for a few hours has better result on academic tests than who don't watch television. In fact, it is very important that our television-based instruction development, because this can help our young learners to understand better what is only pictures and written in the SLMs. Next, we have TV can show children things they would see otherwise. Without television, most children would never able to see amazing things like exotic animals, different cultures, and beautiful cities. So for example, nature show and history programs are great resources for teaching children about creatures and places that they never heard of. So especially yung mga bata natin na malayo sa lungsod, so hindi sila nakakakita nito. So mas maganda talaga na mayroong television. Yung lesson natin, ilalagay natin sa television. Okay, next one is TV can provide good role models for children. Allowing your children to watch shows with characters who promote positive messages like healthy living and helping others will influence them to make good choices. So children were fond of imitating gestures, the speaking ability, even the looks of the characters they see in the television. So, mahalaga. So, in developing our TVBI's teachers, it is very important that we should be watchful and cautious with our words that we are using. Kasi susundin yan ng ating mga bata. So, pati na yung looks ninyo. So, the way you dress, the way you put your makeups, kasi baka yun ang magiging sanhi na mabubuli ka ng bata pag mag face-to-face na tayo kasi sa television, ang ganda-ganda, iba yung tingin, no? Iba yung looks mo. So, important yan mga teachers. Okay, next, television or TV provides visual and auditory presentation. It is said that someone can easily recall the events if he or she were able to see and hear it personally. Watching television can develop young learners to easily recall what they were watching. So yung television-based instruction natin nakakatulong talaga sa mga bata kasi mas madalas or mas makadevelop iyon sa retention skills nila kasi mas madaling ma-retain ang mga nakikita at naririnig nila. Di ba? So yun ang mas nakakahumaling sa mga bata kung nakikita nila doon sa television. Okay, so ito naman, so those are the benefits of the watching television programs, educational rather. So ito is an icon. So sorry, the music cannot be played. So let's proceed this one. Ano ba itong icon na ito? Yes. Supposed to be it will play. Okay, so that is our official OBB or opening billboard of the DepEd TV. So I hope teachers that you already open this website, no? Kasi gamit talaga ito sa panahon natin ngayon. In developing your TVBIs, you can use this OBB or opening billboard at the same time your CBB or the closing billboard of your TVBI output. So, nandyan yan. Just visit that site. Okay, so now let's go to television-based instruction, face-to-face learning due to COVID pandemic. So, this was now one of the most common supplementary materials that we can give to our learners to support their learning. So, kasi dito sa ating division, we're using the distance modular learning. Kaya si TVBS instruction, nagiging supplementary materials siya. So, hindi na siya ginagamit as kanang, yun na talaga ang modality kasi because of some reasons nga walang internet yung mga bata natin. So, now, this will be our supplementary materials. So, we have lots of developed TVBIs and DepEd TV that we can download and use it freely for our learners. So, marami tayong mga TVBI lessons na nandun sa DepEd TV. We have also our locally developed TVBIs. So, mayroon din tayong mga locally developed sa ating division, Zamboanga del Sur. In fact, in Aralin Panlipunan, we have a complete set of television-based instruction outputs from grades 1 to grade 10 on the third quarter. So, kompleto yan. So, kung gusto ninyo na maibigay ninyo sa mga bata yan, you can ask your ICT or your school coordinators in Aralin Panlipunan because they can secure a copy for it. Okay, so I hope so teachers, mayroon kayong mga ganyan para makatulong sa pag-aaral ng ating mga kabataan. What is the role of the teacher in TV-based instruction? So ito, ano naman ang role natin teachers? So television teachers are important at both ends of the telecast. They stand in the middle of the learning process, either projecting knowledge or aiding in direction. Synthesis and comprehension of knowledge are already acquired. So, this is just a face-to-face, para lang siyang face-to-face learning na nagtuturo ka. Ang nakaiba dito is you are facing the big screen. You are like a TV broadcaster. So, ito lang talaga. But you still imagine that you are delivering your lesson to the learners. Okay, now, these are some qualities of being a good teacher. So, first is confident, good and creative in communication skills, friendly, and engaging. So, confident is very important quality of being a TBBI teacher because you are the one who help your viewers to understand the lesson that you are presenting. So, dapat confident ka talaga na mag-deliver sa iyong TVBI lesson. So, be confident and be yourself while presenting the lesson. So, importante yun, no? Next is good and creative in communication skills. So, hindi lahat tayo mga kaguro na mayroon tayong gift for being a good communicator. So, in planning your TVBI, so you should top the teachers who are good on this. And you must be friendly, and of course, your lesson must be engaging. So, tandaan natin yan mga teachers ha, para may maggabay tayo kung paano ba talaga ang isang guro as TV talent on that television-based instruction. Okay, so what is this video production? Okay, so actually, there are 3 stages of video production. First is the pre-production, second is production, and the last one is the post-production. Now, let's talk about the pre-production. What is this pre-production? Pre-production is when the seed of your video is planned. In short, involves in identifying your goals and audience, crafting the initial video, concept, and practical planning such as budget, set, and actors. So this is very important, teachers. So in the pre-production, this is the planning stage of your TVBI development. So mahalaga dito, nakaplano lahat. So mahalaga sa ating output na mayroon talaga tayong planning. Okay. So these are supposed to be the component of your TBBI team. So sa pagpaplano, kailangan nandyan na ang inyong mga television-based instructions team. So una, si teacher or si TV talent. Next is we have the script writer, director, cameraman, video editor, makeup artist, and the graphic artist. So these TBBI teams should be identified individually during the pre-production stage. So sa pagpaplano pa lang, identified na sana ito sila. Pero we could not deny the fact that most of our teachers are busy at ito ay voluntary. So walang extra sahod si teacher dito. So voluntary ito. So we're going to top teachers who are good enough on this development or this of this platform, no? Kasi hindi lahat ng guro sanay sa gawain ito kasi technology based ito. So we should top teachers who are good enough to operate different apps for this development. So we have pwede na rin from 8 component of your TBBI STEM, we can have 4. Pwede na si teacher talent, pwede din siyang makeup artist. Si director, pwede na rin siyang cameraman. Si scriptwriter, pwede na rin siyang video editor at the same time graphic artist. So, ang importante lang doon na yung component mo sa television-based instruction ay may puso na gagawa ng inyong output, no? So, mayan ang mahalaga. na sisipot kung may gagawin na kayo sa oras na maggagawa na kayo ng inyong output. So hopefully that could kanang agreed with the team. Okay, next we have pre-production. What are the things to be considered in pre-production? So we have set goals. Setting your goals is very important in planning about the production of your TBBIs. You must know your goals so that you will have a guide and you will not guess in your production. So you consider also the melt. So the melt that you are going to develop in your presentation of your TBBI output. At the same time, the minutes that you are going to have in your output. So always remember that in our output, we have only 30 minutes. So that includes the opening billboard and the closing billboard. So yon 30 minutes lang talaga para hindi naman maboard si learner na makinig sa iyong presentation. Baka kung masyadong mataas na yung presentation mo, wala ka ng audience. So that is important that in setting your goals, that will be discussed. Next is we have the message. The message to be imparted to the viewer should be clear and simple. So katulad kanina sa RBI, ganito din ang sa television-based instruction. So in our TVBI, see to it that the message is suited to the learners you have. So, kailangan yung mga learners mo na makarelate doon sa message or sa yung television-based instruction na output. It must be direct to the point and can easily be understood by the learners. So, wala nang pasikot-sikot kasi mga elementary yung viewers natin or yung young learners natin. So, mas maganda na direct tayo. So, doon sa pre-production, dapat nakahilera or nakaset na yan lahat. Okay, next is we have the audience. The audience must be taken into consideration. We must see to it that our TVBIs is interesting to the level of the audience we have. If your audience is elementary, yes, we are in the elementary, so maybe we can add more graphics or colorful backgrounds to be more fun for the learners to see your videos. So, mas may ganyo kasi yung mga bata kung maganda yung video natin or yung TVBI instruction output natin. Okay, next we have the location. So actually, we have two types of location, the indoor and the outdoor. So in your pre-production, you should decide already your location where you are going to shoot your video. So mahalaga ito na alam na ninyo na saan kayo magsushoot. Is it indoor or in the outdoor? See to it that if you choose the right location in making your TBBIs. Your location should be free from noise, yung hindi maingay. Tapos not dark and can easily be edited. So mas maganda na mayroon kang green background kasi mas madali yung i-edit para sa mga editor yung green background. Okay, so next we have the script and storyboard. So this must be one of the most important thing to consider in pre-production of your TBBIs. Why? Because this is maybe like to our lesson plan when we are having our face-to-face classes. So, yung script natin para itong guide natin. So, this will be your guide on what you are going to do and to say during the shooting of your TBBIs. So, kailangan yung script is well prepared and quality assured. Dahil pag yung script mo hindi maganda, then your output will be a total disaster. Hindi rin maganda yung magiging kalabasan ng iyong output. Kasi dito lahat nakasalalay ni script yung paggawa ng TBBI's output. And the last one, we have the shot list. So itong shot list, ito yung iba't ibang mga shots that we're going to take during the video shoot of our television-based instruction. Okay, so now I will have to show to you the example or the script writing. So script writing is planning the entire production. So as you see, that is 70% of the work. So yung script pa lang 70% na sa inyong TBBI's output. So this must be considered the soul of your TBBI production. So ito talaga ang nagdadala ng kaluluwa, siya ang kaluluwa ng TBBI production natin. Okay, so let's continue. Here are some approaches in developing scripts. We have straight narration, teacher, or the teacher. We have you, documentary, dramatic, dialogue, abstracts, or symbolic. So these were some approaches that you can use in your script writing from your TVBI's development. So if you are going to choose on what approaches, you can either combine one or two of these approaches as long as it will fit to your lesson. Okay, so now let's discuss about straight narration. So ano ba itong straight narration? So this includes narration of facts and messages in straightforward manner, most formal and basic way of presenting the subject matter. So ito yung pinaka-basic, yung straight narration. So halimbawa, ako yung TV talent ninyo sa TVBIB. It consists of characters depicting various roles. Presentation has a climax or anti-climax and a resolution. With a dramatic, you are going to dramatize your presentation. So, magda-drama ka nito. So, see to it that if it is applicable to your lesson. So, tingnan mo lang kung applicable yung dramatic na script writing, then you can do with that. Okay, next we have the you. Audience are addressed directly by the word you. So, ano ito? Script is written as the writer is talking directly to the viewers. So how you are going to use this you approach? So ito kadalasan ang ginagamit sa mga TBBI's output, lalo na sa mga locally developed TBBI. So for example, ako na naman si TV Talent. So sasabihin ko, natapos na ba ninyong sagutan ang gawain 1, mga bata? Yon, pause ka saglit para kunwari sasagot yung mga bata. Tapos sasalita ka ulit. Magaling! Ngayon, sagutin naman ninyo ang pagtataya. So yon ang sa conversation. Lesson is presented by one or more person through a conversation. So it is very basic dialogue. So it is very basic that it is a conversation. So if you approach, you are imagining that you have someone to answer your questions. In this approach, we need two presenters. So dalawa yung TV talent natin para sila yung magpapalitan ng pagsasalita hanggang mabuo yung presentation natin for the TBBI. More realistic and credible. This applicable for science subject and Aralin Panlipunan, since you are going to introduce to the learners the real scenario of the lesson that you are presented. So mahalaga itong documentary, yun bang for example, you do an experiment sa science. So you can have that one, your experiment, and you clip that one to your TVBI production. So pwede mo yung ilagay doon. Okay, so next we have the abstract and symbolic approach. So ideas may not be stated explicitly, and audience makes own interpretation of the information presented. So this is good for the arts, but not good for scientific and technical information. So ito, magagamit itong abstract, pwede siya sa mathematics. If you are going to present about bar graphs, so you can have this abstract or symbolic approach. So these are some of the approaches in writing your script. So I hope teachers that nakatulong ito sa inyo sa pag-decide ng paggawa ng script ninyo. Okay, so let's go to the next part. We have sample of a production of TBBI script. So it should be, what must be your TBBI script? It should be written on a short size bond paper with a font style of Arial, font size 12, and it should be double space. So as you see on the screen, you also have to write the learning area of your script, or the learning area that your TBBI is to be presented. The grade level, the quarter, title of your lesson, and of course, the most essential learning competency. So the MELT, that is very important. Okay, next. In production script, as you see, there were 3 columns. The line number, video, and the audio. So video and audio are in copy block. At the top of the right script is the page number. So kung nakikita ninyo sa itaas, nandoon ang page number. In the line number, the numbers are aligned to each sentence in the audio. So kung nakikita nyo sa line number, mayroon niyang 1, 2, and 3. So at sa kabila, doon sa audio, its number has a corresponding sentence. Bakit ganoon? Okay, para mas madaling ma-edit ni scriptwriter kung sakali na mayroong mga suggestion na baguhin or dagdagan yung script. Dayon. Tapos yung sa itaas, yung page number, para sabihin, pag quality assure ng inyong script, sabihin, ma'am, dito sa line number 2, line number 2 of page 3 of your script, ma'am, kailangan itong baguhin. So, mas madali siyang makikita. So, kaya nakaganyan talaga ang format ng television-based instruction. Instruction to technical must be set in bold and must be underlined copy block. Must be in a sentence case. Yung copy block must guide on what they are going to do. And the audio part is for the teacher or the TV talent presenter. So yung sa audio part, yun naman ang guide ni TV talent. Instruction to the TV talent must be in all capital letters. So as you see, nakabilog yung instruction dyan. For example, we have, do you want your TV talent to smile on that part of the lesson? Then, that instruction in your script must be right in capital letters para mas madali ni TV talent na makita. Okay. So, these are the important elements in the TVBI script. We have the content, the actor, the technical, time, and performance. This element should be present in your script so that everything will go smoothly. So, see to it na nandyan yan lahat sa script ninyo. So, tomorrow, we will have our a workshop on this. So, maybe I will be presenting to you a sample of TBBI script so that you will be guided also. Okay. If your script has to end, don't forget to write the word "end" in the last page of your script before the instruction of the insertion of the CBB or the closing billboard. So, importante yon na makita yung word "end" so that the TV talent would be aware that that will be the end of his or her presentation. Okay? Para hindi tatanga-tanga si TV talent na parang may kasunod pa. So, it should be makita yun ni TV talent na end na yun sa kanyang presentation. Okay, so I hope teachers that you are still with me this time. So, okay, so this must be the workflow of your script, the draft script, content check, technical check, and the final script. As you see, if it is not easy to make a script, hindi talaga madali ang paggawa ng script. It passed through quality assurance to ensure that the TVBI to be produced are really qualified to the standard of the Department of Education. So, bukas gagawa kayo ng script. So, don't worry because that script will be still to be quality assured. So, quality assured pa yan. Okay, so we have types of shot. We have in filming and video production, a shot is a series of frames that runs for an interrupted period of time. Film shots are an essential aspect of a movie where angles, transitions, and cuts are used to further express emotions, ideas, and movements. So we have here the wide shot, also referred as the long shot, is a camera angle that shows the entire object or person and their relation to what surrounds them. A shot taken from a distance using a wide focal length lens. So when to use this one? Showing the scope of your background. So yung makikita lahat, ikaw tapos yung background mo. That is the wide shot. Next, we have the medium shot. It also called as mid shot or waist shot. Is a type of camera shot in film and televisions that show an actor approximately from the waist up. So, ito kadalasan ang ginagamit sa mga television-based instructions. So, as you notice, there is a headroom. So, a space between the head to the frame. Okay, then we have the close-up shot. Is a photograph or movie shot taken for a subject or object at close range intended to show greater detail to the viewer. And we have the last one, the extreme close-up. It is more intense version of the close-up, usually showing only the subject's eyes or another part of their face. So ito, malimit lang itong gamitin sa mga TVBIs natin. Okay, now let's go to production. What is production? So production, this is the stage of production where you shoot your videos in front of the camera. This is the stage where you finally get to make the video that been in your hands for weeks, possibly even months. So, this is now the shooting stage. So, shooting na. Ito na ang mahalaga na sa shooting stage na paggawa na ng TVBI output. So, there are also things to consider in production stage. First is we have the equipment. See to it that all equipments needed in the shooting your TVBIs are already prepared. So, ano-ano man yan. So, cameras, the lights, your script, and others. So that your TVBIs would be shoot successfully. So, para tuloy-tuloy na siya. Okay, next we have time. Decide with your production team on the time that you are all available to shoot your videos. Be sure that everybody is available on that time and committed to come to shoot the video. So, consider lahat ng availability of the TVBI's team, tapos yung hindi mag-i-inja ng iba para tuloy-tuloy ang shooting ng inyong TVBIs. And of course, this time of pandemic, we have the health and safety is very important. To avoid any spread of the COVID-19, the production team should follow the safety health protocols while having a video shoot. So if possible, wear face masks, social distancing, and using hand sanitizer for everybody's safety. So, importante yan. And the last one, we have the personnel. So, kailangan natin si personnel nandun lahat during the video shoot of your TVBIs. Okay. Then let's go to post-production. Now this is the last stage of your production. This is where you edit your videos. Post-production usually involves picture editing, sound editing, adding music, visual effects, words and graphics, and the creation of various shorter video such as trailer or a version on as a version of the social media. So, hindi talaga ito madali. Yung pag-i-edit ng video, hindi siya ganun kadali. So, it really tests your patience, no? Kasi kailangan ito na magaling ka sa app na gagamitin mo sa pag-i-edit. Okay, so it takes time to edit a video. So, hindi talaga siya madali. And for now, we have, I know that kakatapos lang natin ng Vincent. So, I hope that from there, they presented lots of apps to be used for this editing of the video. So, alam ko, marami na din ngayong mga guro na magaling na din mag-edit, no? So, yan ang napaka-importante. Yung maganda yung pagka-edit para maganda din kalabasan ng inyong output. Okay. So, these are some of the user-friendly apps for video editing. So, we have KineMaster, Filmora, Wondershare, and Power Director. So, if you are new in video editing, you can use this app for it is easy to use. No, there are also lots of tutorial in the YouTube on how you are going to use this app. So, ito, mas madali itong gamitin kasi hindi yun complex yung mga kung anong gagawin ninyo sa app na ito, kung paano kayo mag-i-edit. Yung mga instruction niya is hindi complex. So, kaya I recommend this one. To those who are using making TVBI's output, you can use this app for your. So, ito, kadalasan ito, ginagamit na ito sa pag-i-edit ng mga movie on the television. Kasi marami siyang command. So, it is very complex to use this app. So, kung baguhan ka pa lang, you can use those yung i-present ko kanina na friendly user app. Or kung ano man yung app na mas gamay kang gamitin, pwede. Kahit ano, as long as you can produce a quality and good TVBI output. Okay, so this is our official DepEd TV site. This one, you can see and download many TVBI lessons that's suitable for your grade level that you have. So marami talaga dito yung mga different melts. You can have that one in that official DepEd TV site. So just visit that teacher and baka ngayon sa opening ng school year natin, makakuha kayo dyan na para may tulong o mapagamit ninyo sa inyong mga mag-aaral. Okay. So, as TVBI developers, you just remember these things. You are talking to your audience face to face. Okay, so imaginein mo, pag ikaw yung TV talent, you imagine that you have your learners in front of you. Is it okay to commit errors? Okay lang magkamali. Anyway, it can be edited and it can be cut. Ad-lib is acceptable to create color on your topic. Okay, so mahalaga yung ad-lib. Be sure to it na yung ad-lib mo hindi lalabas doon sa goal ng inyong lesson. Okay, then remember that you are teaching and entertaining at the same time. So huwag masyadong yung malungkot, yung isipin mo na lang na ginagawa mo yon para sa ikabubuti ng edukasyon ng iyong mga kabataan. Okay, so before I end up this session, let me leave to you this quote from Charles Darwin. It is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent. It is the one that is most adaptable to change. I hope you learned something from me this morning. I am Evelyn Ocariza Capadnian from Mahayag North District. Thank you and God bless us all.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Evelyn. And that concludes our morning sessions. And we will resume at exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon for another fruitful and meaningful topics.
Yes, Sir Ryan, tama ka dyan. Ang lahat ng sessions or topics natin ngayon ay talagang kompletong putahe na. Kumbaga, ano pa bang hahanapin mo? Di ba, Sir?
Yes.
Narito na ang lahat.
Tamang-tama, Ma'am Van. At parang nagutom na yata ako sa sinabi mong yan. Okay, anong oras na po ba, Ma'am Van?
Ay, parang tanghalian na yata
And so for that, we will be declaring a lunch break. And we will resume again at exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay, correct, Sir Ryan. I would like to remind our participants that the same link will be given for the afternoon session. And please do join our training, may it be in Microsoft Teams or via YouTube, for outputs will be expected from each one of our participants.
So stay tuned and join us again later after having your lunch. But before that, Ma'am Van,
yes,
let's have a, shall we say, a selfie.
All right, a selfie, kahit kagaya ng ginawa natin sa inset, di ba? Sa
Okay,
Vincent.
sa Vincent po natin.
Okay.
So we would like to say that tell me your lunch without telling us what your lunch is.
Okay, so I am inviting our participants who are joining or tuning with us via YouTube or MS Teams to take a selfie with us in our platform. Whatever food you had right now, kung wala namang food, later you can edit it using the apps na ipinasend sa inyo. So this time, let's have this very significant.
Shall we stand?
Yeah, okay lang. Shall we just sit down
Okay.
para makita ng lahat yung ating mga
So social distancing po tayo.
Yes, we're gonna apply social
Meron po bang ano
distancing.
dyan, Sir Janjan? Meron pong mga props natin dyan na pwede natin hawakan? Like pagkain.
Okay, can we ask for a food para meron naman tayong
Hawakan dito.
hawakan dito. Okay, can we borrow?
Parang meron si Sir
something?
Janjan.
Okay. So stay tuned, participants, for we are going to have this very significant selfie with our participants. Kasi alam ko ngayon oras na ng pagkain. I do hope that you have cooked something for your family, for your lunch, para hindi magutom. And after that, let's have this selfie with the lunch that you...
Another pose.
Okay, sir.
In a 3, 2, and 1.
One last pose. Okay, and... All right, thank you so much for those who have joined with our selfie this morning, or shall we say this afternoon.
Yes, Ma'am Van.
Yes, have a healthy lunch, everyone, and please go back to or attend our link for this afternoon session. Huwag kalimutan. And for those teachers or participants na hindi pa nakapasok sa ating link, please share them the link. And we are also live via YouTube with our official YouTube channel, DepEd Zamboanga del Sur.
Thank you so much, and God bless us all.
Have a happy lunch, everyone. Hello everyone! Once again, good afternoon. Magandang hapon sa ating lahat. I do hope na nabusog ang lahat at handa na sa ating mga tatalakayin ngayong hapon. Again, I would like to remind our teachers that there will be no more re-echo training after this training. So, to those teachers who haven't joined us, please share them the links of this training, MS Teams, or you can join in via YouTube Live. All right? So this time, bago tayo mag-continue sa mga different sessions and while our speakers are also preparing their presentations or their sessions, magpapa-shoutout muna tayo sa mga personalities and individuals who are also supportive of our endeavor this afternoon or on this 3-day training. Okay? So as I look into our live via YouTube, marami tayong nakapasok na sa ating YouTube live. I have seen 60, 60 participants on the live of our YouTube. Okay, and later you can post your names and what school did you came from para po naman natin ma-recognize. And for this, let me have a short shout out for these personalities who have also supported the facilitators and also the front runners of this endeavor. Shout out to, I would like to say hi and good afternoon to my district supervisor of Aurora West District, Dr. Berlin Villanueva, to the school head of Montale Elementary School, Ma'am Mi Amor Talisik, and to all my co-teachers, Ma'am Marian, Ma'am Karina, Ma'am Alul, Ma'am Erlin, Sir Mark, and Ma'am Lanilea, and also to all the Aurora West teachers, Aurora West District teachers, Aralin Panlipunan, and also the school coordinator with the district coordinator, Ma'am Lizelle Caballero. Okay? And I would like to say hi to Tabina District, Aralin Panlipunan teacher, Tabina 1 District, Aralin Panlipunan teachers and school coordinators with Mr. Sustenes Aranio, all right? And a special shout out to San Roque Elementary School, spearheaded by the motherly school head, Mrs. Marilyn Kalimpong. As 1 District, Lorifel Larsenia and Mikelin Arcosiba. Hello! And also, watching us right now are the teachers, Aralin Panlipunan teachers from Tabina 2 District, as well as the school coordinators, spearheaded by Dr. Leo Polegrates, the Public Schools District Supervisor. Magandang hapon din sa ating Arpan District Coordinator, Mrs. Rosemary Tano. All right? Okay? Again, please post your shoutouts to our YouTube Live para po natin ma-mention ang inyong mga names. And I would like to say hi and good afternoon and thank you for watching us via YouTube from Mahayag North District teachers of Seferino Alcomendres Elementary School, spearheaded by Principal 2, Engineer Ricky Mendoza, with the Mahayag North District Public Schools District Supervisor, Dr. Marigold Candia. And watching us right now from Mahayag North, Aralin Panlipunan school coordinators and all the teachers from this district with the district supervisor, Dr. Marigold Kanya. Okay? And also, hi, and thank you for watching us via YouTube and MS Teams, the supervisor of Josefina District, Dr. Jason Cajote, with the elementary school principal of Josefina Central Elementary School, Ma'am Emma Orsunal, and all the teachers of Josefina Central Elementary School. Also, special shout out to the district supervisor of the Malinao District, Mr. Romeo Magallanes. Hi, sir, and welcome to our platform. Thank you for joining us via YouTube and MS Teams. And also to the principal in charge of the Malinao District, Ma'am Ernilyn Ligan, with the principal of Sumadat Elementary School, Mr. Neil Sarcelejo, and all the teachers of Sumadat Elementary School, Dumalinao District. Okay? As I look into our platform, marami ng teachers na nakapasok sa ating YouTube live. We have almost 90 teachers in our YouTube live, and I'm waiting for the rest of the participants to join us or to watch us in via YouTube live. And if you have your link for the MS Teams, please join us the link. The link is shared to you by your district supervisors and the teachers at Aralin Panlipunan teachers and district coordinators. Okay, so I guess everyone is ready. Please give me a thumbs up on the YouTube live. Give me a thumbs up if you are ready. And I hope everyone has nakakain na, busog na ba ang lahat para maka-continue tayo sa ating session this afternoon. We have prepared a lot of insights and concepts to be presented with equally competent facilitators. So we have chosen facilitators who are really expert on these respective fields, because on the rest of the 2 days, the second day, we are going to craft your outputs and modules, RBI and TVBI, as sheets, which will be presented later. And on the third day, this will be presented by Qualsi or those tasks that is assigned to respective Qualsis with the chairperson and the program management teams. All right, so I do hope that you have your pens with you and your notebook, for we are going to continue with the next sessions and topics with our, again, equally competent facilitators. Aside from the development of radio-based instruction and television-based instructions in Aralin Panlipunan that were taken from the lessons in our modules, activity sheets also play a vital role. These activity sheets are essential to filling up the gaps in learning and allowing for enrichment on the lessons presented in the modules. To discuss to us, to give us the outlook and to give us the preview of what are these learning activity sheets, giving you my partner, the ever active and very much intellectual from Tabina 1 District Teacher 3, Mr. Ryan Tulon. Virtual clap, everyone.
Isn't it? Please bear with me because I am going to navigate with you this afternoon my topic entitled How to Prepare Learning Activity Sheets or LES or LAS based on ADM modules. This session focuses on learning activity sheets that shall be utilized by learners during at-home learning sessions. Before moving on, these are the session objectives. First, define learning activity sheets or the LES or LAS. Second, discuss the parts of LAS or LAS. Third, discuss what is learning activity sheet or LAS or LAS. This is a self-directed instructional materials aimed to guide the learners in accomplishing activities at their own pace and time using the contextualized resources in the community. Alam ko na po na meron na po tayong ideya sa paggawa ng worksheets o learning activity sheets. Hindi po ito bago sa atin, mga kaguro. Di po ba? Dahil nagawa na po natin ito sa taong panuruan 2020-2021. Bakit po ba tayo gagawa ng LAS or LAS? Pagkos marami mang ibinigay na modules o ibinahagi si DepEd sa atin. LAS is one of the most essential and guided activity with a corresponding series of instructions, directions of which our young learners or our students can easily grasp, comprehend, and can easily perform the series of activities because the learners are already guided and motivated of what would be the things that they are going to undertake without any pressure using the contextualized resources in the community. This is all about the overview, parts and template of Department of Education or DepEd Learning Activity Sheets or LAS, and this shall be utilized by learners during the home learning session. Ito ay very applicable for this school year, the new normal time. The content of this presentation was retrieved from the teacherph.com DepEd Learning Activity Sheets. I know that majority of the participants have oriented already on this, and some are writers, especially in crafting and making LAS. This LAS or learning activity sheet served as supplementary activities or materials or additional activity given to our students or pupils, especially those students who na ibinaba ng Department of Education o DepEd. Relative to the implementation of new normal for this school year 2021-2022, the development of the learning activity sheets or LAS shall be based on the most essential learning competencies o yung MEL po natin, as showed by the central office. I know that all of us here are very much familiar with this most essential learning competencies o yung MEL. So, out of those learning competencies po natin that we have from our CG o yung curriculum guide, ay binabawasan yun. Okay? K-Stage 1 o yung grades 1 to 3. Learning areas shall be prepared by their own respective schools division office o SDOs based on their own mother tongue based o yung tinatawag nating susung wika na ginamit sa isang komunidad used as methods of teaching o yung MOT. Preparation of K-Stage 2. We have the grades 4 to 6 and K-Stage 3, we have the junior high school, and K-Stage 4, we have the senior high school. That shows, so here are the parts of the DepEd learning activity sheets o yung LAS. First, we have the title of learning activity sheets o yung LAS. Second, yung part 2, learning competency with code, kasanayang pampagkatuto at kuda. Third, background information for learners o yung panimula o yung susing konsepto po ng ating learning activity sheet. And fourth, we have directions, instruction o yung mga panuto po natin. Fifth, we have exercises, activities o yung mga pamamaraan natin. Sixth, we have guide questions if necessary. Seventh, we have the rubric for scoring o yung rubric sa pagpupuntos po natin, okay, if necessary. And we have the 8, reflection o yung pangwakas pagninilay-nilay. We have the 9th, references for the learners o yung mga sanggunian po natin. And the 10th one, we have the answer key o yung susi sa pagwawasto. So ano ba ang lalaman ng heading na importanteng i-fill out ng ating mga bata? Okay, we have this, no? First, we have the name of the learner. Okay, sample po ito, Juan S. de la Cruz. Grade level, we have grade 6. Section, we have section Onyx. And date, o yung pizza po, we have September 6, 2021. So we have the name of the learners. Require them to write their complete name, grade level, section, and date po. Napakahalaga ito na makumpleto po nila ang heading para alam natin kung kanino ibibigay yung corresponding scores ng certain learning activity sheets na ating ibibigay. So, ito po yung nilalaman ng heading natin, yung binasa ko po kanina. Okay, for content, we have this, title of learning activity sheets. So, isa-isahin po natin ito mga kaguro. Una, this is the most important, no? Pinaka-importante sa lahat ng ito ang content. Kinakailangan talaga na pag-iisipan natin mga kaguro kung paano po ito gagawin ang content. So we have the title of the activity. The title of the activity should be based again on the most essential learning competency o yung MELT natin. So doon din natin kukuhanin ang mga lessons or topics na gagawa natin ng learning activity sheets. Okay? Second, we have the content. We have the background information of learners. So dito po sa background information for learners, we have a brief discussion of the lesson. No? If possible, let us cite an examples or ito yung tinatawag nating abstraction or what to process. Halimbawa, Aralin Panlipunan 1, Quarter 1, Week 1. Nasasabi ang batayang impormasyon tungkol sa sarili, pangalan, magulang, kaarawan, edad, tirahan, paaralan, at iba pang pagkakakilanlan at mga katangian bilang Pilipino. Ipapakilala muna natin sa bata ang kaniyang sarili bago niya ilalarawan ang kaniyang komunidad. Step by step po tayo mga kaguro para masundan ng mga bata ang ating leksyon. Take note, iwasan din natin yung shortcuts na information. Kailangan detailed na ating ibibigay o ilalagay ang mga halimbawa po natin. Okay? Third, we have the learning competency with code o yung kasanayang pampagkatuto o yung kuda po natin. All we have to do is we just have to copy the learning competency from the 5 for a BAL o yung budget of work. Kung wala doon naka-indicate ang code, pwede tayong mag-refer sa ating curriculum guide o yung CG po natin. And that's why, very important that we must strictly follow the most essential learning competencies. At yung days, kung ilang linggo po at araw siyang ituturo, of course, ilang days po natin itong pasasagutan o sasagutan ng mga bata ang ating learning activity sheet. Fourth, we have the directions or the instructions. It is important to make your directions or instructions clear and concise. Again, it is important to make your directions or instructions clear. The word there is clear and concise to the learners for their independent learning. Take note po, homeschooling po sila and independent learning. Di ba tayo kapag nasa school o yung face-to-face natin na setup, kapag nagbigay po tayo na instruction, paulit-ulit po yung tanong ng mga bata natin, di po ba? Lalo na ngayon na nasa bahay po sila. Sa dami ng mga instructions, for sure lahat sila ay magtatanong. Kaya, para maiwasan po natin ang pagtatanong, maging clear, concise ang ating instruction. Okay? Now, next we have the exercises or the activities. No? Make your activity engaging and interesting. We have different kinds of exercises or activities that our students enjoy while learning even at home. Ito po yung pinaka-importante sa lahat. Make your activity engaging and interesting. We have different kinds of exercises or activities that our students or pupils enjoy while they are learning even at home. Kasi kapag napansin nila na ang mga activities o yung mga pagsasanay natin na ating ibinigay like supply the missing words, matching type, yung paulit-ulit na ating pinapagawas kanila, siguro naman, they will find it boring, no? Hindi nila ma-enjoy ang pagsasagot ng activities, no? Especially kapag walang magsusupport sa kanilang pag-aaral at home like parents, guardians, yung mga atis and kuyas. Kaya, kinakailangan na as much as possible, yung mga ibibigay nating exercises o activities, even at home, ay ma-enjoy nilang masasagutan ito. Sixth, we have this, guide questions. It is essential that our LAS o yung LAS has guide questions. It is another form of assessment on how much they've learned with the lesson. It provides an assessment learners. We have the KSAVS V, no? K stands for knowledge, S stands for skills, A stands for attitudes, and V stands for values. One way of assessing our students is by giving an open-ended questions and guide questions para more or less maiwasan po yung kopyahan, no? Ito po yung this is the perennial problem po, no, na kinokopya lang po ng mga bata natin ang answer key po na nasa likod ng ating modules, no? Para po ma-assist din natin nang maayos yung ating mga bata. Dapat subjective yung mga sagot nila dito. Example, how did you find our activity? Would you able to answer all the activities given? Saang part o bahagi kayo nahihirapan? Anong techniques ang ginawa nyo para masagutan ninyo ang mga tanong? So just like that, no, by means of guide questions, we will be able to assess our students. Analysis din yun yung guide questions. Ma-analyze natin yung kanilang understanding or comprehension with regards doon sa certain topic. Okay? We have the seventh one, rubric for grading if necessary. In here, this rubric for grading will assess students' performance or work. It is important in the grading process for both teachers and students for consulted time po na paper and pencil test type ang ating ibibigay, okay? This rubric can be holistic or analytic. Pwede siya teacher-made rubric o rubric po coming from the internet. So pwede po natin siyang i-modify. Minsan kapag nagbigay po tayo ng LAS o LAS, ay pwedeng performance task para consistent at lahat po ay fair sa pag-assess at pagmamarka natin sa ating mga bata. We should provide rubric for grading and dun sa gagawa nating learning activity sheets at most importantly, magre-reflect sila doon at malalaman din nila kung ano ang kanilang strengths at weaknesses para sa next po na pagsusubmit nila ng output ay mas pagbubutihan po nila ang kanilang mga output. Kaya napakahalaga po ng rubric for grading so there will be no questions kung bakit ganun ang kanilang scores, kung bakit mababa at yung iba ay mataas. 8, we have reflection. The use of reflective learning embedded in multimodal assessment should not only direct feedback or process, but also promote personal reflection processes where learners reflect more on their knowledge, skills, attitudes, values, aspirations, and actions as contributed in making the society a better place for all. This allows learners to think about what they have thought and read, seen, done, and learned by relating these concrete concepts on their own lives. So self-explanatory naman itong reflection. Of course, kailangan sa mga activities nila ay laging mayroong values integration so that they will be able to see the application, the real application ng certain topic na yon sa ating sa kanilang real life situation. Kaya napakahalaga ng reflection sa bawat activity o gawain ng mga bata. Ninth, we have the references for learners. Learning materials are important because they can significantly increase students' achievement by supporting students' learning. We have these two kinds of, this one we have the modular, and we also have this blended or online. In modular po, we have module learning packets or any available textbooks at home. And for blended or online, we have this educational websites or tutorial videos in YouTube. I think napakahalaga ng references sa mga bata natin dahil ito po yung magsusupport sa kanilang pag-aaral, especially kung walang magsupport sa kanila, their parents, guardians, atis and kuyas. Kaya bata natin. Sa akin po kasi, no, sa aking situation, ay pinapadala ko po yung mga batay aklat o yung textbook sa mga bata para meron silang sanggunian na magagamit lalong-lalo na yung mga bata na nakatira po sa remote o far-flung areas. Sa barangay, sa ano po kasi ako na-assign sa barangay school. So kasalukuyang nagtuturo po ako doon at walang signal. So ang ginawa namin, ibinigay ko po sa mga magulang yung textbooks at ito ay kanilang isinauli after the school year, no? Pero kapag blended or online, malaking tulong din dahil maaari po silang magre-research dahil napakadaming educational website o mga resources or mga nauuso ngayong tutorial videos sa YouTube na magbibigay po sa kanila ng direct instruction or step-by-step process. Napakalaking tulong din po kapag ang mga bata ay may smartphones o tablets or desktop computer na magagamit nila sa kanilang pag-aaral. Yun nga lang, hindi lahat ng mga bata ngayon ay may available na gadgets. Lalo na, nahirap tayo ngayon sa internet. Uulitin ko, napakalaki ng role ng paggawa ng teacher ng isang magandang learning activity sheets. We have this answer key. According to research, the use of answer key affects the learning of math. Okay, those sa math subject po, no? For academically weak students. Answer keys in here, especially ones that include the steps used to arrive at the answer, could potentially improve the learning of math as it would provide students with a model solution that they could access in order to learn how to solve questions that they might not otherwise have been able to complete. It is also the same thing with other subject. Bakit pa kailangan nating mag-provide ng answer key? No? Ngayon, magtatanong po ako sa inyo. Meron po ba modules na walang answer key sa likod? Okay, lahat po. Meron din po ba? And this is the perennial problem po sa buong bansa. Yung answer key po na, again, ulit mo, kukopyahin lang po ng mga bata o yung mga magulang po natin, no? Okay, ito ba ay para kopyahin ng mga bata natin? Para ba makakuha sila ng tamang sagot? Sa gayon ay makakuha din sila ng mataas na marka? And so, ano po ang role ng answer key? Bakit kailangan nating ibigay o ilakip natin sa ating learning activity sheets o modules? At paano tayo magpo-provide ng isang answer key? Okay, yun po yung nabasa ko kanina, no? That answer keys, especially ones that include the steps or the use of answer key affects the learning students. Learning of math, especially for academically weak students. Okay. It is also the same with other subjects like Aralin Panlipunan. Kapag ibinigay natin yung answer na may explanation, so mas maiintindihan po ng mga bata natin kung saan sila nagkakamali. So that's why napakahalaga din ng answer key na naka-attach o nakalakip doon sa ibibigay nating learning activity sheet. Kaya nga, yung ating modules na ibinigay ng DepEd o yung learning packets po natin, mapapansin po natin na sa likod nito, andun talaga si answer key. Ito po yung last part natin, no, sa ating learning activity sheet. Yung prepared by, o kung ikaw po yung author, syempre, ikaw po yung ilalagay dito. Okay, example, my name, no, yours truly, Ryan G. Tulod. In name of writer, kung ikaw po yung writer, okay, yung pangalan mo, ito. Ilagay natin, of course, prepared by and the name of the writer, pangalan po ng may akda. And of course, yung pangalan po na nag-prepare o yung naghanda ng last o yung sa subject teacher po natin. Yung departmental po na, na school. Okay, we have this, the sample of our learning activity sheet. No, hindi po ito klaro, no? Kasi pixelated po siya. Pero kung atin po itong i-access sa internet, lalabas po itong imahe na ito. And this is the sample of our learning activity sheet. Okay, bukas po ay gagawa po tayo ng learning activity sheets. Okay, that will be the end of my presentation this afternoon. And I hope na sa hapong ito ay siksik, liglig, at umaapaw po yung ating mga natutunan sa bawat bahagi po ng ating talakayan patungkol sa DepEd Learning Activity Sheets. And before I will end my presentation, allow me to read to you this quote from Miles Kington. Knowledge is knowing that tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is not putting it into a fruit salad. Once again, good afternoon, and this has been your facilitator this afternoon, Master Ryan G. Tulod.
Thank you so much, Sir Ryan. Talagang marami tayong natutuhan ngayong araw na ito. My partner for hosting and for moderating this activity, Sir Ryan Tulod, Teacher 3 from Tabina 1 District. And for that, ladies and gentlemen, another rich and informational session will be given to us by a dynamic facilitator. She will discuss to us how important it is to have background knowledge on comprehensive sexual education. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our virtual clap to our education program supervisor, Dr. Alma Laput Carbonilla. Good afternoon once again, our teacher participants, Aralin Panlipunan coordinators, and our pan enthusiasts who are in this platform, as well as in the YouTube Live. A very good afternoon, everyone. Welcome again to this special topic, the CSE, or the Comprehensive Sexuality Education. The CSE is a mandate. Comprehensive Sexuality Education has been a call of the department to take care of our growing youth, and this youth is in our care. And to further understand our roles and functions, may I request your undivided attention on this topic
so we may be able to perform our job as teachers in Aralin Panlipunan. And how important is this, and how can we successfully integrate these concepts in our lessons? This CSE training was introduced many years ago in response to an NGO project, PSL. If you can remember, we have trainings on PSL, or the personal safety lessons, and was echoed in the regional office sometime in April 2021, last summer, to the Region 9, and we are encouraged to radiate this to all schools. Hence, this divisional online orientation of subject coordinators, Aralin Panlipunan teachers, and coordinators in the integration of comprehensive sexuality education, CSE, in the basic education curriculum. Understanding the comprehensive sexuality education. First, let us understand what is CSE, kaya walang kukurap. To better understand these terms, let's first consider answering these questions. First, how do we define CSE? How did CSE emerge? How do we integrate CSE into the K-12 BEC and MELC? And what is the direction of CSE? Then the National Conference on Population and Development have repeatedly called on governments and on the Department of Education to provide adolescents and young people with comprehensive sexuality education. CSE emphasizes gender equality, power, and rights within the program. By its implementation, it is hoped to reduce the rates of sexually transmitted diseases or infections and unintended pregnancies. It seeks to empower the young, especially our girls, and even our boys, and other marginalized young people to be able to protect themselves, their own health, and of course, their future. Now, what do I know about sexuality education? If I were to ask you, what do you know about sexuality education? Our young learners will get to understand that these are basic facts that should be well attended to by our teachers. These are facts of life that we should not avoid to discuss. Failure to do so may hamper the child's health, his or her future, and their life in general. This is where we can play our role in protecting the children and young people from possible harm of unprotected sex, unplanned pregnancies, and teen pregnancies, which is very common nowadays and even before. This is the time to move as teachers to do our job, because this is curriculum-based process of teaching and learning about the cognitive, emotional, physical, and social aspects of sexuality. If you might be asking, what are the characteristics of CSE? Is it scientifically accurate? Is it age and developmentally appropriate? Or is it comprehensive? Well, CSE has underwent several studies and researches, critical review and evaluation from our curriculum planners and experts. Hence, this become a law. Scientifically, it is accurate because it is already based on facts and evidences. It is, of course, age and developmentally appropriate, and it is curriculum-based. You might be asking, kailan pwedeng ituro yung parts ng babae at lalaki? Hindi naman pwedeng ituro kaagad about pagbubuntis while they're still young, while they're still in the kindergarten. Therefore, because of studies and researches, these inputs on this curriculum has already been studied and already been carefully picked and then added on a certain grade level. Hence, we say it is age and developmentally appropriate materials. Of course, it's also comprehensive because the sexual and reproductive anatomy and physiology, about puberty, about menstruation, about reproduction, and all about pregnancy and childbirth including our sexually transmissible diseases, STIs, and HIVs, are also carefully integrated on the selected curriculum and competencies. Another, it is based on human rights approach. It is also based on gender equality, culturally relevant and content appropriate and transformative. And it is also able to develop life skills and needs to support healthy choices. Take note of the word. These children should be able to make healthy choices when given the chance to make choices of their lifetime. They should be able to reflect, make informed decisions, communicate well, and be able to negotiate effectively and demonstrate assertiveness. All these critical evaluations, the CSE has passed through. It is based on human rights. Pinag-isipan na kung wala bang naapakang rights, yung rights ng pagkatao. Kung baga, hindi natin naibigay yung kanyang freedom to exercise. Kung kailangan ba nilang ganitong mag-experience ng love, of course, pinag-isipan na yan. Di ba ito nakakaapak sa karapatang pantao? Had it not violated the rights of each child in terms of their growing years? Yes, it is also gender equality. It also portrays gender equality. Why? Because it applies to both sexes. Culturally relevant, the rich cultures of the Filipino was not at stake, because as we implement the CSE and developing life skills of our learners to support healthy choices, the ability to reflect, make informed decisions, and communicate well is also expected to be demonstrated by the children. Pag-usapan natin later kung paano sila makapag-isip ng healthy choices. If being tempted to take a certain offer from a guy, is these little kids be able to say no? Ayoko, because that is already part of the grooming stage. Pinapaibig mo ako mo ako sa puso mo para madali na lang akong utuhin. Ito yung mga bagay na pwedeng pag-usapan right inside the classroom. That our bata should be able to say no to offer that would lead to some disasters in life. Okay. Kailangan ba natin implement ito kaagad? Kailan? At bakit urgent ba? Yes. Why the urgency to implement CSE? Urgent na po dahil hindi na ito ipagpapabukas. Because of the increasing early pregnancies, even in elementary years, meron na pong nabubuntis. The research says, meron na pong nabubuntis at age 9, at age 10. The youngest is at age 9. May violence among young people. May increasing incidence of HIV among young people. Dumadami na po yun. And these are our challenges. To address the need of the learners for the health and protection through education, and to provide comprehensive and appropriate information on sexuality and reproductive health. Alam ba nila kung ano mangyayari after nagawa nila yung ganitong bagay? Alam ba nila na kapag nabuntis sila, anong mangyayari ka sa kanila bukas? Kaya ito'y urgent po, hindi na pwedeng ipapabukas. The risk is all around. The temptation is just around the corner. Di nila alam ang consequences pag nabuntis na si girl, the schooling will be abandoned. Paano ang future? On the side of the boys, mahirap maging batang ama. The responsibility ahead of them in bringing up a family is so dangerous. Paano kaya sila mabuhay? At hindi nila ito alam. Hindi nila alam. At tayong mga guro, may karapatan tayong pag-usapan ito freely inside the classroom. Kasi kapag with so many times na pinag-usapan natin yet napunta pa rin sila doon, at least hindi na po tayo guilty of neglect, no? We are free from the guilt for the sin of omission. Kasi we omitted our responsibility of telling them after having trained of CSE. With all these worries and uncertainties, the reasons why the birth of the CSE. According to Republic Act 10354 or the Responsible Parenthood and Reproductive Health Law of 2012. Ito talaga yung ugat, no? Siya yung pinakapuno. Kumbaga, because of RA 10353, the Department of Education is mandated to integrate age and development appropriate reproductive health education, which shall be taught by adequately trained teachers through formal and non-formal educational systems. So kayo po ang naatasan. Wala man tayong pera last time para pang training, formal training ng CSE. Ngayon nakahanap tayo ng paraan kung paano natin maipasok yung CSE with other trainings. Ito po ang dahilan. And then naipasok na rin because of that RA 105.373 yung Responsible Parenthood. Kaya naisabuhay sa Executive Order number 12 series of 2017. Yung sa Responsible Parenthood, that is in 2012. Hanggang pumasok si PSL in 2013, 2014, yung identifying safe and unsafe touches of the children. We were training all those teachers. And then these are only, the PSL is just initiated by a non-government organization. People. Now, nakitaan siya ni Department of Education na mahalaga nga siya. Kaya nga in 2017, isinilang si CSE. The Department of Education shall implement a gender-sensitive and rights-based comprehensive sexuality education, CSE, in the curriculum. Now, this Executive Order number 12, series of 2017, gives this order that the Department of Education shall implement. And hopefully, you are our frontliners. Kung baga, kung ito ay isang war, nasa ano po kayo, sa pinakaharap ng labanan. Kayo yung mga sundalo na nakaharap. Kami po yung mga backups lang. Kaya kayo ngayon ang aming tinatanong, kaya natin to? Kaya niyo ba? Kami po yung nag-uutos dito sa likod. Kami yung mga lieutenant, mga major, general. Sige na, atakihin niyo yung ating kalaban. Anong ating kalaban? HIV/AIDS, unintended pregnancies, unwanted pregnancies. Yun, yung mga nabubuntis na nga kabataan. Kaya, hopefully, the full implementation of CSE lies in your hands. Yun po, yung ating role. Our DepEd vision and mission says, we dream of Filipinos who passionately love their country and whose values and competencies enable them to realize their full potential and contribute meaningfully in building the nation. If mabuntis ang bata ng maaga, how can they contribute to building the nation? May time pa ba makapag-contribute to build the nation in our DepEd vision mission statement? Baka wala na. Anyway, di pa naman tapos ang laban. Pero nadapa na yung bata. Matagal pa bago siya makabangon at tatakbo muli. Naiwanan na siya ng milya-milya ng kanyang mga contender. And our mission as teachers is to facilitate learning and constantly nurture our learners, that they should understand their physical developments. Hence, 5 teachers are included in this, is hoped to include CSE in these challenges. Okay, comprehensive sexuality education, that is Nanay Liling. You're very familiar of Nanay Liling. a white-haired intellectual who kept challenging us to respond to these national directives. Accordingly, we are responding to the directives of President Duterte on strengthening and enriching further curricular reforms on anti-illegal drugs. Isa ito sa 10-point reform agenda ni President Digong, yung to be able to have curricular reforms on anti-illegal drugs. Ipinatong na rin sa ating mga kamay, sa ating mga shoulder, kung paano ma-stop yung illegal drugs. Nandito naman sa atin, reproductive health, kung paano maging isang healthy yung bata habang siya nanganganak, habang siya nagre-reproduce, and disaster preparedness. Tatlo po, ang dami po, no? Complicated na yung mga ginagawa ni teacher. Please, idagdag nyo si CSE in our activity. Day-to-day activity. Kapag nakahanap kayo ng tempo, may tempo na itong topic na to, pwede ko pasukan ng CSE. Pag-usapan natin mamaya kung saan siya pwedeng ipasok. Okay? Therefore, DepEd formulated these policy guidelines on the implementation of the CSE. Okay. Ayan po yung mandate. It applies to all. For as long as the child is in school, he deserves to accept and be given the CSE concepts. Our scope says the policy shall apply to all learners of public and private elementary, junior and senior high schools, and of learning centers or the ALS, no? Our science education and alternative learning systems, and even our integrated learning systems, ILS, and madrasa education program. Sila po lahat, sama-sama. Kasi hindi po naman po pwedeng kami lang sa public school ang magtuturo ng CSE. Hindi naman pwedeng ipagsawalang bahala natin yung mga bata na nasa madrasa, nasa laylayan, yung nasa mga book ID ng mga kabataan. Lahat po, for as long as she is in school, whether it's a public or a private school, elementary, secondary, junior, senior, science curriculum, lahat po, basta nag-aaral. The core contents of the curriculum support system, this is it now. Diyan, pwedeng palaki-lakihan yung ating slides. Kasi masyadong maliit. Sige pa dyan. Okay. Yan po, yung ating comprehensive sexuality education framework. Kung baga, sa baba, andito yung monitoring and evaluation system. Minomonitor ni M&E kung ano ang mga nangyayari dito sa pinakababa. Because our curriculum support system include, pinakauna po si teacher. Siya kasi yung front line. Si teacher, the materials and facilities and equipment, the ICT environment, of course, kasama si ICT tulad ng ginawa natin ngayon. Hindi namin kayang gawin ito ng kami lang. Kailangan namin si John Ray, kailangan namin si Isa at si Chester. Hindi namin pwedeng i-air ito on YouTube live kung wala sila. Kasama natin si IT. Of course, assessment, school, leadership and management. Ito yung mga support staff, no? Sila po yung tumutulong. Kung baga support system po para maiangat po natin, ma-implement si CSE. Ano na pa lang dapat nating i-implement? Tanong ninyo. It's the 7 concepts of the CSE. Ano yung mga 7 concepts na kailangang ipasok? Human body and human development. Understanding human body and paano siya, bakit lumalaki yung dibdib ko? Dapat alam na yan ng bata na kapag lumalaki yung dibdib ko, bawal siyang ipagalaw. Kahit tatay ko pa yan, kahit kapatid ko pa yan. Diba? Pag-usapan nyo yan. This is already science concepts, no? Parenthood and values. Personhood and values sa edukasyon sa pagpapakatao yan. Healthy relationships, andyan yan sa MAPE, di ba? And then, sexuality and sexual behaviors. Pwede yan sa ARPAN, meron din yan. Values education, meron din yan. Science, of course, meron din yan. And then, ano pa? Personality development. Personal safety sa lahat ng bagay. Pwedeng ipasok. Papaano ang take care of ourselves. And gender, culture, and human rights. Ito yung mga 7 concepts na merong mga 7 values and 7 life skills na pwede ninyong pag-usapan within your LAC sessions. Pwede ninyong i-blow up pa yung discussion during your LAC session na ito yung pag-usapan natin next week na mga aralin. Saan natin pwedeng ipasok mamaya? Okay? Tingnan natin. Comprehensive sexuality education goal to provide a clear, consistent, and evidence-based guidance on the essential minimum core content for sexuality education in the K-12 basic education. And of course, to provide learners from kindergarten to grade 12 with age and development appropriate, culturally relevant approach to teaching about sexuality and relationships by providing scientifically accurate, realistic, and non-judgmental information. This is intended to prevent unhealthy consequences such as teen pregnancy, sexually transmitted infections, and transmission of human immunodeficiency virus or HIV, among others. And then, our aims of the CSE. Bakit ba? Importante sa CSE. First, it will enhance the overall wellness of the Filipino adolescents. Physical, of course, physical. Kasi na-maintain niya pa yung kanyang katawan, inaalagaan niya pa kanyang katawan. Kasi at age 15, nabuntis na yung bata, siya pa'y bata, growing pa siya sana. Pero while she's growing, na-hampered ang kanyang growth kasi ngayon ay nagpapalaki na naman siya ng another bata. Siya ay bata na nagpapalaki na naman ng iba pang bata. So, kumbaga, kung ikaw ay 15 years old at nanganganak ka na, sana kung ikaw ay isang bulaklak, nagbo-bloom ka pa lang. You have not yet reached the peak of being a very beautiful flower. Lumalaki ka pa lang ng lumalaki, nagbo-bloom, starting to bloom pa lang. Pero accidentally picked by a certain nagbo-bloom pa rin na batang lalaki. Kaya, on the spot, nag-wither ang ganda ng isang bata na yan. Physically, disturbed na talaga siya. Mental, emotional, and social and spiritual. Hindi na siya nakapag-focus eh. Wala na. Contribute to better learning outcomes and reduce dropout rate, of course. Hangad po natin sa paaralan na walang magda-drop out. What normally comes kapag may nabuntis? Hindi na yan babalik sa school. Nakakahiya na eh. Buntis na, may nagbubuli na eh. So, anong ginagawa ni teacher usually? Module. Dinalahan ng module si bata. Sige, mag-aral ka na lang dyan. Mag-test ka. Mag-study ka at home. Balik ka na lang sa akin para to take the exam. Just to continue the year for her to be able to pass the year level. And then ensure that adolescents have access to adequate and appropriate information on healthcare education and address the reproductive health concerns of adolescents who are exposed to risky behaviors that may cause damaging and long-term consequences. Of course, damaging yun. Kapag nanganganak na, wala na sa isip ang kumain. Kasi ang inisip niya na lang makapagpakain sa kanyang anak. Siya ay growing pa. Hindi pa, tumutubo pa yung bata at age 15, 16, 18. Lumalaki pa yung kanyang mga buto. Pero saan na napunta yung kanyang mga proteins, yung kanyang mga nutrients sa katawan? Doon na sa another bata na kanyang pinapalaki. Okay. Development, mature and responsible children and young adolescents imbued with desirable health values which can assist them in making rational decisions and can lead to satisfying, productive, and quality life. Another aim of the CSE is to provide teachers with a resource material for developing life skills such as decision-making and problem-solving relative to adolescent reproductive health and enable teachers to integrate key concepts and messages on reproductive health concerns across the curriculum wherever this can be done most appropriately. Don't you worry mga ka-ARPAN, we will be giving you all these files. So during your LAC, you will also have your sessions as this, and we'll discuss this with your fellow teachers. And please include the CSE as a main topic in one of your district LACs or school LACs. The policy statement. This policy will guide administrators and educators to be reflective, flexible, creative, and innovative in their facilitation of the teaching and learning process. And further, this will institutionalize CSE, making it an integral part of lesson planning and instructional design and classroom and school activity. Kaya, hinikayat ko kayo na pag may nahanap kayong competency na pwedeng pasukan ng CSE, I would be very happy that you will inform the office na ma'am, ito po ma'am pwedeng ipasok si CSE. And we will so much appreciate that. Let's look at the duties and responsibilities of the different offices. First, ang central office will formulate national policies and frameworks of the development. Sila yung gumagawa ng mga framework, who are the responsible people, yung kanilang mga memorandum, sila yung gumagawa. Pagkatapos na nabuo na yung kanilang plans at planchado na yung kanilang mga policies, ipo-forward nila sa region. No? Ay, ito pa, nagko-create naman po din po si BLSS ng mga materials. Sila yung gumagawa. After nagawa ni Central Office on the curriculum development, BCD, nakitaan na ng planchadong curriculum, pasok yan sa material reproduction. Gagawa na naman ng materials yung BLSS or Bureau of Learner Support Services. Ipapasa nila ngayon sa regional office. For Curriculum and Learning Management Division or the CLMD or CID in our office that will adapt, institutionalize, and contextualize the national CSE policy and framework and its implementation and mechanisms. Ayon. So, si regional office will conduct eco trainings, and here we are now in the division, gumagawa ng training. But si SGOD will also have their part. Ano ang parte ni si SGOD? Anong gagawin ni SGOD? They will ensure implementation of the CSE policy and framework through relevant programs and projects such as information dissemination and advocacy campaigns, networking, and partnerships. Ensure inclusion of CSE programs and projects in the division Education Development Plan, yung DEDP. Kung merong SIP sa school na pinasok niyo yung inyong mga programs and projects, kung ano-ano yung naisip ninyo, SIP, kasi kung wala sa SIP, di pwedeng i-implement, kami naman in the division level, we also have our plan. We call it the division plan or the DEDP. Initiate and strengthen CSE-related researches, field studies, and other data collection and procedures as embedded in the DEDP. And publish CSE researches in information, education, and communication. So kung makikita ninyo, si SGOD ang nagmo-monitor. Pero anong trabaho ni CID? Si CID ang gagawa ng trainings for school heads, coordinators, and teachers in the integration of CSE across learning areas in coordination with SGOD. Take note, I will reiterate the line. While we are conducting trainings for school heads, coordinators, and teachers on the integration of CSE, this is always in coordination with SGOD. Bakit mag-coordinate kay SGOD? Sila kasi yung tutulong sa amin sa funding allocation, in terms of IT, in terms of materials, in terms of monitoring. Kami po, training lang kami, and then sa implementation, tinitingnan din namin kung how effectively ang integration of CSE in the classrooms. Pero in terms of monitoring and evaluation, titingnan ni SGOD kung ilang school ang nakapag-implement, ilang school ang hindi. Okay. And the CID will also lead in the development of contextualized CSE learning resources and content-based assessment. What about the schools? Sa school, you are to implement the CSE programs and projects through curriculum integration across learning areas, information dissemination and advocacy campaigns, networking and partnerships, and please include CSE programs and projects in your SIPs. Hahanapin namin yan pag iikot namin ha, kapag meron bang CSE plan ang school. What are your plans for CSE na dapat makikita namin sa SIP? Coordinators, ARPAN coordinators, kindly tap the shoulders of your school heads. Sir, pwede bang ipasok natin yung CSE? Ano ang CSE programs and activities? Pwede. Pag-usapan niyo about sexuality education. Magre-reproduce tayo ng materials of the CSE. Pasok niyo yan sa SIP para mafundingan po siya. Or LAC session on the SIP. Pag makita lang namin na may LAC session on CSE integration, we will be very happy with that. Okay? Ano pa ang trabaho ni school? Initiate and conduct CSE-related classroom action plans and researches, field studies, and other data collection procedures articulated in the SIP through the school publication and newsletter. Utilize the contextualized CSE learning resource. Of course, kung meron ng contextualized CSE learning resources na gawa ni CID, yun, kayo sa school po ang mag-i-implement. And still, you are going to include CSE in the conduct of school learning action cells and sessions in your school. Yun. Yun po yung role ng teacher to implement the CSE curriculum. Role ng health providers, of course, additional information and counseling. Pag may mga nabuntis na, wala na tayong magawa, ika-counseling na lang ni health. Or prevention pa, merong mga taga-health po na papasok sa school. You may invite them and give inputs on CSE. And of course, our role of parents and guardians and families will increase parent-to-child communication about sexuality. Hindi naman po pwedeng nag-usap tayo about paano magbuntis, delikado yung ganito, sexuality education. Puro na lang si teacher. Hindi kayo nakikipag-coordinate kay parents. Mamaya, habulin na kayo ng itak ng mga nanay. Bastos yung teacher na yan. Pinag-usapan na ba naman ang vagina? At paano ganito, at yung penis? Bastos yan. Pull out ko yung anak ko. Ayun, kaya nga, unahin nyo muna si parents, magpaalam kayo during your meetings na ganito, pag-usapan namin itong actual na pangalan ng breast, tutoy. Vagina is pipi. Bakit daw hindi natin masabi yan na sa Bisaya yan? Parte lang yan ng katawan like ears. Bakit hindi natin sabihin dalungan? Bilat. Nga naman dyan ko nung hinayon na nato. No? Because these are sensitive daw. Kaya kausapin niyo si parents. Nanay, tatay, pag-usapin niyo, huwag ipagalaw yung kanilang vagina. Pag-usapan niyo, baka nga magalit yung nanay at tatay. Parte lang yan ng katawan. Pero nga lang, sensitibong parte. Kaya sensitibong tema or topic. You have to tell our parents and guardians. Comprehensive sexuality education, of course, magsimula na yan siya from the kindergarten. Pag-usapan na yan mga parte ng katawan. Kindergarten, in Aralin Panlipunan, MAPE, health, science, edukasyon sa pagpapakatao, at personality development in our senior high school lessons. Okay, yan, tingnan nyo. Focus po kayo. These are the entry points of comprehensive sexuality education standards of the K-12 MELC. Sa MAPE po, si MAPE ang may pinakamaraming competency na pwedeng pasukan ng CSE. Take note, 110 competency, 12 for grade 1, 11 for grade 2, yun po hanggang grade 10. Sa Aralin Panlipunan, 10 for grade 1, 10 concepts, or 10 competency is found in grade 1, grade 2. Wala po sa grade 3, no? Aralin Panlipunan. Bakit naman pag-usapan ang pagkababae at pagkalalaki sa Aralin Panlipunan when we talk about Rehiyon 9? Na bakit naging babae ba Rehiyon 9, naging lalaki? So wala nga pwedeng pasukan ng ARPAN sa pag-grade 3. Grade 4 wala din pwedeng pasukan dahil pinag-aralan dyan ang buong Pilipinas. Pero of course, sa grade 1 pasok, kasi ako at aking pamilya, we're talking about pagkananay, pagkatatay. Si nanay at si tatay, sila'y mag-asawa, kaya ako'y nabuo. Pwede na yan, pag-usapan na yun kaagad yung sexuality education about reproduction. Ayan, 23 lang sa ARPAN, ESP 52, while science is 10, kindergarten 16, and sa senior high school, we have 25 competencies. Pag-usapan nyo yan sa yung LAC, hanapin natin ng mga ganyan. Now, integration of CSE through life skills in the basic K-12 education curriculum. Paano nga ba i-integrate? Ayan. Generally, we define integration as any putting together or relating of things either conceptually or organizationally. If you put in together things which is unfamiliar to this concept, pero pwede naman siyang ipasok, that is integration. Of course, when content drawn from one subject is used to enrich the teaching. Ini-enrich mo lang, hindi mo kinukunan ng konsepto yung lesson. Pero lang nagdagdag ka dahil merong pwedeng ipasok na konsepto. That's integration. And the process of integration is not just a matter of identifying entry points in the curriculum or has been the traditional practice, but it means looking at the concepts of HIV AIDS as integral to the curriculum. Integration also, therefore, does not mean infusion of concepts. Hindi naman ini-infuse na from the outside in, but surfacing from the inside out, that which is considered integral or a natural part of the curriculum. Parang natural part eh. Pinag-usapan niyo yung pagka-babae at pagka-lalaki, sexuality, ganyan-ganyan. Siyempre, pwede niyo na pag-usapan. Ano bang parte ng katawan ng babae? Pwede anybody here, pwede mga ganyan. Basta about reproduction. Na kapag ang babae ay nakikipagtalik sa isang lalaki at siya naman po ay nagme-menstruate na, pwede siyang mabuntis, kahit anong edad. Pwede ganyan, no? Pwede ganyan. At iwasan nyo yon mga anak. Ayan, pwede. Ayan, anak, why integrate? Because integrative teaching mirrors the real world. Nakikita niya kung ano ba talaga yung malaking mundo. Ganito palang mangyayari in the future kapag hindi ako maingat. Ayun, no? And the real world is not divided into disciplines. Integrative to. Na kapag nandito si science, nag-aaral about parts of the body, si grade 1 naman, pwedeng pinag-usapan kung paano mabuntis. Paano naging nanay at tatay? Paano ako naging tao? Anong simulan ko sa aking pagiging bata? Answer it, please. Answer. And then it's just isolated bits of fact in a vacuum. Integrative teaching can help teachers surmount the problem of the overcrowded curriculum. Life skills are abilities for adaptive and positive behavior that enable individuals to deal effectively with the demands and challenges of everyday life. Ayan. Yung life skills, i-blow up ko lang yung word na life skills because it is seldom taught in the classroom. Hindi siya masyadong pinag-uusapan because this is the ability of the child to use immediate decision makings. Life skill. Halimbawa, itinuturo ba sa bata kung anong mangyayari kapag nauhaw ako, saan ako kukuha ng tubig? Walang tubig sa paligid. Life skill. Kailangan maghanap ako sa kapitbahay or sa kaibigan. Hindi yan itinuturo sa classroom eh. Walang mga ganyang klase. Kapag inakbayan ako ni tatay, and then lumampas yung kamay ni tatay, pumunta na sa suso ko, kaya ko bang sabihin, tay, alis? Hindi pwede yan. Kaya ba yan? Hindi yan itinuturo sa classroom. Yun yung i-develop natin in the CSE. Ayun, yung life skills, tingnan nyo. Empathy, effective communication. Kailangan, paano ko ba ito sasabihin? Pero kung bata, kung hindi siya capacitated to say no, wala na lang siyang gagawin. Hindi na siya kikilos, di ba? Dapat marunong siyang magsalita. Interpersonal relation skills. My relationship with a boy and a girl. Boy-girl relationship. Paano ba magkakaroon ng boy-girl relationship? A healthy relationship. Yun yung mga core life skills like problem solving, decision making, creative thinking, critical thinking. Hindi yan masyadong tinitake up ng classroom. Like problem solving, kapag wala kaming bigas, anong gagawin ko? Wala yung topic sa school eh. Kapag wala na kaming bigas, ang kapatid ko umiiyak. Saan ako pupunta? No school has a competency that teaches how to solve simple life problems. And ito po ang dapat maituro natin on how to integrate the development of life skills, especially on protecting the child's health, especially on the sexual abuses that is just very prone on the environment. Coping with emotion. Another is coping with stress. Paano mag-cope ng stress? Sobrang hirap na, then stop. Diba? Bakit masakit na yung ulo ko? Grabe na, sobra na, naipit na ako. And then stop, relax. Yun, hindi yan, walang nagtuturo niyan. Hanapin mo yan sa competency, kahit anong grado, kahit anong subject, wala. Ikaw lang yun magde-decide for you. And of course, interpersonal skills and self-awareness. Alam ko na naabuso na ako. Abuse na to abuso na to. Diba? Pwede mong sabihin yun. Kapag binibigyan, ito yung very simple na life skill na kailangan i-develop ng bata. Yung at the end of the class, ang principal na lalaki magsasabing, Joanna o kaya Eileen, please stay late kasi kukuha ka pa ng mga puti-puti ko sa buhok. Bibigyan man kita ng 5 pesos. Kaya ba ng bata sabihin, hindi sir, ayoko. Kasi hanapin ako ng nanay. If the bata is not able to effectively communicate kung anong nasa kanyang isip, pwede niya sabihin, sige sir, maiwan ako, kukunin ko yung mga puting buhok mo, pero basta may 5 pesos ako. And if it is regularly done, nasasanay si bata na may 5 pesos, that is still a grooming stage of the child para mahulog yung loob niya doon sa teacher. And when the teacher takes advantages or the principal would take advantage sa kahinaan ng bata, matatakot siya to say, no sir, bawal yan, stop sir. Kasi wala siyang skill yan eh. Hindi alam kung paano i-stop yung sir for the thought na baka mawala na siya ng 5 pesos every day na binibigay ni principal. One sad story that I remember is, in one of the news that we have heard, may isang batang ni-rape, 8-year-old na bata, patay, ni-rape, hawak niya isang 5 peso coin sa kanyang kamay. Because nabigyan siya ng 5 peso, sumama sa isang lalaki, wala nga siyang alam-alam kung anong mangyayari. And we will be bothered with our guilt if one of our children will be raped just because of that 5 peso being given by our perpetrators. Lahat ng mga lalaki, perpetrators. Lahat ng pwede namang babae, perpetrator. Kaya minsan, pag ikaw ay may asawa, tanungin ko kayo, anong ginawa ng asawa niyo before kayo nagiging mag-asawa? Di ba may pabigay-bigay ng bulaklak, may pabigay-bigay ng chocolate or candy para magkaibigan lang kayo. This is the grooming stage that we are looking at. Now, kapag ang bata na nagpabigyan-bigyan ng ballpen, bigyan-bigyan ng candy, kung ano yung kahinaan ng bata, kung ano yung kawalan niya sa bahay, ipiniprovide ng taong ito, tatanggapin niya. And then, he will not be able to say no because of gratis. Di ba? May gratis na siya eh. Hindi niya kayang sabihin, sir, bawal yan. No, sir. Bawal na yan. Hawakan mo yan. Baka sasabihin niya, ang 5 pesos mamayang hapon, natatakot siya. Yun yung kahinaan ng bata. And here comes the perpetrator na inabuso yung kahinaan ng bata. Doon po tayo nakakatulong. And for all you know, you might just be saving the life and the future of our learners, but it might be that you have saved your very own relatives, or worse, if it is your children. So you might have saved your friends, the children of your neighbors, and of course, your personal, your own children. Ito, in passing na lang tindihan natin yung life and skills scope and sequence chart. Yun, skills sabi ng theme, year or age 5 to 6 or the kindergarten, abuse and safety. Diba? Sa kindergarten, may tema, abuse and safety. Kailan maabuso ang bata? At kailan maging safety? Another theme is self-awareness and empathy. Tingnan nyo. Alam ni bata, sino ba ako? Ako ba'y babae? Ako'y lalaki? Anong meron ako? Sex organ. Yun. pag-usapan yan within the grade level. Makikita nyo yan. At age 10 to 11, sexuality, adolescent, and pregnancy, I am changing. Lumalaki yung dibdib ko. Dati, pwede naman akong tatakbo-takbo, lalakad-lakad sa bahay na walang damit pantaas. Dapat ngayon, hindi na. Because I am changing. My body is changing. My personality is changing. Kaya ako'y mag-iingat na. Ipasok nyo yan. Maipasok nyo yan, age 10 to 11. Bibigay ko sa inyo itong size ito. Pag-aralan natin yan. If you have time in your luck, you may invite me. Just freely invite me. And I will be willing to come and grace your CSA training. This is a sample integration of comprehensive sexuality education standards of the K-12 MELCs. Tingnan nyo lang natin ha. O yun. Ito yung ating sample integration ng kindergarten. Physical health and motor development, physical at pagpapaunlad sa kakayahang motor. Ayun, di ba? Asan siya makikita? Yung competency number, PNE, KBS, DAS2, DAS8. So second grading yan. Di ba? DAS2, week 8. Yan. And then, sa ano pa? For the first grading, yan po ang mga topics. No? First grading yan ng kindergarten. For the fourth quarter. So saan siya pasok? First grading lang at fourth quarter sa kindergarten. Ito si health na yan. Fourth quarter sa health grade 1. O yun yung competency code niya. H1 health first grading. Then HIS fourth quarter 4 and third week of quarter 4. That's 3. Sa health grade 8, yan din, no? Yun kanyang competency code. 10 age concerns, identity crisis, sexual identity and sexual behaviors, premarital sex, teenage pregnancy and abortion. Grabe, si grade 8, no? Challenge natin ito sa ating mga grade 8. Then, Aralin Panlipunan, grade 1. Yan, pagkilala sa kasapi ng pamilya. Yan siya. About grade 10 ARPAN, mga issue na may kaugnayan sa kasarian or gender. Grade 10 yan. Tingnan natin yan sa inyong mga competency, yung mga MELCs. And of course, grade 7, edukasyon sa pagpapakatao yan. And this grade 11 to 12, senior high school, some personality development. Ways forward, this is our policy and these are sample of the researches that has been geared towards CSE concepts and our curriculum states that we are trying to distribute CSE curriculum standards. And of course, what we are doing right now is the training of teachers to capacitate them what we are going to do in schools. Downloading of printing and distribution of existing adolescent reproductive health, ARH, no, of the CSA resource materials to DepEd, Commons, and Portals. Meron na yan sa DepEd Commons natin at DepEd Portals. Available na po si CSE. Okay. Monitoring and evaluation, trabaho to ni is Judy. School health, anong trabaho niya? Develop a comprehensive menu of school health initiatives together with the Bureau of Learning Support and Services. What about advocacy and partnership? Makikipag-partner tayo. Bakit makipag-partner? Meron tayong mga partner groups like the NEA, who will conduct trainings, the orientation of junior and senior high school students on CSA, pwedeng may mag-support, mag-finance, mga ganyan, no? Okay. Therefore, with all these plans, with all these initiatives of our Department of Education, tayo po ang nasa kamay po natin yung talagang successful and effective implementation sa mga lessons na to. And the future of the youth and the country lies on how the adult population takes cognizance of the problems that beset the youth, how the youth takes responsibility of their own development, and together work on how the young people can emerge winners from these threats. This is what DepEd believes at. And we are expecting to be winners in this battle. Our learners shall compete, our learners shall win because of your help. Mga kapatid, if you think in terms of a year, plant a seed. If you think in terms of 10 years, plant a tree. But if you think in terms of 100 years and beyond, educate our youth. Mga kapatid, maraming salamat po. This is always been your mother hen, Dr. Alma L. Carbonilla, your EPS in Aralin Panlipunan. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Wow, that was a very nice session, Ma'am Alma. We are really learning a lot from the sessions presented this afternoon, and that was of the morning. Thank you so much, Ma'am Al.
In more of the significant points to ponder and learn about comprehensive sexuality education, especially in the early stages, the kindergarten or the key to 3 levels will be given to us by a teacher 3 of Mahayag North District, giving you Ma'am Aileen Flores.
My respect to all our top management of Zamboanga del Sur Division, co-facilitators, teachers, participants, a very good afternoon to all. This is Aileen Capadnian Flores from Mahayag North District. My session this afternoon is about the comprehensive sexuality education primer for parents and guardians. It is a teaching resource for school-based orientation for parents and guardians of kinder to grade 3 learners. The aim focus of my session is in kinder to grade 3 learners, namely the naming of private body parts and establishing personal boundaries. But before we continue, let us have first this activity. Complete the sentence. Dear participants, I want everybody to cooperate with me for the next activity. Kumpletuhin ang mga pangungusap. Pakihanda lang po ang inyong mga sagutang papel at ballpen para sagutin ang mga sumusunod na tanong mula 1 hanggang 10. Then, we will check afterwards. Ready? Una. Bago kumain, maghugas ng mga patlang. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pangalawa. Bago umalis ng bahay, magsuklay ng patlang. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pangatlo. Bago matulog, magsipilyo ng patlang. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pang-apat. Magsuot ng tsinelas para hindi madumihan ang mga patlang. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Panglima. Takpan ang patlang kapag bumabahing para hindi makahawa. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pang-anim. Linisin ang mga patlang para hindi magkatutuli. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pang-pito. Kumain ng kalabasa para luminaw ang mga patlang. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pang-walo. Pagkatapos dumumi, hugasan ang patlang at mga kamay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pang-siyam. Magsuot ng pante para hindi makita ang patlang. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At last, pang-sampo, magsuot ng brief para hindi makita ang patlang. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let us check your answer. Ito po ang ating mga sagot. Una, kamay. Pangalawa, buhok. Pangatlo, ngipin. Pang-apat, paa. Panglima, ilong. Pang-anim, tenga. Okay, pakiwasto ang inyong mga sagot at pakilagay lang po ang inyong mga scores sa ating chat box. Salamat. Tingnan ko nga kung sino ang nakakuha ng perfect score. How many scores did you correct? Okay? So, Ma'am Jana, so nakakuha siya ng 10. Okay? Very good. May din si Ma'am Michelle, nakakuha siya ng 8. Okay, nice try, Ma'am. Next, let us go in our processing or reflection. Question. What did you feel during the activity? So, we feel so excited because maybe our questions are very easy to answer. Next question. Do you teach these messages to your children and why? Of course, yes, because all of this reminded us to take good care of our body and how important to keep them clean. Next question. Which parts of the activity did you find difficult and why? So, ilagay niyo nga sa chat box kung saang mga tanong na hirapan kayo sa pagsagot at bakit. So, tingnan ko. Chat box natin. Okay, Ma'am Rose. Sinabi niya na, okay, number 8, 9, at 10. Kasi, yan ay tumutukoy sa mga pribadong parte ng katawan ng isang bata. Yes naman. Okay, next question. What are the private body parts of girls and boys? What names do we use to call the private body parts of our children? Our children needs to know that the private body parts of a boy are penis, yung ari, batuta, or utin ng bata. Scrotum, yung bayag niya, at anus, yung puwet. While the private body part of a girl are vagina, yung puki or kiki, clitoris, yung tinggil, breast, yung dibdib, at anus, yung puwet. Lagi nating tatandaan na dapat ituro ang tamang pangalan at hindi substitute lang. The very close example na maibigay ko is lagi nating naririnig sa ating mga ina na ang tinatawag na yung maliit na bata is flower. So, hindi lang ako ang nakarinig yan, marami. So, pag pinapaliguan ng batang babae, okay anak, so okay, wash your flower. Tapos, ang bata is mag-aaral na. So, doon sa paralan, sinabi ng teacher na, okay class, let's draw a flower. So, ano ang iguguhit ng bata? Siyempre, yung kanyang ari. So, sino ang dapat sisihin? So, walang dapat sisihin. Kasi it's a misunderstanding. Kasi hindi pa alam ng mga parents na dapat kapag tayo ay magturo, dapat yung pangalan talaga at hindi substitute lang. Okay, next question. What would be the possible consequences if we do not introduce the correct names of private body part? There are many possible consequences if we do not introduce the correct names of private body parts of our children. But I will state only 2. First, our children will get confused and interpret this as there being something ashamed about it. They will not feel free to ask you questions, share with your concern or problems related to their body, or feel comfortable telling you no if someone has behaved inappropriately regarding their or other private parts. The second possible consequence, if you never talk about private body parts in your family, you would be able to communicate those boundaries because studies have shown that children who know the private names of their genitalia are less likely to suffer sexual abuses. Next question. Why is it important to teach our children the correct names of their private body parts? There are lots of reasons why it is important to teach our children the correct names of their private body parts. But I will present only 2. First, to prevent child sexual abuses. Euphemistic nicknames or the substitute nicknames for the genitals gives the impression that these parts of the body are something to be embarrassed about or ashamed of. Using the correct anatomical name of all parts of the body helps your children to rebuild positive body image and open for an honest, open dialogue with you or any questions that have about their bodies or sexuality. The second important reason to help children from sexual predators. Teach your children or your learners that anything that covered by a swimsuit is a private body parts and no one has the right to touch those areas. If our learner is the victim of sexual predators, knowing the correct names of genitalia can help them a lot. And the correct names of the private body parts. First is the teacher. Not only teacher, but trained teachers and the comprehensive sexuality education. If matrain na si teacher, pwede na niyang ito i-echo sa school lock nila para ang ibang mga kasamahan natin or nila ay maging aware. Then, during PTA meeting, we can invite people who are knowledgeable enough to introduce comprehensive sexuality education to the parents because they are the first teacher to our children. Next question, how can a teachers or school help parents or guardians? Helping them by calling their attentions, having meeting during PTA, and to introduce to them the comprehensive sexuality education. The principal can invite people, especially in our health personnel or our district nurse. The importance of why the Department of Education include this in our curriculum. Paano ba? Paano ba ituro ang konseptong ito sa ating mga bata para malaman nila ang mga pribadong parte ng kanilang katawan, para maging aware sila na dapat walang sinuman o ibang tao na makahawak sa kanilang katawan, lalo na sa mga pribadong parte nito, para maging aware sila kung ano ang dapat gawin kung sila ay maabuso for their personal safety. Before we continue, we must also recognize the touches, the good touch versus the bad touch. Why is touch important? Skin-to-skin touch is vital, not only for mental and emotional health, but also physical. When you feel snowed under or pressured, the body releases hormones called cortisol. These hormones helping the body respond to stress. According to 2017 study, gentle touch can reduce both pain and feeling of social inclusion. So let us find out the 3 kinds of touches. First, safe touches. There are touch that keep children safe, are good for them, and make them feel cared for and important. These are considered good touches. A family touch or close friends give to show friendship and affection. A handshake, a pat on the back, a hug when you feel close to someone, and a good night's kiss from mom and dad. Those are examples of good touches. Second, next, unsafe touches. These are touches that hurt or harm children's bodies or feelings. These are also the kind of touches that makes them uncomfortable and would want to stop right away. These are bad touches. So unsafe touches, example of this are hitting, kicking, or touching the private body parts of a child. The next is unwanted touches. These are touches that might be safe, but that a child doesn't want from a particular person or in that particular moment. Children needs to learn to set personal boundaries. The comprehensive sexuality education was anchored on DepEd Order Number 31, Series of 2018. It is a policy guidelines on the implementation of comprehensive sexuality education. It was signed last July 13, 2018 by our Education Secretary, Honorable Secretary Leonor Magtoles Briones. The definition of comprehensive sexuality education is a curriculum-based process of teaching and learning about cognitive, emotional, physical, and social aspects of sexuality. Ang curriculum na ito ay hindi lang nakatutok sa pangkiisipang aspeto ng isang bata, pati na rin sa kanyang pandamdamin, pangpisikal at pangsosyal na aspeto ng sexualidad ng isang bata. The comprehensive sexuality education aims to equip children and young people with knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values that will empower to realize their health, well-being, and dignity, develop respectful, social, and sexual relationships, consider how their choices affect their own well-being and that of others, understand and ensure the protection of the rights throughout their lives. The concept of comprehensive sexuality education are human body and human development. We can integrate this on science, the human reproductive system, the part of the body, and personhood and values, healthy relationship. So we can integrate this also in edukasyon sa pagpapakatao, ang pagbuo ng kanyang personalidad at relasyon niya sa pakikipagkapwa-tao. Sexuality and sexual behaviors, sexual and reproductive health. So we also integrate this and MAPI, especially in health, sa kalinisan at pangangalaga sa pribadong parte ng katawan ng isang bata. Then, personal safety. So ito na po, these are the subjects that we can integrate the comprehensive sexuality education in kinder to grade 3 learners. So Aralin Panlipunan, of course, sa pagkilala niya sa kanyang sarili, ako at ang aking sarili, ako at ang aking pamilya, so ako at ang aking pamayanan. Sa kaligtasan ng ating mga kabataan at ang kanilang karapatan na dapat nating pangalagaan. So sa MAPE, especially sa health, sa kalinisan, pangangalaga ng pribadong parte ng katawan ng isang bata, then the science, the human reproductive system, the parts of the body, the private body parts of a child, edukasyon sa pagpapakatao, sa pagbuo ng kanyang personalidad at relasyon niya sa pamilya at pakikipagkapwa-tao, and personality development. This personality development, itinuturo ito sa senior high school. What is this? These are emoticons or emojis. For records, this emojis is from the Japanese term E stands for picture and moji stands for character. Emojis are essential to communicate emotion, something that word cannot portray. Always remember, our facial expression marks and touches our learners and children's perspective. So, ano ang ating mga emoji ngayon? Ano ang emoji mo? So, ano ang emoji na pipiliin natin kapag tayo ay tinanong ng bata, lalo na sa sensitibong tanong ng ating mga kabataan? So, una, sasabihin mo lang na the number 1 is relieved or everything is fine. So, number 2, You feel crying. Maiiyak ka ba kapag tinanong ka sa sensitibong tanong ng bata? Or pagtatawanan mo lang ba siya? Number 3. Number 4, you feel embarrassed. Number 5, relaxed. Relax ka lang. Okay, parang okay lang. Number 6, you feel angry. So magagalit ka. Bakit tinanong mo yan sa akin? Okay, number 7, you feel confused or malilito ka kung ano ang isasagot mo. Number 8, upset, sasama ba ang loob mo? Or number 9, worried, mag-aalala ka ba? So remember this emoji sa next nating slides dahil pipiliin nyo kung ano ang emoji nyo at ibibigay nyo kung bakit yan ang pinili nyo. Just write the number on our chat box. Okay, let's try. Let's game. Okay, ano ang emoji mo? Kung, ito na. Tingnan ko dito. Okay, ready? Lumabas ng bahay nang walang salawal ang iyong anak. Okay, number 1 ba? Relieve. Number 2, malilito ka. 8, upset or sasama ang iyong loob or worried. So, tingnan ko dito. Okay, so si Ma'am Bella, sabi niya, 6 daw ang answer niya. Angry or magagalit. Bakit? Dahil hindi akma sa kanyang edad na lumabas na walang salawal. Kaya pala yun ang isinagot ni Ma'am Bella. Okay, thank you, Ma'am. Next. Ano ang emoji mo kung nahuli mong kinakamot ng anak ang kanyang are? So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. So, tingnan ko again. Sino ang nakasagot? Si Sir Lando. Sabi niya dito, 9, worried ang kanyang isinagot. Bakit? Baka sa kakamot ng kanyang bata, ma-infeksyon ang kanyang ari. Kaya pala worried ang isinagot ni Sir Lando. Thank you, sir. Next slide. Ano ang emoji mo? Kung magtanong ang anak, bakit po tumitigas ang ari ko kapag hinahawakan ko siya? Okay. Tingnan ko sa ating mahiwagang salamin. Okay. Ang sumagot is si si Ma'am Aida pala. Ang isinagot niya is number 7. Sabi niya, confused, malilito kasi hindi ko alam ang isasagot ko sa kanya. Siguro hindi pa siya nakapag-training ng comprehensive sexuality education. Okay, thank you, Ma'am Aida. Next slide. Ano ang emoji mo kung nagtanong ang anak nang saan po galing ang mga baby? So, sino kayang makasagot? Okay, si Sir Ramonito. Sabi niya, number 5, relax. Number 5, relax daw. Okay lang, ipapaliwanag ko sa bata kung saan siya galing at ang responsibilidad na kaakibat ng pagiging magulang. Okay, very good, si Sir. Okay, next. Ano ang emoji mo kung nagtanong ang bakit? Dahil alam ko na kung ano ang sasabihin ko sa kanya. Okay, thank you, Ma'am Hazel. Okay, please remember, mga kaguro, parents, guardians' reactions, tone of voice, words used, facial expressions form part of their children's first lessons in sexuality. Parents or guardians should be the source of reliable information By being open to their children's questions, the parents or guardians set the stage for continued conversations and openness when puberty begins. The goal of comprehensive sexuality education is to strengthen the involvement of parents and guardians in the development of their children. Before I end up my session, allow me to share this quotation from Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. She said, talk to her about sex and start early. It would be probably be a bit awkward, but it is necessary. Then let me share also with you the daily bread that this morning I read from Blessed Maria Teresa of Calcutta. She said, every time you smile at someone, it is an action of love, a gift to a person, and a beautiful thing. Especially this time that we experience pandemic and many times that many lives losses for their loved ones. So let's be a blessing to one another. Let's love one another and let's be a blessing. So once again, this is comprehensive sexuality education primer for parents and guardians for kinder to grade 3 learners. I am Aileen Capadnian Flores from Separino Alcomendras Elementary School, Mahayag North District. Please continue to stand by because there are still rest of the topics that will be discussed to you by the next facilitator. Thank you, and I hope you learned something from my session. Again, a safe and blissful afternoon to us. To God be all the greatest glory. Shalom, everyone.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Eileen Flores from Mahayag North District for discussing to us the comprehensive sexuality education, for kinders, grade kinder to 3, all right? So the continuation of the topics in comprehensive sexuality education for grades 4 to 6 will be given to us by the teacher 3 of the Malinao District, giving you Ma'am Catherine Swarin.
Good day, co-teachers, participants, and guests. I am Catherine Sarabia Suarin from Sumadat Elementary School, Dumalinao District, Zamboanga del Sur. We will now have an in-depth discussion about comprehensive sexuality education, primer for parents and guardians. It is a teaching resource for school-based orientation session suited for parents and guardians of grade 4 to grade 6 learners. I say in-depth because our discussion will focus more on the effect of society's perspective into shaping one's outlook. So come one, come all. Let us now embark ourselves into the world of CSC, or the Comprehensive Sexuality Education. So for our session this afternoon, we will be talking about first, sex and gender. 2, gender stereotyping. 3, what is CSC? Its objectives, key concepts, and subjects to which CSC is integrated. Also, we will be discussing about the roles of teachers, health providers, and parents, guardians, and families in the success of the CSC curriculum. Lastly, we will delve on the different examples of gender stereotyping. Let us now have this free activity called laundry listing. Okay, if you have your papers and pens near you, I want you to list the things I will ask. What are the physiological aspects of a woman or a man? Meaning, list the body parts that are related to men and women. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Second question. What traits are usually associated to men or to women? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Third question. What are the objects related to men or to women? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fourth question. What works are usually associated to men or to women? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lastly, finally, what roles do men or women have in our own household or in the community in general? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so in doing the activity, what is going on in your mind? What is in your mind? In the following slides, we will be discussing more on your answers. Let us now see the difference between sex and gender. What is sex? What is gender? Sex is more the physiological aspects of a male or a female. As defined, this is the biological characteristics. Like the females, we have our own genitalia, which is totally different from the male genitalia. Also, the genetic differences between men and women lie in these sex chromosomes. What are these sex chromosomes? Women have 2 X chromosomes. Men have a single X chromosome, which came from their mother, and a male-specific Y chromosome, which came from their father. The primary female sex hormones are estrogen and progesterone, which means men's primary sex hormone is testosterone. On the other side, what is gender? Gender is basically differentiating between femininity and masculinity. As clearly defined, this is a social condition of being male or female. This is in reference more on the social and cultural differences rather than biological ones. Okay? So sex and gender are two totally different concepts. Sex is more biological, whereas gender is more social and cultural differences. Okay? Let us now look at the picture in the slide. What do you see? On the left side of the picture, we have a female figure. And on the right side, we have the male figure. Pink is usually associated with the women, while blue is for men. In the women's side, look, in the women's side, what do you see? We see a house, a lipstick, a crown, flowers, and many more. In the men's side, we see a car, the wrench, computer, barbell, and others. In this picture, this is what gender stereotyping or pagkakahon means. This is a reflection of what men and women should do as perceived by our society and culture. Sadly, women and men are limited in this kind of boxing. As Margaret Mead said, children must be taught how to think, not what to think. In general, gender stereotyping involves how men and women are expected to act, speak, dress, and conduct themselves based on their sex. These preconceived gender roles can limit men's and women's capacity to pursue professional careers and prevent them from making individual choices about their lives. For example, if a girl is expected to become a housewife and care for her family, then society might lose a natural talent for physics. If a boy is valued only for his potential to make a great firefighter, some school might lose a highly talented teacher. A gender stereotype is harmful when it limits women's and men's capacity to develop their personal abilities, pursue their professional careers, and or make choices about their lives. Harmful stereotypes perpetuate inequalities. For example, the traditional view of women as caregivers means that child care responsibilities often fall exclusively on women. Gender stereotyping is wrongful when it results in a violation or violations of human rights and fundamental freedoms. Now, because of the prevalence of gender inequalities or stereotyping, the Department of Education issued DepEd Order Number 31, Series 2018, which is the policy guidelines on the implementation of the comprehensive sexuality education. This policy aims to enhance the holistic wellness of the Filipino adolescents and effectively address their needs for health and protection through education by ensuring that they are equipped with comprehensive information and appropriate life skills that can advance gender equality and empowerment, clarify their values and attitude, and reduce risk related to poor health outcomes, thereby enabling them to achieve their full potential. What is CSE, or the Comprehensive Sexuality Education? CSE is a curriculum-based process of teaching and learning about the cognitive, emotional, physical, and social aspects of sexuality. The objective of CSE is that it aims to equip the learners on this given details: the wellness, the good health, the well-being of the learner, the holistic well-being of a learner, not just on its emotional aspect or its sexual aspect, intellectual aspect, but the wholeness of the learner. These are the CSC key concepts that are integrated in the different subjects. Human body and human development is integrated in MAPE, particularly in physical education and health subjects. These are also discussed in kinder. Personhood and values in Aralin Panlipunan and personality development. Health relationships in Aralin Panlipunan and edukasyon sa pagpapakatao. Sexuality and sexual behaviors in science and health. Sexual and reproductive health still in science and health. Personal safety in Araling Panlipunan, edukasyon sa pagpapakatao, health and science. Gender, culture, and human rights are in Araling Panlipunan, health, science, edukasyon sa pagpapakatao, and personality development. Here we see that these are the subjects: kinder, Araling Panlipunan, MAPE, specifically health, science, edukasyon sa pagpapakatao, and personality development. The CSC is mostly integrated. So, what is the role of teachers in CSC? What are the roles, or what is the role of teachers in CSC? We, teachers, are the main implementers of the CSE curriculum. So we are the primary or the main implementers for the CSC curriculum. Next, what are the roles of health providers? They provide additional information about sexuality. Also, these health providers can offer counseling and referrals to other services. What about the roles of the parents, guardians, and families. Parents, guardians, and families must increase the parent-to-child communication about sexuality. Then, the promotion of safety and well-being of children/youth should be heightened. So as parents, guardians, and families, we do have this very important role in achieving by Whitney Darrow. I'm glad I'm a boy. I'm glad I'm a girl. This is a great depiction about gender stereotyping. These children in the book are very stereotypically portrayed. So we will discuss this. The book, I'm glad I'm a boy, I'm glad I'm a girl by Whitney Darrow in 1970. First picture, this one. What the boys are handsome, girls are beautiful. Do you agree? Can we say boys are beautiful? Girls are handsome? Yes or no? Can we say that there are boys who are more beautiful than girls? And can we also say there are girls who are handsome? Well, actually, this is just a gender stereotype definition. What is it? Description of a boy and a girl. So boys are handsome, girls are beautiful. How about this one? This one. Boys are strong. Girls are graceful. Is this true? Think. Are there girls that you know who are also strong? Are there boys that you know who are also graceful? Of course there are. Have you heard of Heidelin? She won recently the Olympics. What did she won? Haha. Of course, she won the weightlifting champion Olympic. And Heidelin is a girl. Imagine. Third picture, this one. This one. Boys have trucks. Girls have dolls. When a boy is seen playing with a doll, what will the community instantly say? What do you think? When you see, teacher, when you see your pupil playing with a doll, what will you say? What would be your reaction, initial reaction? Ay, bakla. When you see a girl playing with a truck or toy truck, instantly people around her will say, tibo or lesbian. Diba? Those are gender stereotypes. I used to play toy trucks. I even encouraged my daughter to play toy trucks before. I even enrolled her to a taekwondo class. Would that be less of her being a woman and more of a boy? Of course not. So, that's okay. Next, this one. Boys can eat. Girls can cook. Ha! Do you know Chef Gordon Ramsay? Do you know him? Are you familiar with him? He is a leading British chef and one of the judges of the Master Chef show. He's a man, yet his cooking is well known around the world. Do you know Molly Squiller? In 2014, Molly broke the 2-kilogram steak eating world record by eating the 2 kilograms of steak in just 2 minutes and 44 seconds. Imagine! She broke the record of eating 2 kilos. The previous record was 12 minutes and 53 seconds. But what did Molly do? She broke it. She only ate the 2-kilogram steak for 2 minutes and 44 seconds. My God, where did she put it? On July 2021, she crushed the 50 chili hot dogs in 22 minutes. She ate the 50 chili hot dogs in 22 minutes. Wow, she sure is very hungry that time. Next, this one. Another caricature in the book is this one. Boys invent things. Girls use what boys invent. What can you say about this one? So only boys can do the invention. And girls will use those invention. Well, what can you say? Well, who loves banana ketchup? For sure, I do love banana ketchup. Did you know that a Filipina created the household Filipino staple, banana ketchup? She was Maria Orosa. And thanks to her, we men and women enjoy our food with it. Now this one, another picture. Now, this. Boys fix things. Girls need things fixed. Agree or disagree? I'll leave you to that. This one. Agree or disagree? Boys build houses. Girls keep houses. Agree or disagree? This one. This. Boys are doctors. Girls are nurses. Agree or disagree? With this pandemic, what is happening? Are there boys who are nurses or men who are nurses and women who are doctors, especially during this time, this pandemic, which gives focus on our health providers? Of course not. There are also girls or women who are doctors and men or boys who are also caregivers or nurses. So, agree or disagree? This one. Agree or disagree? Boys are pilots. Girls are stewardess. My God. This is really gender stereotyping or pagkakahon. No? Next. This one. Agree or disagree? Boys are presidents. Girls are first ladies. What about Cory Aquino? What can you say about that? Cory Aquino was our former president of the Philippines, of the Republic of the Philippines. And then she's a woman. Anyways. This one. Now this. Boys are fathers. Girls are mothers. Of course, we cannot be fathers biologically. Even boys cannot be fathers biologically. Boys aren't portrayed in nurturing roles with their families. This is the case. It is the girls who do the roles associated with having a family. So, this is the case because boys are fathers, girls are mothers, boys do the money making, while girls or women took care of the house. Anyways, the narrative and pictures in this book tells us that girls aren't as capable as boys are to do certain things. It is hard to believe this book could have been written and meant to be funny and ironic. So this is just not about being funny or it's ironic. This is being true. In the end, after all the roles are laid out there, it says, I'm glad you are a boy. I'm glad you are a girl. We need each other. We are all one. And if a boy likes dolls and a girl wants to be a police person, we need to make sure they know that it is okay. We don't want children to think certain labels apply to each gender. As Mayberry reviewed about this book, I think this book does a horribly great job at showing how far society has moved from this type of thinking when it comes to gender roles. In summary, the goal of comprehensive sexuality education is to be gender sensitive. Remember, achieving gender equality requires the engagement of women and men, girls and boys. It is everyone's responsibility. By Ban Ki-moon. Thank you everyone for your time in not just hearing, but in listening. May we continue to become molders of the coming generations. Again, this is Catherine Sarabia Suarin of Sumadat Elementary School, Dumalinaw District, Zamboanga del Sur, saying salute and keep safe everyone. God bless us all.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Ka, for that comprehensive discussion this afternoon. Ma'am Van, nabisita mo na ba ang lahat ng historic places sa Zamboanga del Sur?
Hindi pa lahat, sir, pero marami pang mga lugar na gusto ko pang bisitahin dito sa ating probinsya.
Ako rin naman, Ma'am Van, dahil dyan, tayo ngayon ay maglalakbay virtually.
Correct, Sir Ryan, because later I will be introducing to you our next speaker. And before I introduce to you our next speaker, we will be posting on the drop-down portion of our screen the link for our evaluation for day 1. Again, I would like to remind all the participants of this 3-day training in Aralin Panlipunan of the strategies and approaches in the new normal that we will be posting the link for our day 1 evaluation. Please don't forget, makikita niyo po sa ibaba ng ating screen ang ating link for evaluation for day 1. All right, so please don't forget to log in using your DepEd email accounts. Tama ba, Sir Rai?
Yes, Ma'am Van.
And this time, ladies and gentlemen, sabi nga ni Sir Ryan, tayo ay maglalakbay virtually because of COVID-19. We cannot go to these places. These places will always be part of our lives. And for that, to talk about how we could promote beautiful historic places in our areas and use this as a learning material for teaching, he will be giving to us a very important topic.
That's right, Ma'am Van. And he will discuss to us the Travelogue, or the Balik Kasaysayan program of the Department of Education. Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you the Master Teacher 1 of Tukuran West District, none other than Mr. Alan Caballero. Sir Lan, please take it away.
Hello, Sir Alan. Sir Alan, please stand by, ladies and gentlemen. We are giving a yes, participants should grab a coffee, a cup of coffee for a snack, and ilagay nyo sa tapat ng inyong mga upuan kung nasaan man kayo ngayon, so that you could have a very fruitful and full of what do you call this? Not only a food for the mind, but a food for the stomach this afternoon.
Yes, Ma'am Van.
While waiting for Sir Alan. I guess nakapasok ko si Sir Alan. Hi, Sir Alan. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Sir Alan.
We are still working on the technical problems and glitches here in our platform. And ganito talaga ang mangyayari pag virtual training. And I do hope that we could adopt the changes of this platform, of the changes in the Department of Education, kasi nga may COVID-19, sir.
Yes,
no?
yes, Ma'am Van.
Yes, and we could only reach out our loved ones, personalities, and individuals na malayo pa sa atin. So, I would like to remind our participants of tomorrow's activity. Tomorrow, we will be giving you another link, or the same link lang siguro, for an open link if you have questions and clarifications. By the way, of these sessions that we have for day 1, Sir Ryan.
Yes, ma'am.
You could post your questions and clarifications on those who would like to ask on certain topics. Just drop your questions on the chat box if you are on a YouTube live, and also using the Microsoft Teams. And we are ready, or we would be ready for your questions or clarifications. And that would be catered after our last session.
Yes. Or any suggestions in order to improve our sessions?
Aside from that, those suggestions will be posted on the evaluation links. So we will be giving you later the process on how to do the activities, on how to do the outputs by quality. So I will be announcing later who are assigned for each quality, and the team managers who will be assigned to collect and to monitor the crafting of the outputs. Ano ba yung mga outputs na gagawin natin, Sir Ryan?
One of our outputs, we have the learning activity sheets po. O yung last po natin.
Yes, that would be that was your topic.
And the script for radio-based instruction as well as the script for TV-based instruction or yung TVBI po natin.
All right, so those were some, but we could also add the self-learning modules.
Yes, yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
as basis for your scripts for the TVBI and radio-based instructions. So, meron tayong 5 na topic na outputs. Ano ba yung ikalima? Yan ang pag-uusapan
natin ngayon
ng ating last speaker. So, again, let me give you that per quality ang collection ng ating mga outputs, and somebody's calling via, what do you call this? Facebook or Messenger. So we are fixing the technical problem of the part of becoming a very, very effective technology adopted educator. Tama ba, sir?
Yes, Ma'am Van.
Okay.
Tama po yung sinabi.
Yes. So again, let me remind everyone that the evaluation link will be posted on the down below, or the drop-down link.
On the screen?
Of the screen, I mean. The evaluation link for day 1. I do hope that you can use your DepEd email for you to have permission to answer the evaluation link, of the different sessions we have from the morning until this last session. Again, and then I would like to remind everyone that program management team leaders, and they would also coordinate with the chairperson for each grade level. Okay. So sabi nga ni Ma'am Alma, Sir Ryan, that we are giving opportunities for teachers to create what do you call this, outputs.
Yes,
okay? All right, Sir John, are we ready? Sir Feelers.
Sir.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for standing by. Live.
Okay. Right.
Sir Alan, are you here with us right now? Sir, please turn on your microphone. I guess naka-mute ka, sir. Please turn on your mic. Yes, sir. Maririnig ka na namin. Sir?
Sige. Let us start na, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much, sir, for standing by. We are very happy to have you here on our platform for the very important session. Sir, paki-turn on your microphone and please face the camera as we are going to give you your session this afternoon would be the last session for our training for day 1. Are you ready, sir?
Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear. Please.
Let us start now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, giving you our last session this for day 1, Mr. Alan Caballero from Tucuran West District, Master Teacher 1 from Tucuran West District to discuss to us about Balik Kasaysayan Program or Travelogue.
Okay, good afternoon, fellow teachers, no? Today, I will be discussing to you how to make a travelogue. This is under the Balik Kasaysayan Program of the Bureau of Learning Delivery, Teaching and Learning Division. This was conceptualized and served as a catch-up program after the department received feedbacks and issues on the approaches and methodologies of teaching Aralin Panlipunan. This program was also made to address the issues particularly for grade 3 and patriotism of Filipino learners and teachers. Now the next slide would be the definition of travelogue. What is travelogue? It's a piece of writing of someone's experiences. So habang ikaw ay naglalakbay, ay marami kang magagandang karanasan na maaari mong gawan ng isang lakbay sanaysay. Now, by the way, travelogue in Filipino is called lakbay sanaysay. Siyempre, you take pictures of the place you visited, no? Habang ikaw ay naglalakbay, lalong-lalo na sa panahon ngayon, palagi tayong kumukuha ng mga larawan kung ano man yung mga lugar na napuntahan natin. It is also defined as a movie of someone's experiences while traveling. But today, we would focus on how to make a travelogue in a way of writing. Nowadays, most of us, if not all, have the desire to go to other places. But because of the health crisis that we have now, limited ang ating mga paglalakbay. Anyway, we will be talking about local history ang pag-uusapan natin. So maaaring sa sarili nating mga bayan o lungsod ay pwede nating magawan ng isang travelogue o lakbay sanaysay. So it's the right time for us to make our travelogue or lakbay sanaysay. No, almost all of us have Facebook. So napakaraming photos ang nai-upload natin. So why not make our travelogue with the use of our photos of the historic places that you have visited para naman mas maging productive tayo sa kabila ng pandemya. Now, the next slide would be the purposes of inspiring the teachers to make travelogue. Now, what is the purpose of inspiring the teachers to make our travelogue? 1. To document the history, culture, and geography of a certain place in a creative or innovative way. So why are we encouraged to craft a travelogue or lakbay sanaysay? Bakit nga ba? So this Balik Kasaysayan program gives emphasis on local history, as I have said to you a while ago. And it could never be denied that nowadays our pupils really lack of the necessary skills to link with their own or their local communities. Do you agree with that? So as teachers, Huwag nating hayaang maging dayuhan sa sariling bayan o lalawigan, rehiyon, maging sa ating bansa kung ang pag-uusapan ay tungkol sa kasaysayan. Next, to provide a guide for the people who would like to visit the place. No, ang isang travelog ay nakatutulong sa mga taong gustong pumunta sa isang lugar. So we would craft a salaysay na may saysay para sa sinalaysayang salinlahi sa ating sariling barangay, sa ating bayan o maging sa ating lalawigan. Malaking tulong din ito para sa atin as teachers, no, dahil ito'y pwedeng maging tulay natin upang magkaroon tayo ng learning material sa ating LRMDS portal. Now, I would like to share my experience about LRMDS, no? No, I can still remember, no, when Dr. Carbonilla assigned a master teacher in our district to craft a learning material. Pero may nangyaring emergency sa kanilang pamilya, so the PSDS decided to find another teacher at yun na nga, napili yung teacher na mula sa barangay school. So, gumawa siya ng isang learning material na isabit doon sa division office with the help of the division librarian and of course the LRMDC supervisor hanggang sa naipasok yon sa LRMDS. So, maaring or mabibigyan tayo ng pagkakataon na maipasok yung learning material natin, particularly itong travelog natin. Now, a travelog should be informative. So as history teachers, it is always our responsibility to transmit historical knowledge to children and also to the people outside who do not yet have such knowledge. Next, a travelog should be entertaining. Yes, dapat magandang tingnan at kaya-aya at syempre magugustuhang basahin ng sinumang makatanggap ng iyong travelog. Another thing is a travelog should be honest. Honest in the sense that only the things that you see, your experiences, na maaari mong ma-experience sa lugar na yon will be included in your travelog. So walang labis, walang kulang. For example, the place, the food, the mode of transportation in going to the place, and the people or even the livelihood of the people sa partikular na lugar na iyan. Another thing is a travelog should be inspiring. Siyempre, yung nakapagbibigay ng desire sa nagbabasa na balang araw ay makakapunta din ako sa lugar na iyan at gusto kong makita ang mga makasaysayang lugar sa lugar na iyan. Now, what is the focus of our travelog? Okay, as I have said to you a while ago, we would focus our travelog on local history or kasaysayang pampuok. So, isa sa mga makasaysayang puok, alam natin, no, sa ating rehiyon, particularly dito sa ating division of Zamboanga del Sur, ay dito sa Tukuran, sa lugar namin, no. It's not new to us when we hear kuta ng Tukuran. So maganda yung paggawa ng travelog. Later, I'll be showing to you some samples of travelog, particularly dito sa makasaysayang pampuok ng Tukuran, yung tinatawag na nating kuta ng Tukuran. Now next, how to make our travelog. So our next slide would be talking about how to make a travelog. Next slide, please. Okay, how to make a travelog? Of course, we need to plan. Kailangan iplano natin ng maayos yan. And then, kailangan natin mag-take notes sa lahat ng pwede nating makikita sa lugar na ating pwedeng puntahan. And then, you also need to collect brochures. Siyempre, para maka-benchmark tayo, kailangan natin ng mag-collect ng mga samples of brochures to make our travelogue. Makaka-benchmark tayo sa mga brochures na yon. And of course, kailangan natin siyempre mag-take ng pictures para isasali natin sa travelogue natin. And another thing is, you need to review notes and pictures and do not forget to put caption. Kailangan natin ng draft, no? Gagawa tayo. Tapos, another process or next process is yung layouting. So, make a design or arrangement. Kung baga, parang gagawa tayo ng isang dummy. And then, next process is reviewing and editing. Siyempre, it is very important to kailangan natin ng proofreading. Siyempre, before finalizing, i-check natin yung tamang baybay ng mga salita, siyempre yung grammar, and of course, the information na ipapasok natin sa ating travelogue or lakbay sanaysay. Before proceeding to the fourth process, which is validation, and then for finalization. Or validate tapos i-finalize. So these are the steps in making our travelogue. Step 1, we need to decide on the type to write. As I have said to you a while ago, no, that we would like to craft a travelogue in a way of writing. So focus tayo sa paper travelogue. So paper travelogue, ito yung mga ba't ibang uri ng lakbay sanaysay, no? We also have PowerPoint travelogue, virtual travelogue, and poster travelogue. So, kagaya ng sinabi ko kanina, focus tayo sa paper travelogue, tapos sa local history or makasaysayang pampuok tayo nakaka-focus. Step 2, decide on the focus of your travelogue. Yung sinabi ko nga kanina, yung focus natin, local history. Step 3, research about your topic. Siyempre, kailangan natin ng information, yung talagang valid and reliable. So we need to have or to conduct some researches. Step 4, look for samples para maka-benchmark tayo. And for step 5, this is now the most challenging na talaga ito kasi gagawa na tayo, magka-craft na tayo ng ating sariling lakbay sanaysay. We are going to write our own travelogue in step 5. Okay, so this time, in taking pictures, no, kailangan natin syempre, we need to include people. So there should be human element present in the particular place na binisita ng isang teacher o ng mga teachers. Another thing to consider in taking pictures is the rule of thirds. Oh, it's not new to us when we hear this rule of thirds. So this is dividing the image into thirds and placing the subject on one of those sides. No, familiar tayo sa rule of thirds kasi maybe some, if not all of us here in the virtual room are always involved, no, pag darating tayo sa journalism. No, sa English or Filipino, merong pagkukuha ng larawan. So rule of thirds, kailangan din natin isasali in taking pictures para sa ating travelogue. Now, this is, I have, isa ito sa mga pictures na nakuha ko when we were in Bulacan, no? I am sure you are familiar with the picture, no? This is the Baraswain Church in Malolos, Bulacan. So this is one of the most important religious buildings in the country. It was during the time of Aguinaldo, no, who established the first Philippine Republic. And they usually convened in this church, which is the Baraswain Church. Nakikita nga natin ito, no, nung meron pa tayong 10 peso bill, yung brown ng kulay. Kasali itong Baraswain Church sa 10 peso bill natin kung sino man yung nakaabot, no? Okay, another example, ito yung na-craft namin when we were in Bulacan, no? So from one EPS from Dipolog and principal from Isabela City and yours truly, no? Kami ang nag-craft ng sample na balik na travelog na ito. Kikita natin sa slides. Lahat ng mga naisulat dyan, ako ang gumawa. Yung mga pictures naman, yung principal ang nagkuha niyan. Tapos tumulong din yung EPS ng Dipolog City para magawa namin nga yung travelog kasi kailangan sa central office meron talagang output. So hopefully dito sa atin, magkakaroon din tayo ng magandang outputs. Kung hindi man makakalamang nito, at least patas-patas maumao pud ani kanindot ang ato ang mabuhat. So, yan, makikita natin, no, yung mga larawan dyan, kuha yan lahat sa mga makasasayang lugar or historic places in the province of Bulacan. So, alam naman natin yung Bulacan, isa yan sa mga nakapag-ambag sa pagbuo ng kasaysayan ng Pilipinas. Sa ating pambansang pagkakakilanlan, no, isa ang province of Bulacan sa great contributors to para mabuo nga ang ating kasaysayan ng bansang Pilipinas at kung paano natin nakamit ang ating kalayaan from the colonizers. So kung makikita natin dyan yung Baraswain Church, tapos yung Biak na Bato National Park ng San Miguel, Bulacan. Marami kaming napuntahan doon kasi nga isang linggo kaming nag-training doon sa Bulacan. Kasali na dyan ang buong Pilipinas kasi yun. So I'm very lucky during that time kasi instead of choosing PSDS or principal teacher, 3 ako nung time na yon. So ito ang sample ng ating nagawa namin, no. Dali-dali ning pagkabuhat na mo atong time nga gipasubmit minimum Dr. Carbonilla. Ito yung sulyapan ng kuta ng tukuran Zamboanga del Sur. Tara na, biyahe tayo sa nakakubling kasaysayan ng tukuran. So kung makikita natin dyan, maraming mga impormasyon o meron pa din dyang yung parang yung directory ba yan? Yung tawag niyan, no? Sa NHCP yan, no? Kasi na-recognize nga ng National Historical Commission of the Philippines itong tukuran sa Zamboanga del Sur na meron talagang historic place na tinatawag na Panlipunan Most Essential Learning Competencies. Of course, nakabase sa ating content standard, performance standard, learning competencies with identified codes. So this is referring to curriculum mapping, no? There are some learning competencies in our MELCs that the use of Travelog is very appropriate, especially in grade 3 sa elementary kasi nga yung grade 3 kasi is focusing on rehiyon at ng mga lalawigan sa rehiyon 9. So very appropriate ang paggawa ng Travelog natin, particularly sa grade 3 at saka sa grade 6 din kasi yung sa Biak na Bato, lahat-lahat ng mga pangyayari doon nung panahon ni Aguinaldo sa First Philippine Republic, meron kasali pa rin sa ating most essential learning competencies ng Aralin Panlipunan. Even in high school, meron din, maaari din nating magawa ng Travelog or lakbay sa naysay ang ilan sa mga learning competencies na nasa MELCs. So thank you so much for listening, no, about Travelog or Balik sa Naysay. Maraming salamat po. This is Alan S. Caballero from Tukuran West District. Again, good afternoon everyone.
Travel plus
dialogue
equals Travelogue. Thank you so much, Sir Alan Caballero, for such an informative topic this afternoon.
Yes, Sir Ryan. Ano bang meron sa tabi na pwede nating magamit gaya ng sinabi ni Sir Alan that you could use all the beautiful historic places in your respective areas in the province of Zamboanga del Sur as a learning material that could be inserted in your self-learning modules. Ano bang meron sa tabi na, sir?
Ay naku, Ma'am Van, sa tabi na po, meron po talagang napakaraming beaches po doon.
Yes, I've heard
like
about
we have there, I am proud to say, we have the Blue Lagoon.
Wow.
We also have the Talisay Beach, and we do also have the Tambunan Beach po. Wala po, sa palagay ko, wala po kami ano doon, historic places po sa tabi na. Sa ano po, Ma'am Van, sa Aurora, meron po bang matatawag nating makasaysayang puok na pwede nating puntahan o pwede nating bisitahin?
I was thinking also because during the last training that we had in Aralin Panlipunan, we were also tasked by Ma'am Alma to create a travelogue, and I was looking into the different places. Siguro, hahanapin ko pa yung mga significant and historic places in Aurora, but as of now, ang maipagmamalaki ko lang ay yung maraming tourist destinations ng aming lugar.
Ayun.
Yes, we could have also sort of the Sea of Clouds, the Wonderland.
I have been there already in Wonderland.
Wow, that's nice. I've been also in Tabina twice.
Really?
Yes, I've been to Tabina, and kahit malayo siya sa amin kasi if you look at the map, parang nasa ibang kabilang ano siya na side ng map natin.
No, actually it is I think it's 34 kilometers from Pagadian City po.
Oh, yeah. Added pa yung aming area from Aurora. So ladies and gentlemen, participants, you could always use historic places in your areas for your resource material, sabi nga ni Sir, as a travelogue, Balik Kasaysayan program. I do hope that starting today, this afternoon, until the third day, you could craft your travelogue or Balik Kasaysayan. Kasi from the previous training, we've heard a very poetic, very artistic, and creative presentation of travelogue from the participants of the secondary. And hindi magpapahuli yung mga participants natin sa elementary.
Ay, aba naman, syempre.
Yes, okay. So this time, ladies and gentlemen, I would just like to remind that the participants should answer our evaluation link na makikita sa ibaba ng ating screen so that you could also add yourselves as the attendance for our 3-day virtual training on the strategies and approaches in Aralin Panlipunan in the new normal. Again, and then we will be collecting the outputs on the third day. So that would be the presentation of outputs. Ano yung isang output natin, sir?
We have the learning activity sheets po, Ma'am Van.
And then, what else?
We have the television-based instruction script, and as well as the radio-based instruction script. And the last but not the least, we have the modules and the travelogue.
All right, so we have 5 outputs, and I will be announcing to you that Qualcy 1 is assigned for grade 1.
Okay.
Qualcy 2 for grade 2.
And Qualcy 3 for
grade 3. And Qualcy 4
for grade 4.
And Qualcy 5 for grade 5.
And Qualcy 6 for
grade
6.
Okay, so each Qualcy is assigned to a certain grade level. At hindi lamang isa ang gagawin ninyo, kundi yung 5 outputs.
Okay.
But don't worry, we could do this in a slow process kasi hindi mahirap talaga gawin yung mga scripts.
Hindi po pwedeng hindi
in a
po
week,
pwedeng
but
mabilisan.
yes. But I guess during the previous school year, you have already your scripts and RBI and TVBI and your self-learning modules, i-revise na lang natin yan.
Okay, and you have manifested based on your output po, dear participants.
Why do we need to create the outputs? Because this will be compiled by your chairperson, grade chairperson, and this will be used for the next training, which is the training for the quality assurance of our learning resource materials.
Okay.
Okay, and speaking of the quality assurance training, I would just like to remind that on the third day in the morning would be the closing program of our 3-day virtual training. And
at the same time,
yes, at the same time, sir, we are going to have the quality assurance of the learning materials that you have made. Itong 5 na minensyon namin. And on the on Thursday, we are going to give you the insights, the concepts on how to quality assure, because there is a conflict of the activity na gagawin natin using the platform Microsoft Teams. Hindi tayo makakapasok, especially the quality assurance training. So I do hope na naintindihan ng ating mga participants that on Thursday would be the second day already of the training for quality assurance, and all facilitators, kung nanunood ang ating mga facilitators at nakikinig, will come here in the IT room for the MS Teams Live and the discussion of all the tools and evaluation tools for quality assurance, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Do we have any announcements there, Ma'am Al?
Yes, okay. So for further announcements, let us welcome our Education Program Supervisor in Aralin Panlipunan,
Dr. Alma Laput Carbonilia.
Good afternoon once again, my dear kaarpan ng Zamboanga del Sur. Because of the many conflicting schedules of activities in the division office, our proposed training in the QA will be hampered. We forgot that September 8 is scheduled for the DepEd Zamboanga del Sur anniversary. And because of this DepEd Zamboanga del Sur anniversary, we cannot use this production room. However, the opening program for the QA training can start off. Therefore, our host, Ernilyn Jimenez, shall come here for the opening activity. Once the QA training will be started, let's continue the training. We will go out of this production room. All the facilitators will join us in the MS Teams. Kasi gagamitin na nga itong production room for the araw ng Zamboanga del Sur, araw ng DepEd anniversary on September 8 for the awarding of teachers. Kasi nga, kung naalala nyo, every September 8 is the DepEd anniversary, which will highlight the awarding of all our deserving teachers. The division office, specifically the superintendent, will use this production room and the yung praise committee. Yung praise committee will be using this production room. Therefore, at 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock, sasabay tayo sa kanila for the opening activity. 9 o'clock, papasok na si praise. So tayo lalabas. So papasok tayo sa MS Teams na ibibigay namin sa inyo later. Bakit? Doon tayo magdi-discuss ng counting tool, mga important tools to QA so that you will be able to start off the workshop. So take note, binaliktad natin. First day sana discussion, which is on Wednesday. Thursday is the workshop. Third day is the closing activity. In the event of this mentioned activity disruption, ibaliktad natin after the opening program, papasok tayo sa ating MS Teams, doon tayo magdi-discuss, bigyan namin kayo ng mga material, yung material na produkto ng secondary, yun muna yung ating EcoQA. No? Take note. Yun muna ang ating EcoQA. Tulungan natin yun. Bigyan namin kayo ng topic. So, ang ating Wednesday will be devoted for QA the whole day. Magko-QA tayo ng material the whole day. Pagka Thursday, saka na lang tayo babalik dito sa ating production room with, of course, our IT John Ray Flores for the discussion. Binaliktad na lang natin. Para yung mga facilitators na nakahanda na para sa kanilang gagawing pagpa-facilitate, sila po'y papasok Thursday dito sa production room. And after that whole day discussion, pagka Biyernes na naman, tapos na yung ating training, balik tayo sa ating MS Teams for the output presentations, and then after the output presentation will be the closing program. Another, on September 8 likewise, while gumagawa tayo ng ating opening program doon sa QA, will likewise be your closing program. Remember, today is our first day, tomorrow is our second day, kung saan papasok tayo sa MS Teams, 8:30, see you tomorrow at 8:30 para magdi-discuss tayo, and then papaano natin gagawin yung inyong outputs by quality. I presume that tomorrow at 8:30 you will be inside our MS Teams. Another, this shall be handled by again Vanessa and Ryan Tulod. Nandun kami tomorrow. And on the Wednesday, while nagko-QA opening program, nagko-closing program again with Vanessa and Ryan Tulod, and as well as the presentation of your output. Outputs are modules, compilation, RBI, TVBI, last or the learning activity sheets, and the travelogue. Okay. Huwag naman pong ikamatay nyo kung halimbawa hindi pa makaya. Take note, hindi na yan, ninyo yan makakaya within just one day tomorrow. Yung travelogue lang muna, kung meron kayong mai-present, or your activity sheet, kung meron mai-present, but RBI, TVBI, that's impossible to create. So, yung RBI, TVBI nyo, binigyan namin kayo ng 2 weeks to accomplish the task. However, last, travelogue, and modules compilation can be reported, can be done tomorrow as our workshop. I hope naintindihan ako at maintindihan niyo ang overlapping of activities in the division office. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow at 8:30 and our MS Teams, ARPAN MS Teams. Mabuhay!
Thank you so much, Dr. Alma Carbonilla, for the announcements and for the inputs of this training. And also to the participants who are still with us in the MS Teams and also in the YouTube, via YouTube. We do have 2 platforms. And to all the competent facilitators who are with us in this day 1 of our 3-day training.
This has been your host, Mr. Ryan G. Tulod of Cabinet 1 District.
And Vanessa Siniza of Aurora West District.
Na nagsasabing, basta arapan.